What's up, everybody? Welcome to a impromptu, logical, plausible, probable, quasi after show. Never done anything like this before because usually I wait till after the debates get over. But this one over on MDD didn't actually end up happening. So I decided, well, instead of having everybody have nothing to do, why don't we do an after show and invite people over, have some conversation, have a good time. We can all air our grievances, debate on who we think was the one that actually backed out. Was it Donald? Was it Kent Hovind? And should we lobby for a rematch of the debate that didn't happen? I think that's what we should dub right there, the debate that didn't happen. So people, if you want to come into the stream and share your thoughts about it, what you think, I'm about to post it in the side chat. So join the stream here. And what we'll do initially is people kind of share their thoughts, what they think, what their conspiracy theory is about what led to the debate that never happened. So, Will, thanks for joining us, man. Since you're first, I know Tangelo and several other people had joined. Jamie had joined, and then everybody dropped out right before we went live. So, I guess, I don't know, maybe they got scared. But, Will, welcome to the stream, man. What are your thoughts? Do you think it was Kent Hovind or Donald Kronos that actually backed out?
What's up? What's up? Thanks for having me on. I hope you can hear me good. I'm really far away from my mic because I'm in my bed. Does that sound good? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so of course, Ken Hovind dodge out. He's scared of debating evolutionists. He's scared of seeing the facts of evolution. No, I don't know what happened. I know Ken started a stream on his own channel, but I hope to see that debate. Always funny to see Ken. Have you ever seen a dog produce a non-dog?
Well, I know there was actually a drinking game being set up in the chat for drink every time Kent says dogs came from dogs. But man, I think we got a new individual to the stream, Tebow. I don't think I've ever had you on. Thanks for joining the stream. What's going on, man? What are your thoughts? Tell us a little bit about you.
You're muted, bro. Oh, okay.
All right.
Oh man, put him on the spot and he got scared.
Bob, what's going on?
Been nicer, John.
Welcome to the stream, man. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. A little disappointed that we don't get to see Kent Hovind make a fool out of some other atheist, but
well, I'm sure it would have been interesting. That's for sure. Tony, welcome to the stream, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm just here to say that origin of life is almost solved, and I'll debate anybody who says otherwise.
Oh, so life came from non-life, Tony. You finally got convinced by the scientific evidence for abiogenesis. I'm glad you finally accept science about abiogenesis.
Hey, somebody needs to make sure they mute the audio on YouTube. I was getting an echo. All right, we got a new guest to the stream, Daily Shadow. What's going on? How are you doing? Tell us about yourself. And are you happy, sad, disappointed, excited? What are your thoughts on the debate that didn't happen?
I guess I'm kind of just disappointed in James. It seemed like the guy was in the chat there. Seemed like he was trying to communicate with James, and James just wasn't interested. I forget the guy's name who was supposed to be in the debate.
Donald Kronos was the other person. I think what happened. Donald. I think the reason that James was being like that is he had emailed the link to join the stream to the Donald, and he never joined it. But there was in chat talking and asking James to let him in, and James was like, "Well, you've never tried to join." That's what James was saying there at the end. So I don't know one way or the other what actually happened. I'm just saying what James was kind of relaying, and it did seem. I get where James was coming from. Because Donald had been in the chat like an hour before the stream, right? He was talking trash in the chat, and then he wasn't there at 7 talking, and then about like 7:15 he showed up and started talking. And James is like, "Well, why didn't you try and join the Zoom?" And he kept being like, "Let me join the Zoom. Send me the link. Send me the link." And he's like, "I've already sent you the link. Why haven't you joined?" So, I mean, James is a really nice guy, and I don't think he would be doing that sort of thing if he didn't have a feeling that something was not all it.
I mean, James was saying towards the end was like, "Hey, man, I told you that you got to contact Kent and who was it? That guy or something." Yeah, you got to contact because Kent's busy, right? He's doing stuff all the time, and he has these people that schedule things for him because he's busy all the time. So if James told him, hey, you got to contact this guy, not just Kent, and he didn't, that's on him.
Well, Atangelo proposed to debate Bob or whatever his name is. I remember the name, guys. But I think James saw his message, but he said no. But I think he could actually have done that. Atangelo against that other guy's Donald. That could actually have been a thing because Atangelo wanted to debate him because he says, I'm just going to take Ken's place. And, Atangelo know what he's talking about. So, yeah, I think that could have been a thing that James could have done. But I don't know. James just seemed to be like, whatever. I'll just do something else. So he didn't seem open at all.
I meant it was on Don, not James.
Well, I think that in context of Otangelo, I think that Otangelo triggered James a while back. And now it's because we all know that Otangelo is a very abusive individual and uses the most aggressive language of all time. Man, I can't even say that with a straight face. Oh, Otangelo's like the nicest guy. Oh, yeah. On YouTube.
I think I've heard Otangelo swear one time, and it was the word shit.
So there's the man of the hour, Otangelo. So I guess the real question of the night is, has James banned you temporarily from MDD debates?
I have no idea. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, I'm wondering what is going on in James' mind, because he gives me mod status, and after my debate, he took it away, and he has done that 2-3 times. And Jackson Sweet, I think is his name, wanted to have a debate on common ancestry, and I wrote James, and James said no, only if it's a team debate. And I said, okay, I'll ask Jackson if he's in on that, and I never got an answer. So I really don't know what James' problem is with me, because, I mean, I've never failed in appearing, or, I mean, I engage in my debates, and I put some effort in also in preparing my introduction. So I don't think I have given him any reason to have something against me.
I wouldn't know why either. I mean, you have done really good in your last debate, so I don't know what
Emery says, LOO, Otangelo, aggressive. It's a contest between him and Sal for nicest creationist on YouTube.
Facts.
Yeah.
No.
I'll say, I think at least tonight, I mean, James seemed like he was a little short responding to Otangelo like that, but I mean, this is the second debate in like, what, a week or two where it just flopped?
Well, here's the thing. I usually never agree with Clay Corbin, but I would have to agree with him on that. James was triggered, obviously, about something else. I would agree with that. He was definitely, you could tell he was a little bit on edge about something. I get frustration. I mean, yeah, you don't have to remember, too, like James is in the middle of getting his PhD. He's teaching college courses and probably stopped whatever he was doing to do this debate. And then I would imagine he only stopped doing what they were doing because it was Ken Hovind, because I know that they had a falling out a while back. And then the whole premise of Ken Hovind coming back was a good one, but we'll see what happens.
And it just crumbled, That's
Stripper Liquor.
How disappointed he might be.
Yeah.
Well,
Stripper Liquor says, someone says Otangelo is abusive. Now that's just crazy talk. Yeah, I agree.
Well, yeah. Tony claimed that he could explain us how life came from non-life. He find the mystery of life. Tony, may you explain us about biogenesis, how did it came to happen?
Yeah, it's just a fact. I don't have to prove it.
Oh, is that you, Dr. Dan?
Yeah.
So where are I was expecting to see if so Samuel it was there was supposed to be a debate between Kent Hovind and some dude named Donald Kronos over on Modern Day Debate, but it didn't happen. So I decided to I was gonna watch it, and then when I found it was getting canceled, I'm like, man, why don't we do a quick impromptu? We'll have a, I had my my dumpster fire icon already preset and ready to go, and I was like, man, let's do it real quick. Let's just see if we want to do a quick impromptu after show, or I guess the quasi. I'm calling it the quasi after show for the debate that never was.
I think it would not have been a good debate because I talked to this guy on the side chat for about an hour, and I asked him some very precise questions, and he was just evasive, very, very superficial, and he made some very foolish statements there. So I said, well, my conclusion is this guy has no clue at all about evolution. So this will not be a good debate.
What was it on?
Guys?
What was it on? What was it on specifically? What were you guys?
I asked him about the specifics. What are the mechanisms that explain biodiversity? And I asked him if he holds a gene-centric view. He couldn't answer these simple questions. He said that biodiversity is an emergent property.
Well, I think like Ken Hoven's not a hard guy to take on. I mean, Ken Hoven's usually, like, to be honest, like, he did a lot of straw man.
It's just emergent. Assume the conclusion.
I told him an emergent property is not a mechanism. So what are the mechanisms that explain evolution and or biodiversity? He wasn't able to give a direct answer. And he said, oh, I have no time. I'm preparing myself now for the debate. And I said, well, the many answers that you gave, you could have used the time to give in a short sentence what I'm asking you, and you haven't. So I guess you have no clue about the topic at hand.
You know who was talking garbage in the side chat? Dr. Soy Boy.
Dan the Cardinal.
Yeah, he wanted to debate me, and I told Sam before Angela did. I told Sam, I told James that I would debate the Donald character, but. And that's what I was saying. I think the reason he wasn't accepting the offers from myself or Tangelo is like, I don't think he wants to give this Donald the time of day, since he told him specifically, like, make sure this is confirmed. And
I'll debate just about anybody.
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't understand. Why has not James directly contacted Dr. Hovind to confirm this? I think this would be the normal procedure, or send group emails to both of them and then see the response from both confirming the debate.
Well, sometimes these kind of debates, if somebody's like reached out to James and been like, hey, I've talked to I want to debate so-and-so, I've got them and they've said that they'll debate me, kind of thing. Sometimes James will basically just be more acting as the impromptu mod, if you will. Like,
yes, but this guy has never shown up. He didn't even know who that guy was. So, I mean, if it is someone that has already had 10 debates and you can trust the guy, it's a thing. But if someone completely unknown shows up and say, oh, I have set up a debate with Ken Hovind, at least you check if that is true.
Yeah, like...
Maybe that's what happened.
Yeah, there's just some troll just gonna DM, oh, let's get a debate, but they dodge.
Yeah, maybe James is too trusting, but
because they didn't know anything about it. Over at Ken Hovind's office, they didn't know anything about it.
I think this was also James' fault, what happened tonight. He should have checked with both of them, having the confirmation, at least, per email by Ken Hovind as well. And then say, hey, I contacted both of them. If they are not showing up, it's their fault. But if he did not directly contact Ken Hovind to confirm that, then he has part of the responsibility
Exactly.
of that.
I think what's happening right now
could be part of why he may understand that, and that's why he was in such a bad mood when he realized the result.
Yeah.
I also understand that he didn't accept that someone else would replace those, because that becomes a chaos. I mean, if you have a debate with that kind of people, then people come to see that debate and not other people debating. So I give him that. But I mean, for example, why did he respond to my request and said no, he could have just remained silent, and I would have understood it as well. So I don't understand this attitude as well.
I think it's because you're very passive aggressive, Otangelo.
Yeah, they hate the truth. They can't stand up a tangible argument against evolution.
Hey guys, so Daily Shadow is new to the streams. I want to give him a chance to talk some more. You want to engage in dialogue? Anything you want to discuss?
Yeah, I guess so. While we're all disappointed that we missed the shit show that this would have been, I mean, all we're going to do is we're going to listen to Kent, ignore what evolution actually is, set up a straw man, and fight that instead, and then ignore everything everyone else says. Were we all really interested in listening to that?
You can explain what evolution is to us then.
Yeah, explain us, because we're creationists. We don't understand evolution. Please enlighten us.
No, we don't
And
see
this
any.
guy, and this guy, you John gave the link to your channel, and if this guy was serious, he could have shown up here and explained to all of us what happened, and he's not here either.
I did direct. I did tag him over in MDD, invited him to come over.
Yeah, and he's not here, so I think this guy was playing.
There have been debates with people that do know evolution very well, and they point out when Ken does something wrong, and they point out and they show evidence of him having been wrong before and having been corrected many times before, yet ignoring it and just completely restating things that he's been shown to be wrong about. And you can't fight something when you just ignore what it is.
So explain us what the mechanism for evolution is then. Tell us how evolution works. How do you get instruction that's not there in programming, written programming that's not there?
Yeah, I guess I'm not saying that I'm an expert in evolution. I'm saying that there have been experts.
Yeah, we always hear this. This is the argument we always hear. Not an expert, but it happened.
We don't listen. Ken Hovind doesn't have a clue, but we don't know what we're talking about either. So
yeah, Ken Hovind is wrong, Robbie.
Yeah, he knows Ken Hovind is wrong, but he cannot explain us why we don't understand evolution. What a strawman is that, bro?
Like when he
there is a difference between disagreeing with how Ken
Hovind projection anyway
debates and whether or not his view is correct.
That was a good projection on us,
Look, it's been pointed out to him many times that when he asks the question, art is something related to something else, like a tree and a dog.
Yeah.
How his question doesn't actually do anything against evolution. He just brings up random points that sound ridiculous to us, but can be easily defended.
Whoa, dude, can you give us? Can you give us give us evidence that we come from a banana or whatever?
Eukaryotes.
Right, we have a common ancestor.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't know. We don't want the story. We don't want the story. We want the evidence, because we know you guys always.
So let him talk. Go ahead.
Will, it's a big difference between the common ancestor and us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, give us the evidence.
Yeah. So there's a lot of evidence. The evidence.
Where?
I mean, you can go to a museum for the evidence. You can go to universities for the evidence.
No.
Evidence,
you got to explain it in your own words.
Well, hey, Daily, how about we just stick with
evolution is a massive field of study, and I'm telling you,
guys,
evidence.
Daily Shadow, hang on one second, guys. Daily Shadow is new to the stream. That's not all getting up on him. Let him air his opinion, and then we can respond. Okay.
Oh, he left.
Okay,
you guys come on too strong, too fast.
You should let him talk and not over talk.
All right, we got somebody new coming into the stream. Welcome. I don't know how to tell me how you pronounce that screen name.
Tiktalik.
Tiktalik. Okay. Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Okay.
I broke up just a little bit. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, just I joined the YouTube is a little bit behind, so I want to know what you guys are talking about.
Well, there was supposed to be a Kent Hovind versus.
Yeah, that part I know. I mean, right now, at this very moment.
Well, right this second, we're just kind of discussing that, and then I guess we're transitioning a little bit over to. I guess Daily Shadow had brought up that Kent Hovind. See, he was making the claim that Kent Hovind just basically says a bunch of stuff that he gets debunked on, then he keeps saying the same things over and over again, and then
we know
some of the other guys were asking for clarification.
I just went to his live stream, and he's saying dogs give birth to dogs, and whatever shit he always says.
Always dogs give birth to dogs. Always.
Angelo, hola. Eu amo Brasil. Português é a língua do céu.
Yes, I live in Brazil. I'm not Brazilian, but I live here in Brazil.
Oh, really? I thought you were. My mistake.
No, I am Swiss Italian.
Who told me you were Brazilian?
Are you a Muslim?
I am American.
Are you a Muslim? Tikalik? Is that how you say your name? Are you Muslim?
No.
You're an atheist?
Você é brasileiro do Brasil?
I didn't get. I'm an atheist,
You're
basically.
from Brazil?
I do
You're
come
from Brazil?
from a Christian creation. No, I'm very close to it. My university is full of Brazilians, so I can understand a little bit. I'm Hispanic.
You heard of Marcos Emberlin then, huh? Being from Brazil.
Are you Hispanic?
I don't think so.
Hispano.
What's your thoughts on Origin of Life?
So I came out of Christianity very short, not very far ago. So long ago, sorry. So Origin of Life, I think abiogenesis makes much more sense than creation, and there is more evidence for that. But simply because
what evidence
it is,
because we don't have any evidence of life arising from non-life. No
Tony,
mechanism.
can you let him finish? Can you let him finish, Tony?
Okay, it's not my area of expertise. I'm a physicist, so I'm a little bit more. I work with things that are already living. So basically, the experiments done with RNA world and amino acids and things like that. I know abiogenesis is like the weakest point of this, but it's much better than somebody said magic words and things appeared.
That's a straw man.
Why?
It is not. God said, "Let it be light," and light appeared. That's magic words.
Yeah. Why is that less plausible?
It'd be the same thing, basically.
Well, let Tony speak about abiogenesis with this man.
Because it would be the
Antangelo can tell him. Antangelo, you want to tell him about the amino acids, selecting all the 20 correct ones, and the problems with the RNA world. Antangelo will explain it to you beautifully.
I think because it's not my area of expertise, perhaps evolution is closer to what I have studied. Physiatrist.
I want to know why abiogenesis is more plausible than a being outside of the universe creating it.
Because for little evidence.
Are we moving away from
physical therapy? Physical therapy.
So I think it's difficult because everyone wants to talk to Tiktaalik, and there's a lot of over talking. I think just one interlocutor would be fine. So if any one of you guys want to pick, but let him finish and then you can ask questions. Otherwise, this will go nowhere.
I agree.
Fine.
So like I said, evolution is closer to what I study, so I'd rather talk about that. With abiogenesis, just for as little evidence as there is, and there's very little, there's more than for creation.
Okay. So Tiktaalik, so what are you currently in university, or are you already out of university and working?
I'm in university. I say I'm a physicist to make it quicker, just that. But I'm studying physiatry.
Have you studied evolution and evolutionary biology?
No, my university doesn't teach that to begin with, but it's not tremendously relevant for my area.
Okay, so you don't think that the supposed reason for your very existence has any relevance to actually being investigated for yourself rather than accepting what you're told?
It's not very relevant for my career, but
I don't care about your career. I'm talking about from a philosophical and like reason for a reason for existence perspective.
Well, I'm mostly a nihilist, so I don't think there's much meaning, and I don't think the existence of a god or a creation gives it any meaning. I mean, if let's say God created us just to make it simple, because I know there are a lot of variations on that, but if God created us, we're just the result of just whatever somebody else wanted. It's not different from the characters of a book or the characters a kid makes when they play. Yeah, I don't know why that would give my life any meaning.
So you feel a book could write itself? You feel a book could just arise naturally with all the information in it?
Well, can you repeat, please?
I said you believe a book could arise naturally with all the information in it.
No.
So there had to be an intelligence behind that. There had to be an intelligence behind the book.
You would need more than that, actually.
Yeah,
you had mentioned the amino acids. You had mentioned scientists produced amino acids in the lab.
Yeah, but like I said, natural processes just arrive naturally. The same processes proposed to make the first lipidic bilayer that cells have is the same process that makes soap work. So it is something we observe in nature. It's just...
Wait, can you say that again? What is the same way that soap works?
The soap bubble replication. That's a big misconception.
No, I'm talking about the bilipidic layer.
Yeah, I know the experiment you're talking about.
So the cell wall has a membrane with one side is hydrophilic and the other one is hydrophobic. And because of that, they naturally form these bubble type things. And inside that, there's everything in the cell. And the same system...
Hey, Tiktaalik, you're getting like weird wind when you're talking. Are you like, is your mouth really close to your microphone, or are you outside or something?
Let me... Sorry. It's really hot here, so we're in the summer. Is it better?
Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, it was kind of weird.
Where are you? Where are you from?
Near Buenos Aires.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Well, I was wondering because you said you used to be a Christian. So
okay, yeah.
You obviously don't believe in God anymore. And what's the reason you don't believe in God?
Because one is because I'm obsessed with mythology, and the Bible reads like any other mythology book. And the other one is because I have no reason to. And
so how does it...
Wait a second. So you have no reason to believe in God. How did you came to the determination that there's no reason to believe in God?
I haven't found any.
There has to be some God.
No, I'm asking you, how did you came to the determination that there's no evidence for God?
Yeah, so you think the tale of Jesus was... Right.
There has to be some power.
So wait a second.
Hey, guys, let him respond.
Let him answer. Yeah.
So I just haven't found any by myself. Nobody has shown me anything. And in all the conversations I had, it ends up just like something you have to believe.
You never saw power?
Wait, Jungle.
Saw any power?
So you said you did. Nobody has shown you any evidence to believe in God. So what is the determination for not having any evidence for God? Because either you accept everything as being evidence for God, or you reject everything as being evidence for God. If you accept that everything is evidence for God, therefore you come to the conclusion of the existence of God. If you don't, then nothing will be evidence for God because your determination is that God doesn't exist. So of course nothing is going to be evidence if you say that God doesn't exist. So I'm asking you, how did you came to the determination that there's no evidence for God?
If I had amnesia, I just don't remember anything. Would I observe the world and think there is a God? Come to the conclusion that there is a God, and more so, would I come to the conclusion that is the Abrahamic God?
I don't really understand the purpose of the hypothetical.
Well,
All right. Well, let's
thing
go
is,
back to the science,
You
man.
say everything is evidence for God or nothing,
Yeah.
and I don't really get that. What
well,
I mean
it's
is,
either you
Can you
accept
tell
that
us?
it's either
if I
tell
wasn't
us,
primed, if I
uh,
wasn't primed by my culture, would I believe in God, and more so, would I believe in the Abrahamic God? If not, why would I? What would make?
Tarek, you make a very common mistake. You just see some things which you disagree with in the Bible, and then you think, oh, this is like mythology. This doesn't sound reasonable, or so
No,
to
no.
me, and therefore I
If
don't
God
believe anymore.
exists,
But
if God exists, it doesn't matter if I agree with him or not. He simply exists.
that's not my point. You want to know if God exists or not, if God's existence is true, or the no God hypothesis is true. You have these two possibilities, correct?
I guess so.
Okay, so if you deny God's existence, then you by default you are sticking to the no God hypothesis because you have just
So
two
you know what a null
possibilities.
hypothesis is?
I'm sorry.
So when you make a study, you have a null hypothesis, a zero hypothesis, and an alternative hypothesis. And
Okay.
unless you have evidence to accept the alternative, you go for the zero hypothesis.
Okay, so
So,
what kind of
so
evidence would you require in order to say, oh, it seems that there is actually a God? What would you expect to see or to recognize, or what would you consider as evidence pointing to a creator?
nothing.
well, I don't know actually because I don't know
So
how I
that's your
define.
problem. So
I don't
that's
know
your
how I
problem. You do
define a
not
God.
have, if you don't know what to look for, you do not have a framework and a solid epistemological foundation in order to actually start to look for something. And you have to first establish what to look for and then to see if what you're looking for actually exists or not, if you can recognize that in nature. And to do so, you need to make the distinction between what intelligence can do, since the creator must be as one of his property intelligence, and what non-intelligence can do, and then contrast both against each other. And then you have to look into the natural world and to see if there are things which probably require intelligence in order to exist. And if you see such things and understand that non-intelligent mechanisms are not capable to bring forward these things, then you can say, okay, there is evidence that intelligence must have been in action in order to bring forward what we see in nature.
Well, here's the thing, Attentional, is even if we present them evident for God, let's say I could present the biblical archaeology evidence that the Bible record. He already has made the determination that God doesn't exist. Therefore, he's gonna come to the conclusion that this is not evidence for God because he rejects any evidence
Don't
being the
talk to
existence
me.
of God.
Don't talk
Bill.
for me because you just blamed atheists for doing that, for straw manning,
Of
and
course,
you're
they're
straw
doing
manning
that.
me.
Of course, they're doing that because
Yes,
they
yes,
already
Will, I
determined
think
that
So
nothing
you
is
are
evidence
here's,
for
here's
God.
the thing. Here's the thing.
manning.
I don't know any of you. I don't know your specific ideas, so I have to use generalizations. If one of you wants to talk to me, I will talk about your ideas in particular. Now, I'm an agnostic, which means I don't know any definition of God that makes sense to me. So I don't know what evidence could support something I don't understand.
So what's your explanation of everything you see?
A little more thing, and then I'll stop. The biblical archaeology is not a good argument because we have found Troy. That doesn't make the Iliad or what's the other one? The one with the
justifying.
That's what I'm saying. You're just gonna say it's not evidence of God because you
because it's not. Finding some random biblical city is just evidence that city existed.
No, that's what I'm saying. Even if I point out evidence, you're just gonna reject it because you already came to the determination that God doesn't exist.
You just did what you said you wouldn't do. What Will said you would do. You just did what he said you would do. What's your explanation for everything you see?
And the amino acids in the lab that have been produced don't work in life. You're aware of this?
What's your explanation of everything you see, Tiktaalik? Is it magical matter? What is your explanation?
So if he doesn't have an answer to that, does that mean you guys are correct?
No, that just
well, I mean, if he doesn't
the
have
more plausible answer,
then he can't criticize our position.
Right.
Yeah, he call us magics.
If he rejects your evidence because it's bad evidence,
he can't call.
Like you can't just wave that away because quote, oh, he has a different worldview, therefore he's just not going to accept your evidence.
Look, if you don't
have something better, you can't replace it. If you can't replace it, you don't have nothing better.
If somebody presents a case,
yeah, the butler killed whoever. I don't agree with that reasoning.
If somebody presents a case for something and they produce evidence, and you don't have an alternative, and your only explanation or your only response is, "I'm not convinced," that is an argument from ignorance. It's a fallacy.
So maybe you should listen.
I'm not saying God doesn't exist because I don't have evidence. I'm saying I don't believe in God because I don't have any reason to.
Oh, yeah, you do have reason. Yes, you do have reason to believe in God.
Hey,
guys.
Tiktaalik, I didn't mean to. I wasn't talking to you. I was responding to Daily. I didn't mean to say that.
Yeah. I know.
Okay.
Okay, that's okay.
And Tiktaalik, what if we produced life in the lab one day? Would you be convinced that took intelligence to actually manipulate that type of chemistry?
Depends on how it's done.
Exactly.
We have made living machines.
Okay,
that's not true. Actually, we've used pre-existing.
I mean, we have made like robots with living tissue, but I wouldn't say that's a mechanism for abiogenesis.
Right.
That's just we grabbing things and putting them. Yeah.
Right.
So
but from scratch, I would say from a pot of chemicals. From a free-floating
I don't think you could infer because humans can do something that it requires an intelligence. I don't think you can infer that.
So you believe that nature made life, but you can't explain how nature made life.
Yeah,
Daily. It's a big problem, origin of life.
Why would I have to?
Well, sure you would have to.
Well, but then that's a belief. It's a magical belief that you have.
I only said I accept abiogenesis when I'm confronted with having to choose between abiogenesis and creation.
Right, but these experiments you're discussing require intelligent agency just to pull them off.
But in a vacuum, I don't care about abiogenesis.
Okay, right. Guys, time out, guys. So, Lying for Jesus has joined the stream. I think this is the first time you ever joined one of my streams. Welcome. How are you?
Thank you. Good.
So, I guess initially, if you come into the stream, you have to give us your opinion about the quasi-debate that never was. Do you think it was Kent Hovind or Donald Kronos who caused the downfall of that debate and the triggering of James Coons on MDD?
I apologize. I didn't see it. What happened? Did it start and then they cut it out?
No. The neither one of the debaters showed up, and then one of them showed up late, and then claimed that he had actually confirmed everything, but then didn't join the Zoom. It was a whole cluster, which led to this impromptu That's why I'm calling it the quasi after show for the debate that never was. I was driving home listening to all this stuff. I'm like, man, if I get home in time, I'll do a quick live stream. And we'll have a convo and have some fun.
Yeah, Kent's an interesting dude. I heard his last debate against Erica. I was walking my dogs. I walk my dogs 3 miles a night, and I was like yelling at apparently nobody because it was 1 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, he was talking about the evolution of cars. Can we say one car came from another? She was trying to explain to him the genetics of it all, and I was like screaming like, genetic evidence would be like you being able to find the cars are different because some of the metal came from Wuhan, China, and other metal came from Detroit. Just he's got a kind of a strange. I don't know if anyone's I apologize if anyone's a fan here of Kent Hovind or Eric, but it's
we're all fans. Except for atheists.
No, we're not. We're not all fans.
except for the atheists.
Well,
Like I pointed out
people
earlier,
generally misunderstand the point that Kent is trying to make when he brings up the car stuff. So evolution is basically, in order to presumably look into how we got here and who our ancestors were, they create a nested tree, a nested hierarchy. The thing is that you can literally make a nested hierarchy out of anything under any conditions whatsoever.
So here's the problem with that. I think John, I did a super chat the one time. And I kind of pointed out, I think it was with Erica and Cy, maybe your debate. So I pointed out that we understand the theory of evolution better than we understand gravity, literally. And one of the reasons for that is because it has scientific consilience. Consilience is basically when multiple lines of independent science converge on a strong fact. So we have paleontology, we have geology, we have genetics, we have fossils, we have chemistry, we have biology. They all converge on the strong fact. We literally have more evidence for.
No, that's all generalization.
No, we have more evidence for biological evolution than we do for gravity. We understand.
Well, I'm just not convinced by your evidence.
Huh?
I'm not convinced by your
evidence.
You
gotta explain each thing what it is in your own words.
This is so we
can't just say you just can't say astronomy supports evolution. You can't say biology supports evolution. The fossil record supports evolution. You got to explain how.
You're saying so all the transitional fossils we found and when we sampled the material
the transitional fossils are all missing. What are you talking about?
Oh my goodness! I guess I'll post.
It sounds like you're just a conspiracy theorist. Like you just don't.
No, there are no transitional fossils. That's the point. That's the point. Is that all the transitional fossils are missing? That's the whole point.
No, they're in museums. You can go see them.
We can drive in my car.
They're all supposedly connected without any transitional fossils.
Go to
That's the whole point.
So Daily, hang on. So Daily Shadow, the talking point you just spewed about go to the museum. It is a well-established premise that whether or not there are transitional fossils or not, I'm going to remove that from the arguments for this point I'm about to make. It is well established that what you are seeing in the museum is replications of and dramatic expansions of the actual fossils. Like the vast majority of what you're seeing in the museum as the guest is not what is actually in the back in the air in the climate controlled storage.
I mean, yes, experts of the fields have put the fossils together in a pretty way for people to view. Yes, I agree. If you want to understand how those things go together, you're going to have to go get a PhD in geology and put that shit together. I don't know how you're going to have me explain this on a stream to you guys.
Well, you'd have to.
They put it there in front of you. If you want to know more, you can go to university and learn more. I'm sure.
So Daily Shadow, let me ask you a question. Do you think that unless you have a PhD, you are incapable of having comprehension of something?
No,
Okay, so if somebody takes the time to investigate for themselves, to learn the fundamentals, and to take advantage of the near instant access we have to the exact same freaking information as the guys with the PhDs and the guys in academia, are you going to suggest that it is false
I would
or
argue that
incorrect?
you don't really have the same information unless you're out in the field digging them up, doing the research yourself. I don't think you're actually getting the same information.
So people can't go and
you're getting parroted information.
Wait. So
They
you
write
have to
reports.
just believe somebody else's testimony because
I believe
you
the
can't look
scientific
into it yourself.
Yeah.
So you have to believe what other people tell you.
But they
Yeah,
all
I
write
believe the
reports, though.
scientific consensus, just like when I open my cell phone, just like when I get on a plane. The scientific consensus in physics and in sciences has proven to be correct over and over again. Same thing in biology and geology. I believe what they have to say on it, and I don't need to go prove them correct.
Oh, so you believe? You believe what they say? Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
you guys are saying they're wrong, so provide evidence that they're wrong. You can't just say they're wrong because you don't want to.
We're trying to explain each detail to you, but you have to listen carefully.
Hey, look, if I were to say that I had something and convinced other people that I had something, but they didn't really need me to prove how I had acquired this thing that I claim that I have. And then somebody finds out that I lied and they go around telling everybody, hey, there's actually no evidence. There's actually no evidence. Who are you going to believe?
Yeah, that sounds like abiogenesis because there is no evidence.
Scientific consensus. Yeah, abiogenesis is a separate topic.
There's consensus without any evidence. They have no evidence of any evolution ever at any time.
That's nuts.
All right, you've been presented evidence of fossils, there's DNA evidence, there's geology. I mean, pick one.
No, geology is evidence of the global flood that buried the animals all at the same time in the same consecutive layers.
That's why they look the way they do.
Okay, everybody.
Understand that.
Hang on a second, guys. Hang on. We are.
Let's see. It's one thing at a time, you know.
Hang on. So.
Extent. I would say I speculated that Donald Kronos had made a mistake, namely not confirming with Kent and his tech guy Steve. And I didn't say it with certainty, but I did certainly allude to it, kind of speculated toward it. And I did get a call just now from Kent Hovind himself saying that, just completely owning it, saying that it was Kent, that it was Kent's fault. So
I called it.
I do want to say Donald Kronos had no ill intention. I did put in the chat that I wondered if he was one of the atheists that hate this channel, and he certainly doesn't hate this channel. He did everything right in terms of setting up the debate. I do think there are plenty of atheists, just like I had said in the earlier video. There are plenty of atheists, there are plenty of Christians, there are plenty of people from all sorts of views that hate this channel. I think it's a small percentage because most of you are super encouraging and helpful, and that means more. Oops, the camera's going. Give me 1 second. That means more than you know. But I was wrong to speculate that Donald was one of the haters. Donald, like I said, is not one of the haters. Donald, according to Kent just completely owned it and said, I think I made a mistake. And so, want to let you know, folks, Donald, I'm very sorry. I want to apologize just to Donald and say, Donald, I'm very sorry for speculating in that direction, that you had any sort of ill intent. And let's see. So if you guys ever wanted to say, haha, James, you're wrong, this is definitely a fine.
Haha, James, you're wrong.
But I can say, so in other words, in the chat, if there's anything I'm forgetting, I do want to own all of it. And so I would, oh, by the way, the thing with Zoom, during that stream, I couldn't see at all that someone was in the waiting room. No joke. There seemed to be a Twitch, or not Twitch, Zoom glitch, where I honestly couldn't see Donald in the Zoom lobby. But he sent me pictures showing that he was from his side, it looked like he was in the lobby from his side. So it basically said like waiting for the host to let you in. So Donald was trying to get into the. He had even pressed enter into the. I have no idea why it wasn't showing. Kent said he's willing to come on and debate Donald, as far as I understand. It sounds like Donald and Kent may be willing. We're willing to host it if they want. And if they do it somewhere else, that's fair too. And we'll even promote it if it's on another channel because I owe Donald. And so I am really sorry about that, Donald. And so, folks, I have no idea what it was on Kent's side, whether it's just I've learned my lesson today about speculating, but Kent himself owned it. He said, "Hey, I really screwed up." And so, just looking for if there is anything that I forgot. Let's see. But yeah, so. Oh, I mean, so I think someone said, James, listen to your audience more. I don't know if it came through in the last stream. Like, I was willing to let Donald into the Zoom chat. I wasn't trying to lock him out. I don't know if you've been listening, and this chat might be old. So I don't know if you had heard earlier in this stream, I had said, like, it wasn't showing me that Donald was in the waiting room. So, like, I wasn't purposely trying to keep him out. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, so, lesson learned on my.
Good on James, man. That's gotta. It sucks to eat crow, you know.
True. Yeah.
He's such a good guy. Such a swell guy.
Yep. He is. Okay, so enough of that. James is over there eating crow. We'll
33395.
Justin, thanks for letting me know that was the James apology was going down, so we could let everybody that's over here know what's going on and what happened. So anyway, back to our discussion. I guess the question I would pose to you guys is, do you think from a genetic perspective that we're solving more problems or just discovering new ones that are unexplained?
I'd say both.
I don't really know what that means. Like, I guess I don't understand the question.
That's because I like the way you phrased that, John.
I mean, okay, so I guess what I'm meaning is like, so we are just discovering more and more underlying requirements that we didn't know we had to account for. And we just find new ones.
Like what?
But should have assumed anyways. I mean, you should have assumed that there was instruction there that we can't account for.
I mean, for example, for DNA replication to occur, you have to have a clamp protein that physically holds the DNA polymerase on the DNA strand. If you don't have it, the DNA polymerase flies off and you can't have replication. So we didn't know that until relatively recently. And then they find out, oh, holy crap, not only do you have to have that, you have to have another type that physically forces and physically inserts the clamp onto the polymerase. And oh wait, you can't. The polymerase doesn't work unless you have the clamp to activate it. So now you have three components. And there's actually quite a few more of this. There's actually 85 for eukaryotes, for example. There's 85 different transcription factors that are required to be accounted for in order for DNA or RNA, either DNA replication or RNA transcription to occur. 85.
All at the same time? All at the same time?
Yeah, and that's before you account for the binding site requirements in the promoter regions of the genome and the data packing and everything else that's required. So we didn't even know this was a requirement until relatively recently. But
they should have guessed it. They should have guessed it, though.
Well, according to the EVOs, it's nothing but a bunch of chemical reactions. And
those are the reactions.
So the point I'm making is, you asked for an example, and I'm like, there's one. You have to account for 85 different transcription factor proteins in order for replication to occur. Go.
Yeah.
Complexity is nothing more than evidence for complexity. Spiritual experience is nothing more than evidence for an experience.
Okay.
What about irreducible complexity?
Hang on. Lying for Jesus. So you clearly missed the entire point. So can you, if you have a nut and a bolt, how are you getting the nut onto the bolt?
It's going to screw on eventually, right?
Okay, and then to tighten it, are you going to require vice grips, a socket set, a wrench at a minimum in order to tighten it?
Wait, the bolt is going to screw on eventually? Is that what you said?
Is this kind of like when I lock my shed in the fall, and then after a buffalo winter, I come back and the hose is wrapped around the lawnmower and the ladder? And I didn't touch it. It's been locked the entire.
No,
do that, or
dude, I didn't ask you about it. I'm asking specifically about a bolt and a nut.
And it's threaded, or is it a chemical bond? Because I mean, it's analogies like that.
I'll get to that point. I'll get to that point. I will annihilate the stupid little talking point you're trying to counter this with. But how do you just answer the question? Is a bolt ever going to apply itself to a nut?
With enough tries, yes. With enough time.
Okay, so let me get this straight. We've got a nut and a bolt sit next to each other on a block of concrete. Nobody ever comes over and touches it. Is there any plausible scenario in which the bolt literally tightens itself onto the nut, or the nut onto the bolt? I mean,
without time or any movement. Or
I'll give you infinite time. But there's no intelligent agents or any robots or anything of that nature. There's only the freaking wind. Is there any scenario in which you think it's actually plausible that the bolt is going to apply itself, or the nut is going to apply itself to the bolt?
If there is no outside pressures whatsoever, no. If there were
no. You've got all the natural pressures, bro.
Yes, if you had billions of years, would something ever get onto something? I'd have to see the. Is it screwed down?
This is extraordinarily basic, dude. You have a nut and a bolt sitting next to each other on a piece of concrete. All you have is the natural forces, which you rely upon for Evo. Okay, so all the same things. You got gravity, you got physics and chemistry, bro. Is there any scenario in which you think that the nut is going to somehow screw itself onto the bolt?
Can I answer that?
I'm asking Lion. If Lion for Jesus, hang on. Lion for Jesus is a Dodge artist. Go ahead, bro. You gonna answer the question or what?
I'm not a Dodge artist. I'm trying to.
This is like for a kindergarten. This is like for a kindergartner, bro. Do you think that a bolt and a nut can conjoin with no external agency being required?
Muses say yes.
Intelligent.
No.
You have nothing but wind and law. You have nothing but the laws of physics and chemistry, but nobody to actually apply it. Will the nut ever screw itself onto the bolt?
With enough time, gravity, wind, yes, pressures, temperature changes, anything is possible. Yes, with enough time.
Okay. Hang on. Let's take this to another level. Okay, so now you have a nut, a bolt, and you have two pieces of steel that have holes drilled in them. Now, do you think that, again, lying there on the concrete, nothing but wind, rain, water, and natural forces, do you think
volcanoes,
that the two pieces of steel with the holes drilled in them are going to somehow align themselves perfectly so that the two holes that are drilled are aligned in the pieces of steel, and the bolt is going to insert itself through both of those holes, and then the nut is going to tighten all the way down onto it? So all the two pieces of steel, the bolt and the nut, are now all conjoined.
You lost me halfway through. I don't know. I'm trying to visualize like a rock.
If you can't comprehend that, we're done. Okay, AJ,
welcome to analogy to begin with.
Welcome. It's actually this just if you don't think that analogy has application to.
It's probably a bogus analogy, but
okay. So do you know how zinc fingers work?
No, I don't know how zinc fingers work.
Okay, so you don't know zinc. Okay, so do you know what transcription factors?
I don't know what zinc fingers are.
Okay. We'll get to that in a second. AJ, what we got any person in the stream?
Let me
AJ,
fix your analogy.
Hang on.
I didn't want to move on from that.
Hang on. We can go back to it. Hang on. First off, AJ, welcome to the stream. What's going on? I think it's your first time on. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I was just watching, ready for the debate. Then it was ended, and I just came in, was listening to all the conversation here. It's interesting.
Gotcha. Anything you want to add? This initially kicked off because the debate didn't happen. So what are your thoughts about the fact that the Kent Hovind versus Donald Kronos debate did not happen? But more importantly, I've now invited Donald Kronos 3 times to come over here and tell us what went down and share his side of the story.
Did you see the apology video?
I did.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I've offered for him multiple times to come over and be able to air his grievances, and he hasn't come over. But anyway, go ahead, man.
Oh, yeah. So I was just wondering, it seems like, do you all believe very similar things or have a lot of different opinions? As far as like, I don't know, like, so like, if evolution was real, why does that make a difference about if God existed or not? Like, why is that connected?
The Bible would be a lie.
What if it's not real?
Oh, so then the Christian God. Okay, so that's why it's connected. Okay, that makes sense. I was just curious because I was thinking if there were like an intelligent being, all-powerful being, why does it matter if he used that as a tool? Because I've heard other Christians say that, So I was just wondering how it was connected.
Well,
we believe the Bible.
Here's the thing.
Yeah. So okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Here's the thing. So there's multiple layers to that. So yes, from the Christian perspective, what Bob said, yeah, I agree with. In relation to the overall top level question of like, how the heck are we here, right? We're fate, and this is accepted in philosophy. Either there is a cause required, or there is not, right? That's what it is. Those are the choices. And either naturalism or there was a external agent. That's just fundamentally accepted in philosophy, right? Now when you getting into our existence, our individual existence, in terms of biology and evolution, abiogenesis, all those topics, now you have a new set of questions, which is, in my opinion, very easy to answer if you actually take the time to go and look past the surface level talking points that get spewed ad nauseum by Evo advocates. You rapidly realize that either people are stunningly ignorant of what is actually required and the fundamentals that are being required that we now know of. They're all being told happened through undirected process and environmental pressures. Or it's like, holy crap, this is the most mind-bending engineering that has ever been conceived. Until recently, we didn't even know what to look for, and we're on a daily basis discovering new things to look for that we didn't even know were possible from an engineering perspective.
What a novel idea.
And come to the conclusion like, this seems like the work of a genius. And in case in point, a lot of the talking points about, oh, that's bad design. Oh yeah, it turns out the more we learn, the more we realize like, oh, that was a dumb assertion. We just actually didn't realize how superior this was.
Can I ask a question about design?
It's superior to anything we can reproduce.
So I don't understand how that's related. If you're saying, I don't really understand how it could be come about from a natural process, how that's evidence for anything other than an argument from ignorance. That's what it sounds like.
Okay,
because you're saying, I don't understand this, so fundamentally it can happen. But I mean, that doesn't seem like evidence to me.
Did you listen to a word that I just said?
Yeah, I did listen to you.
Okay,
you said that we have learned.
Hang on. Obviously,
you said we've learned. Do you want me to tell you what I heard, or do you want to say it again? That's fine.
A combination lock
prevents. Hang on. You're already spewing the argument from ignorance talking point, which means you didn't actually listen to a word that I said, nor have you been actually going.
I did listen. Here, can I at least restate it to tell you what I understood? Otherwise,
okay, take your volume.
Then you don't know what to tell me. What I heard is that,
bro,
your volume really
volume down, bro. You're yelling. Volume
All right,
down.
my bad. Let me try to figure that out. All right.
Also, I just want to clarify that it is an argument from incredulity, not an argument from ignorance.
Yeah, it's actually worse than that, though.
And what if we exhaust all natural mechanisms? What are we left with? If we don't find a natural environment that's ever been successful, what else would we conclude? That it still happened naturally, right, atheists?
What you don't do is
exhaust all natural explanation.
What you
but if we have to intervene, okay, for example, in these origin of life experiments, if chemists are intervening at every step of the experiment just to get some of these reactions to work, why are you still concluding that natural chemistry would achieve this?
They're intervening. We have limited time. So if you plug in a fan to simulate wind, you're not cheating.
No, because time's the enemy of abiogenesis. All your molecules have a half-life. They're breaking down and turning racemic constantly. You've never studied chemistry.
It's actually worse than that. So not only you guys are, and I actually did a rebuttal to Frank Turek on this, which he had no response for. He's saying if two detectives they approach a murder scene and Detective A says it's suspect X, if Detective B can't come up with his own suspect, Detective A's suspect X wins, which is why people sit in jail for 40 years who are innocent. You can't say if you don't have your own, or if you don't have this figured out soup to nuts, that my thesis wins. You can't do it. People end up in jail.
So are you suggesting that we shouldn't come to any conclusions because we might be wrong?
Yes. You don't basically organize your life around this is the best conclusion we have, so this one wins. That's not how logic works, and that's how people end up in jail for 40 years who didn't commit the crime because they couldn't find any better explanation. So Joe Blow.
So can you prove beyond all doubt that Jesus did not exist and that lying for him is a good idea?
No. Well, lying for him is what I discovered in my journey that people did to protect their investment.
Okay, so are you 100% positive? And
I was going to keep going.
You have 100% proof that Jesus.
I'm like in between parts right now. So I could let you on.
A lot of interference, man.
I didn't catch any of that. Sorry.
You just said don't focus your life around something that you are not basically 100% positive about and can't prove beyond all doubt. So, can you prove beyond all doubt that there is no God?
No, you can't.
Okay.
Well,
can you prove beyond all doubt without the ability to observe the origin of life? Are you able to prove beyond all doubt that an intelligent agent was not required?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. So, do you think it might be relevant to go and look for yourself at the evidence and be your own detective and see if the evidence and the ability to reach the inference of the best explanation might directly point to an intelligent agent being required? Or that there is not a one.
Yes, many people have done that. And what's the consensus scholarship on that right now?
On Origin of Life? Origin of Life is failing miserably.
On Origin of Life, it's freely admitted they don't have a clue.
What's the consensus scholarship on those who have devoted their lives and spent?
That it's completely failing.
Consensus that they don't have a clue.
That it was Allah who created it, true prophet, or it was Yahweh and his only son.
No. We're talking about intelligent agency right this second. You're trying to go all the way down to which religion and which God of which religion is the true or false one. All right, now we're talking about what is the inference of the best explanation in terms of the origin of my existence. What are the fundamental requirements for life?
Information is one. Sequenced information, which they can't assemble, which doesn't form naturally.
Combination locks, hundreds of them.
Doesn't form naturally is a very strong positive claim that you have to defend. You can't just say
easily. Sure, easily. What do you want to break down about that statement? We have no examples of life arising from non-life. Every experiment has failed abysmally, and what they have manipulated in the lab is through very controlled chemistry.
Are you saying it's impossible?
Yeah. Show us how it's possible.
Yeah, because it falls apart before it ever puts itself together. It falls apart before it puts itself together.
Yeah, all your molecules are breaking down. Time is the enemy of abiogenesis. I suggest you watch some James Tour.
I really wanted to ask Lang one more question. So, Lang, you agreed that we should not come to any conclusions because we can never be absolutely sure.
So we can have maximum certainty, and what you do is you're maximally certain based on the available evidence at the time.
But you don't have certainty.
That's not the answer you gave. So you changed your mind?
No, I'm further elaborating that we can be maximally certain based on the available evidence, the current available evidence.
But you don't have the certainty.
That's not what earlier I asked you. That I asked you, do you agree that we should not come to any conclusions because we can't be absolutely certain? And you said yes. Did you change your mind?
I must have either misunderstood or misheard you. But I've always maintained that we can have maximal certainty based on the best available evidence.
Okay, but then what evidence do you have that life can arise from non-life? What's your best evidence?
On abiogenesis or evolution, you don't have certainty of how it happens or what the mechanism is or anything.
The best available evidence we have right now is we have hypotheses like the RNA world. You have a lot of other
failing.
Things.
The RNA world has failed. Hold it. The RNA world is a failing hypothesis. It's a highly unstable molecule.
You have labs that have actually used prebiotic chemicals like salts in that, and they've witnessed salts self-replicating. So I don't know how you
were they left-handed or right-handed or both?
Yeah, they were carefully selected molecules. Amino acid you're talking about?
John just told you have to have the cap to replicate. You have to have 85 things in place for it to self-replicate.
Yeah, and you need an intelligent agent to actually pull that off.
Yeah, you guys are comparing like the beginning of the origin of life to what we have now, and you're saying it's not.
There's no such thing as a primitive cell. Okay, but wait a minute. Yeah, but you don't have anything before that.
Look, you guys are trying to say that because we can't hold on, because we can't create in a lab something as complicated as we have in our bodies. Therefore, abiogenesis is false. That's just stupid.
No, it's not stupid because you've never come close to it.
Hey guys, hang on. Okay, so this is an open question to the atheist/ethos in the room. Okay, if the recognized lottery numbers you have to pick correctly are 1.2 million in a row, would you ever conclude that it's remotely plausible that anybody would ever actually win that lottery?
With enough people and guesses and time, yes.
Yep.
So you think they would? So you actually? Okay. So you do realize that number is greater than the total number of atomic actions that would have occurred in the observable universe in a 13.8 billion year time frame, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter though.
It doesn't matter. So you do realize you have to have the probability resources. Otherwise, it's not plausible and it's considered zero.
You know what the number of actions are in the universe?
Sorry, I left earlier. That was an accident when I was trying to change my mic. To leave. I just was wondering, so it seems like we have a different definition of what the default position is, like the null hypothesis, right? So what's the decision? What do we think is the truth before we see the evidence, right? So I think usually the null hypothesis is, that it's the one that takes the least new assumptions, and it's the one that just doesn't. It could even be nothing is the null hypothesis, because you have to have when you make a positive.
Your argument is stupid.
But we're looking at what the evidence is.
I'm not making an argument. I'm trying to ask: is this like what do you guys think is the default for like a murder? Like if you see
the default for what?
I'm saying for for a model of when you're trying to figure out the truth, right? Just far removed from all of the topics we're saying. Like if we saw a murder, not if we saw a murder. If we saw a dead person, what do we assume first? Do we assume it was a murder, or we assume it was a natural causes? Like how do you determine what the null hypothesis is? So it seems like.
Are you suggesting we start from
looking
neutral?
at what the evidence is showing.
And the evidence shows that molecules don't move towards life naturally.
Yeah, you guys are
I get that. I'm saying, what is the null hypothesis that you assume if someone said first? You have what's the zero? Like for instance,
what's the default? Yes,
we're looking at
what's
where
the default? There has to be
leads.
a default position.
We're looking at where the evidence leads. We don't have a position. We're looking at.
You guys are ignoring his question. The answer is neutrality.
Yeah, I mean, the neutral hypothesis is you're trying to be neutral at first before you look at the evidence. I'm not trying to sway you on anything specific, and so I'd agree with that.
So let's go down that. AJ, let's go down that rabbit hole. Okay, so you are going down and trying to keep an open mind. All right. In order for this robot that you come across on the planet Mars to operate, you dive into it and you realize that it has a hyper complex machine code operating system and has nanorobots inside of its overall shell and has things that literally inside of it that functions that literally enable real-time controlled quantum coherence to enable a variety of functions and to modify chemical reactions, things of that nature. And not only that, it can also replicate itself. You found this in the middle of nowhere on Mars. Elon Musk finally gets us there with SpaceX, and that's the first thing we find. Would you conclude from a neutral perspective that the rational explanation for the existence of said robot is that a intelligent agent at some point existed on Mars or had somehow come to Mars and left it there?
So for me, I would think that with no other information, if I was like in, I would think it looks like someone might have put this here. Of course. Yeah, of course I would.
Okay, so hang on. We're going to another level. Okay, so now let's go.
So I can't respond. I mean, I don't see. I'm
getting into. There's multiple layers to this question. I'm going. This
if
is
you just put me straight into a obvious question maze, and I can't even respond. Like
I'm going to let you, dude. If you don't shut up and let me actually finish my entire point, then we're not going to have dialogue. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So now let's go one step further. Now let's go back to the.
Wait, can you repeat what he said? I've completely lost track of the conversation now.
Well, I guess you should pay attention. In the context of the underlying requirements of all of the operating system, right, having to be machine code, do you think in any scenario it is plausible that without an intelligent agent taking action and assigning the finite alphabet sets that are required for all code bases, do you think it is remotely plausible that one of those could actually form itself in any context as a fundamental requirement for the overarching functions of said robot?
Can you, so the robot, you're saying it just started out like this? Don't you think
no,
from a smaller piece?
No, I'm going down to the root, underlying root requirement for, it doesn't matter if this is a nanorobot or a human-sized robot, okay? At the root, it requires a operating system. And
so you're saying the nucleotides at the root?
No,
well,
I'm referring to the genetic code in the DNA.
Right.
Yeah, the nucleotides,
No. Wait. Is the hard drive the code? The hard drive on your computer, is that the code?
The hard drive is a component.
Are you asking me? No, AJ, the hard drive's not the code, but it contains it, yeah.
Okay, cool. So
that's what we're saying. Hold on. Okay. That's what we're saying about DNA. The DNA is not the code. There's code in the DNA.
Yeah, but DNA is like very complicated.
It's both, though. I mean, DNA is a long string of code. right?
Okay, now we're going back to the no. Obviously, you don't know anything about it. We'll get to that in a second. We're going back to the fundamentals of this in terms of the inference of the best explanation, which evos and atheists all run around claiming is not even. It's just nothing but ignorance and incredulity and such. Okay, now going back to the operating system and the source code that's required in order for, doesn't matter if it's the nanorobot, in this context comparison, the point I'm making is prokaryote versus the much more advanced robot eukaryote. They both require a machine code language, okay? They require assembly code. And in order for that to exist, you have to have an underlying alphabet of the values that are encoded in order for the information transfer to occur and for the instructions to be executed. Do you think it is remotely plausible that ASCII or Unicode, which is the fundamental requirement for every single type of additional programming language that we ever use, everything in your computer, and nowadays modern era, it's Unicode, but do you actually think that's remotely plausible that without an intelligent agent, A and the equal value in ASCII of 010001 in binary could ever be assigned?
Yeah, of course.
So you think that the arbitrary
basically, I would make this analogy.
So we need full-scale clarity. You are stating that a code base can create itself, and the arbitrary value assignments for the two sides that are going to be translated, you're claiming that those two things can be assigned with no intelligent agency required.
If it's just ultimately it's zeros and ones, right?
No,
it's a binary code. I don't understand how you don't think. I mean, isn't it possible that over billions of years, we don't even know how big the universe is, that it could happen one time? That's what could have happened once.
Dude, okay.
How can you not even entertain that?
Let's rewind. Let's rewind. Do you have any knowledge of communication theory?
No, I'll be honest. I mean, I know about a little bit about communication, but I'm sure communication theory is something different.
Well, no, I mean, everything about communication theory ultimately requires what I'm talking about at its ultimate root. Okay, so when you were 3 years old and your mom or your dad was like teaching you your ABCs, right? They were teaching you right? And then showing you a letter that was shaped like an A, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Without them telling you that equals A in terms of the wooden letter block that you're playing with, right? Do you think you would ever have been able to determine that that is what A was?
Without them doing that? Yeah. I mean, I'd find it out later, you know.
No, dude. There's nobody else to teach you. You're in that.
Okay, so we're in a closed place.
Okay, obviously, dude. Obviously, you have a very hyper literal mind. Okay, so we're gonna put you in the middle of the desert. Okay, there are no other humans. You are by yourself. Okay, you have a block of wood blocks. Okay, nobody ever interacts with you ever.
Yeah, that's what I already.
Are you ever going to know
if that's what it is?
Then A, B, C,
I'm not going to know.
Okay.
If I just see, I mean, we've got. You had to have much other people were excavating the pyramids for who knows how long before they found the Rosetta Stone and could decipher anything.
Right.
So,
and what did the Rosetta Stone and what did the Rosetta Stone operate as? Was it the translation mechanism?
Say it again.
Okay, and what was the significance of the Rosetta Stone in relation to those translations?
Yeah, because we had 3 different passages written in the same languages on the 3 sides, so we could translate it.
All right. So you had to know, in order to translate and figure out what the other 2 meant, you had to know at least one of them, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you had to have the foreknowledge of the root alphabets and the languages in this full-scale language in this context in order to be able to do a translation into the other one, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you know what the genetic code is?
Do I know what the genetic code is for what? Like, do I know a whole
do you know what it is and what do you know what it is? It's like
I know what it is. Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
I mean, it's your DNA that's on a human.
How is the code? How is the code represented in the DNA?
Four different bases.
Organized into.
We put 4 letters on them, but I mean obviously
no, and they're organized into. Those are the symbols that we've assigned to represent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The code, but
yeah, the bases that it's
okay.
organized.
So do you know what a codon? Do you know what a codon is?
Remind me. I've
okay, so a codon is a set of 3 triplets of those base pairs, right? And that codon.
Yeah.
And then what is that codon equal to?
What do you mean? What is it equal to?
So do you know what protein synthesis is?
Yeah.
What's protein synthesis?
The RNA goes into the ribosome, makes proteins, and each of those three bases correspond to a protein.
Okay, so does the codon become the amino acid, or does it represent the amino acid?
It just represents it.
Okay, so is the codon like the wooden letter A?
It represents
in respect to the sound ah.
The amino acid.
Yeah, it just represents. It doesn't.
Okay, so it's a code, right? So the point we're getting at is, just like you just admitted, if you were in the middle of a desert, you would never know that ah equals the wooden letter A that you're now holding. How do you think, without a translation mechanism, in this context, a Rosetta Stone, how are you ever going to learn the alphabet?
I mean,
this is the conundrum that we're talking about. So in the context of the translation,
humans that, like, before language existed, before we had a written language, we had to create it, of course.
You're assuming
were those
that was a state we were in.
Were those until? Let's
Wait,
assume
what?
that.
Say that again?
Hang on. Let's assume that happened.
I'm assuming that previously.
Dude,
that
AJ, shut up. Are
Sorry.
you assuming that happened? Let's just say that happened. Okay. Were those previous humans, those early humans, were they intelligent agents?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So when they were creating these alphabets, hypothetically, they already were intelligent agents.
Yeah.
Okay. I see where
you're going. I
understand
what you're trying to say.
Okay. So now let's go back to Rosetta Stones. How are the codons translated into, what's the mechanism? What's the translation device? What's the Rosetta Stone for the translation of codon to amino acid?
It goes to the ribosome. I know that, and then it.
That's not the sole translation.
What do you mean? Okay, so in the what is it? The messenger RNA goes.
No, the messenger RNA is the code. How's it translated?
And then it goes and it gets transcripted, right?
No, it's already been transcribed. Now we're talking about translation.
It's been transcribed. Translation. That's it. Yeah.
So what's the adapter?
It switches the T's to U's, right?
No, well,
basically.
In the context of the DNA to RNA, but we're talking about RNA to mRNA to protein, the actual translation.
Yeah, okay, then it actually just copies the corresponding one.
No, dude, that's already happened. We're now talking about the translation of the codons into specific amino acids. What's the Rosetta Stone?
It takes 3 out. It goes to the ribosome, then it creates the protein, right?
I mean, that's what's happening. I'm asking you, how is the information transfer accomplished?
I don't know, actually.
Okay, so you've got the tRNA with an anticodon, which is used as the Rosetta Stone interpreter for adapter molecule for the equaling and the translation and making sure that the appropriate amino acid is being synthesized into the polypeptide. So this is a well-documented in abiogenesis. It's one of the biggest possible conundrums. It's well recognized of how in the heck is it remotely plausible that without in an undirected manner, that arbitrary values get assigned to codons and amino acids, because we have discovered and determined that there isn't the chemical reason for the amino acids and the codons to be assigned, because they never chemically interact. There is no chemical interaction. And we know, because we've done it, you can reprogram it to read differently. Okay, you can reprogram the codons and the anticodons and the amino acids and the ribosomes in order to translate it differently. So we have literal code base. So going back to you in the desert, without an intelligent agent, are the arbitrary values that have been assigned, whether it be a sound, a symbol, or a flashes of light, or electricity pulses for like Morse code, for example, or bumps for Braille. How does those values get assigned? Why is it not more, in your opinion, why is it more plausible that that can happen without an intelligent agent, when in every other context it is freely admitted that you would have to have an intelligent agent in order for these codes to be created?
Sure. So for me, I don't think, I know I don't, but I don't see any evidence for an intelligent agent. So that wouldn't be my conclusion. So my conclusion would be to do more research to find out more about abiogenesis.
So going back to Mars.
Just wait.
So dude, you have completely ignored the entire point being made.
You have to listen.
Everyone knows.
I'm so tired of Evo spewing the exact same talking point. They haven't listened to a word that's been being said, conceded the original point, and then is going back to, well, that's true, but we just haven't done enough research. After conceding the guy on Mars would be more likely to be, than the language there would require an intelligent agent.
I have a question.
I mean, it makes absolutely no sense.
I don't know how it makes more sense that some intelligent creator pre-exists everything. That just seems like a very complex thing. Don't you have to also explain that?
It's a simpler explanation, but I have a question for
what the evidence shows.
So, could I answer the question still, or?
Not with standard talking points that we've already addressed like 5 times.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is I didn't say it's more likely. I said, to me, logically, it seems that I would think that that doesn't mean it's more likely. That's it. What I think doesn't necessarily correspond, especially with something strange like that, doesn't correspond. Like, if we were having this argument 200 years ago, we'd be talking about something completely different, or 300.
Okay, so in the context, we're now dealing with 3D printers, right? If you came across, say, a G-code script in order for you I don't
write code, so like
I'm speaking hypothetically. Okay, so G-code it's a scripting language for like 3D printer control. If you came across one and you managed to learn how to operate it, and then you ran it in through your 3D printer, and it 3D printed a freaking Batman figurine or whatever, if somebody came up to you and said that, wow, I think it's possible that may have created itself, what would your response to that person be?
And I knew there's a 3D printer, and they were saying that the actual figurine created itself.
No, both the 3D printer and the source code and the design of the figurine.
Well, it would obviously not complete itself then.
Okay,
I don't get. So, are you saying, would I conclude that they would have, or
no? I'm asking you. So you've come across this. You figure out how it works, right? And you have been able to print out the Batman figurine, and then your friend walks up and says, "Oh, dude, I think that created itself."
And the filament.
And they took the very adamant position that the 3D printer, the source code, and the design of the figurine all had to have originated from an undirected process, and that your argument that somebody must have designed it was completely nuts. What would your response to that person be?
The person that created itself, that's saying that it created itself, I would obviously just show them all the evidence. There's all the evidence. I don't have to explain it much other than
can I give
show
my
them
response?
everything.
Go ahead.
What would the evidence be, AJ?
What would the evidence be? Oh, well, we have a 3D printer. You can show them the mechanics. You can do it again, repeat it. Obviously, to repeat something helps prove something.
Okay.
It made itself.
Hold on, so we're trying to do that with you, showing you how DNA is a 3D, or DNA combined with ribosomes and all the other interactions that are within the cell are 3D printers as well with code.
Okay.
And we've shown you what you listed that you would show as evidence that it did not create itself. And we're trying to tell you that, hey, look, we're showing you the evidence that you would try to present to show you that DNA did not create itself.
Sure. Okay. So if my default, my position is that, you know, I'm not sure how abiogenesis happened, and I don't believe in God, then you're telling me that basically that I should accept this new idea, this new hypothesis, and your evidence is saying that, you know, I don't see, you're not showing me the machine where you're not showing me God, right? You're not showing me you're not repeating it and showing me how it could happen again. I just personally don't see how you're showing me a large amount of evidence other than, well, we're not exactly sure how abiogenesis could have happened. We're not exactly sure.
Bro, just read the screen.
Do you know who made the 3D
in the
printer?
analogy, the 3D printer is God.
Well, see, look, here's the thing.
Who made the 3D printer? Do you know who
don't
made
know.
it? Okay,
I'm
but
not
you
sure.
don't have to know.
So
Well, that wasn't part of the analogy.
Yeah, well, actually, it was.
No, it's just because I was saying, though, that was my what I would show the person. I mean,
okay. So the whole
that's
wait,
what I was saying,
hold
that
on,
you
John.
haven't done that. You haven't shown me the evidence I would require to.
But you don't even know what the evidence is. That's what's hilarious.
Well, he listed evidence that he would give for the 3D printer. So you're saying that we are not showing you the same evidence that you said that you needed to prove to the other guy that the 3D printer did not create itself. What evidence did we miss?
No,
what have we not provided yet?
Not the 3D printer. It was the figurine could not create
Yeah,
itself.
No.
You got the filament. We got the figure.
Wait. No, you misunderstood.
Got the
guy that walked up to you did not conclude that the figurine made itself. He concluded that the 3D printer, the code that programmed the 3D printer to make the figurine, and the design, not the figurine, the design for the figurine. This guy is concluding that all of that stuff made itself.
You need the G code to make the figurine.
So what evidence would you provide to that guy to show him that, no, this thing didn't make itself. It was made by
AJ,
some intelligent being.
So
AJ, can you let me?
Press the button and do it again.
I think I know what you're trying to say.
You don't know who wrote
press it
the
and
G
do it
code,
again.
right?
That's so easy. I can show him why, you know.
Right, and I'm saying that DNA does it over and over again, and we can show you that the DNA is doing it, and it's doing it through a code, and it has a design, and it builds things in 3D. So what are we missing that you think is evidence?
I mean, for one, we're simplifying DNA to say it's exactly like computer code, which I don't know if it's exactly the same or not.
We're simplifying computer
AJ,
code.
can I try answering this for you? I think I know what they're wanting. I think I got a way to connect these two. If someone gave this Batman if I 3D print this Batman thing and someone said I think that code wrote itself, I could go to where I downloaded the code. I go to Thingiverse and I could show them this is where I got the code from and this is the name of the author that made it.
But
That's
you know,
they don't believe the book.
The code didn't write itself, though.
What if they don't believe
the code has an author, and you can always find that author.
But you know the code can't write itself, though, right?
That whole thing is so obnoxious as a talking point of, I can go find the author. Okay, dude, it's called open source, and there is so much anonymous code available right now that nobody, you don't know who wrote it. You don't know who wrote it. It's out there. It's in a library somewhere, right?
Yeah, but you can give an example of someone writing code.
We're talking about the fundamental requirements for the code.
But it doesn't write itself.
Well, then, Maddox, in your example, if it's open source, I can't prove. How can I prove then it didn't write itself then, right? How can I prove
Okay,
that?
okay. So
all the code
let me
there in the correct
so
order.
let me address that. This is the entire point I've been making all night. I've been making for a year now. Okay, is there is nobody on this planet except for freaking idiots who are ignorant morons who, if they came across a 3D print script for a freaking Batman figurine that happened to be open source and was anonymous, and I don't know who wrote it. Nobody with half a brain who is not literally mentally incompetent would ever make the argument that somehow it just created itself. They would just accept on face value that an author was required. Because it requires what? It requires foreknowledge of the intended outcome, and it requires knowledge.
That's not why.
Ogre thinks it wrote itself.
Yeah, it is. And you have to know and we know that you have to know the syntax and the semantics and all the command lines of the code base that you're using in order to achieve your end outcome. So, unless you're going to art, the whole point that's being made is in no other context, I literally dare you to go out and talk to people with half a brain in public on camera and ask them if they think that source code can write itself for anything that we currently use.
The G code.
Nobody will say that. Nobody will say that with a straight face.
Your argument boils down to believe me or you're an idiot. That's not an argument. That's insulting.
It means go
address the proof of a coder at all. You just said believe me or you're
what is inference of the best explanation?
We already have signaling theory. We already have.
Okay, so again, if you come across a letter on a piece of paper, are you ever going to conclude that the inference of the best explanation is not that you don't know who it was, but that somebody wrote it?
I'm not going to disagree that.
Answer yes or no. Is it the inference, the best explanation that somebody was required to write the stupid letter originally?
I'm not disagreeing with
you. Okay, then why are you acting like what I am saying is somehow unreasonable in the same context when you have all the exact same parameters that are required? In no other context would it be considered plausible or rational to be like, no. I think that somehow this poem wrote itself on this piece of paper.
We know people
running around claiming no, it's infinite amount of time, infinite amount of time.
Really simple.
You'd be considered an idiot.
Can I go back to my line of questioning?
We have evidence of people doing those things. So of course we're going to infer that some person did those things.
Exactly.
It's just a really bad argument.
Oh my God.
Terrible analogy.
Do any of you have any knowledge of information and communication theory? Yes or no?
I have an example that works.
Do any of you know about the basics of information and communication theory? Yes or no?
Equivocating.
Do you guys know the basics of information theory and communication theory? Yes or no?
Just make the point. What I don't care about.
My point is you can't make a point if you don't know what the word is that he's talking about. You have to let them know. If I ask you, do you know what kerfluffle means, and you never answer me as to whether or not you know, and then I give up and just say, okay, I'm going to give you an explanation, and I use kerfluffle over and over and over again, and then after I finish it, you say, I don't understand that. Well, it's because you never clarified that you don't know what kerfluffle means, so that I can define it for you, so that we can move on with the conversation.
Is this the same
but to be
theory
fair,
that
he said, do you idiots know what communication theory is? So it's like, well, I don't know who
I've asked the
exactly
question and tried to get.
So.
I've been interrogating you guys for like an hour now,
I already
and none of you, and you guys don't have a clue. My point is, you're telling me
we're not even talking about evolution either.
But you know what a printer code, a G code to make a Batman is.
I just answered your question.
We're talking about abiogenesis. So
it's a field of information theory and mathematics that studies the technical process of information. Okay, so now make your point.
Okay, so do you understand like functional information versus Shannon information?
No. What does that have to do with it?
Oh man! And you guys think that this is all reasonable? Okay,
or you can make your point.
Oh god. Okay, so if you have, just for example purposes, so if you have 10 letters that are all scrambled up, versus 3 words that are made up of 10 letters, in Shannon information you have the same amount of information. in terms of a functional piece of information, the words are different than the scrambled letters, right?
Depends on who's interpreting them.
Yes.
Well, you can't interpret them unless you have an understanding of the syntax of the code that's being used, right?
The right language.
I mean, there's no objective syntax. You can create some syntax.
Right. What's required to create syntax?
You have to know the language.
Wait, do you
Again,
think
you're equivocating DNA?
I'm not equivocating. I'm being direct. It is established premise in
Shadow. Follow him on his path here. Yes, he is correct.
Oh God, you guys. Okay, so you guys are coming here. You don't have a freaking clue about
the reason
conversation, but then you claim that we should just concede to the consensus when you don't even know what the consensus is.
You keep
We're trying to make a protein.
I can concede that languages probably need an intelligent creator. I'm not going to concede that DNA is language.
Okay.
It's the same why is it not? 3D printing a Batman is what you have to do to make a protein. It's the same thing.
It's just a set of physical processes.
It's a 3D printing process.
With a language that's different.
Okay.
Why is it different?
Okay, earlier, were you listening to a word that I was saying in relation with AJ when we were breaking down the codon to amino acid translation and the fact that there is no chemical reaction between the codon and the amino acid? That requires an adapter translator tRNA. Did any of that compute to you?
Was there some chemical reaction between that translator and the other thing?
Oh my God, no! There is no chemical reaction. There is no chemical reaction between amino acid and codon. None.
So there's
none.
nothing to say what the code should be.
To do a thing for no reason. Is that what you're saying?
There was nothing to say what the code should be.
This is all answered with.
If there's no reaction, like what's causing it to happen? Can you answer that?
It's intelligent.
Okay, hang on, everybody. We're going to clarify this real quick. Hang on, I'm going to play a video.
So a triplet code with 4 bases covers everything we need here. Okay, we have start codons and stop codons we have to keep in mind listed here. Okay, and as a reminder, right, in translation, the amino acids are delivered by the amino acyl tRNAs. Okay, so the mRNA does not recognize these amino acids directly. We need the tRNAs that allows this reading to occur.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and establish that there is no chemical reaction between the code, codon, and the amino acid.
She did say that.
So
look, what she said was that it requires some other thing to
translate it.
That's what John's talking about.
So a triplet code with 4 bases covers everything we need here. Okay, we have start codons and stop codons we have to keep in mind listed here. Okay, and as a reminder, right, in translation, the amino acids are delivered by the amino acyl tRNAs. Okay, so the mRNA does not recognize these amino acids directly. We need the tRNAs that allows this reading to occur.
Okay, so where in there
can you pause it? Can you bring the video back up, pause it, and ask them to read the text at the bottom?
No, on StreamYard you can't pause. You can if you I have it pre-uploaded. Yeah.
So I think I see what the argument is of. So you're saying that there's no reaction between them, but the video said there's no reaction directly because the tRNA goes in between them. So I think that's what everyone's arguing about.
Because it translates. It has to know the language to translate it.
Okay.
She's using language.
Okay. In code bases. Okay. Oh God. Okay.
She's not saying it's an agent that is translating.
Okay.
Are you fucking serious?
Dude, for Morse code, okay, does it matter if it's light, electricity, or sound? Dude, for Morse code, does it matter if the medium is light, sound, or electricity?
For Morse code, no.
Okay. So, what is required for the translation of whatever it's light, sound, or electricity? What is required as the translation mechanism for interpretation of the Morse code?
understanding the language.
Well, that's the fundamental level. Okay, well, I'll just dumb it down.
Are you saying that these little things have some consciousness and that they are actually interpreting things?
No, dude, no.
Or it's a physical chemical reaction that just happens when these things meet.
Oh, okay. So does
like when an electron bonds to
so
a
Daily Show? Do you have any idea about how does your computer interpret zeros?
Are you going to answer my question?
How does your computer? Dude, you're a freaking idiot. It's amazing how much of an idiot you are.
You're not answering my question.
How does
That's his
your
go-to.
computer? How does your computer? Well, I'm trying to
He
explain.
loves to call people idiots when they want to ask a question. I think you should let him ask the question if you're not afraid to hear it.
0 and 1 is not a color on your computer screen.
I don't even know what you're talking about now.
Oh, I know. That's my entire point. Is you don't know what you're talking about. You are an ignorant fool who is buying into high-level talking points from
color on my screen mean?
Okay, no. How does your computer know? Is your computer is your computer conscious of zeros and ones and the different voltages that are being passed through the circuits as it interprets it? Does it consciously know?
Of course not.
Okay, so what is required for that to occur? You don't have to give me the mechanics. I'm talking about what is the fundamental underlying requirement in order for that to have been interpreted?
You have to assign a meaning to the zeros and ones.
I'm not agreeing that it's being interpreted.
You have to assign a meaning to the zeros and ones.
You can point to a professor using language to communicate ideas to students, but she's not literally saying that it's being interpreted the same way that people interpret languages. I'm never going to concede that point.
You have to assign a meaning to the zeros and ones.
Look, I'm not even paying attention to you because I don't think you're tracking.
You have to assign a meaning to it.
It's all the wrong questions anyways.
You have to say this equals that, this equals that.
Look, when the electron bonds to a proton, is there some conscious entity making some decision there?
No.
Okay, so just like that, there are chemical.
Is there a conscious entity happening when the fucking idiots?
There's a language. There's a language that's being used to assign an amino acid.
Daily, finish your point.
He's not here. Oh wait, no, the other dude left. Sorry.
The sequence. The sequence equals whatever its assigned amino acid is.
Look, an electron has a negative charge, and a proton
it has to be assigned. The meaning has to be assigned.
Listen, they have a positive and negative charge.
It's not because of a chemical reaction.
Oh, come on, man. Let him finish his point so I can refute it.
It has to be assigned.
Look, all you guys are doing is you're equivocating human language and natural processes.
No, we are not, dude. Okay.
Language.
And is it weird that we developed code and programming and that which we came from? Is it kind of weird? Did anyone ever think of that we're asking the wrong questions? Like, is it weird that my brothers played Division I college baseball and my kids played college baseball? Like, is it weird that we inherit things that we might model programming and languages out of what we've come from, that we've evolved based on these codes?
I was with you till you said evolved.
We're observing what's happening.
All right. So, what is your justification for DNA being a language that's being interpreted? Because for interpretation, there has to be some agent doing the interpreting. You can't just.
No, there has
but
to be.
We know there's an agent. You guys don't believe it.
Dude, okay. Hey, Otangelo, you got major feedback, man. Dude, for the interpretation, you're acting like the interpretation of code requires a conscious agent. That is not correct. That's the whole point we were making about is your computer conscious? No. Per your own admission, it's not conscious. However, it has the capacity on a mechanical level in order to be able to interpret the code base because it's been pre-programmed and pre-engineered to be able to interpret the code. This is exactly what we are talking about. This is the entire point. It doesn't. Okay, and now in the modern era, you do realize. Actually, I shouldn't say you do realize. You obviously don't know this. We're currently creating DNA-based computers right now. Like humans are doing this. We're creating DNA storage, data storage. we're currently in the process. The biggest tech companies on this planet are investing billions into creating our own DNA computers and robots, okay, and computation systems. Okay, it's not just it's just chemical reactions. No, there's chemical reactions occurring, but there's chemical reactions happening in your freaking computer too. But nobody would ever argue that, oh wait, because there's natural forces that are occurring, therefore the computer must not have been programmed. This is what is being argued here. So are you going to say that when we as we create, like they've stored like the like horse track races video in DNA right now. So if we go and read that in the chemical reactions that are being utilized in the DNA that's now storing the freaking video of the horses doing the race, are you going to claim that that's just chemical reactions?
All right, so the video is chemical reactions? Is that what you're asking?
The video is stored. The data is encoded into DNA sequence. Are you suggesting that just because it's now stored in DNA, which is nothing but chemical and reactions and natural forces, are you suggesting that there's not data that is in that DNA sequence?
I mean, yeah, I guess I'm not saying that we can't imitate DNA. I never conceded that either.
So if we're imitating it, then that means that it already has the capacity. It already is a digital code base.
No.
Okay.
His point is it's not surprising that we imitate something that we came from. Like,
it's digital data. It's literally digital data that's being translated.
Is there any context in which you think that the video, the digitally recorded video of the horse race, can be translated from binary into quaternary DNA code or genetic code, right, and stored? Are you suggesting that that could ever occur without an intelligent agent?
Ask that last sentence again. Sorry, I missed that last sentence.
Okay, so
just the last sentence.
The original video, okay, it's stored in binary. It is then translated into quaternary, which is genetic code, and then stored in the DNA syntax.
Yeah.
And now you can translate it back from the quaternary into binary and then be re-watched on your computer.
Yeah.
Does this not compute?
The data goes from your computer to the DNA, from the DNA back to your computer, and you can watch it on the screen.
It is digital information. It is not analog. It is digital. It is a quaternary code base. I mean, even I gotta play another video. Even Richard Dawkins recognized this.
In biology, I suppose it would have to be the double helix, Watson and Crick discovery of the structure of DNA, which was far more than just the discovery of the crystallographic work, discovering the structure of a big molecule, because what that led up to was a major revolution in which much of biology became a sort of branch of information technology. The consequence of the Watson-Crick discovery, with all that it led on to, the DNA code and the sort of various genome projects that are going on now, is that genes, which from my point of view are absolutely central to biology, genes are information. They are coded information. It even looks like computer information. I mean, a chromosome is a great long computer tape. It's linear, it runs one-dimensional, digital code. It's not binary, it's quaternary, but apart from that, it's just the same as computer tape. It's read in sequence. It's copied and pasted from one part of the organism to another in just the same way as a computer programmer would copy and paste. So biology has turned into computer science. And
that was actually my point. We've emulated what we've come from. Congratulations.
Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Okay.
You're missing the point.
I agree.
You're missing the point.
We are
I'm not missing the point.
we are emulating what we come from. The thing is that you think
post-hoc rationalizing because we made it like something, therefore that
intricacies of our DNA code. Are you concluding that the equivalent of Google, Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, and everything else could come into existence by chance without an intelligent designer?
I suspect so, but again, that's an origins or bust question.
Yeah. So
and John Perry explained all this, and I'm
he
for your rebuttal. Signaling theory and chemical evolution. He has NASA and Georgia Tech videos that he creates for, funded by NASA and Georgia Tech. He explains all to you. You've yet to rebut that.
Okay, so signal theory is
signaling theory.
So
he calls it signal theory.
So signal theory depends on a pre-existing communication system. It depends on a pre-existing communication system. Does that compute?
That's not the way he explained it to you. That's not what his videos show. That's not what NASA shows. Watch the videos again.
I have. I understand that they make these grand assumptions, but if you go down to the root of
it, with the best available evidence, yes.
No. If you go down to the root, okay, bro, they can't even create a self-replicating RNA strand right now. They take artificially created ones, and then get them some of them to catalyze, but they can't.
They can't make the information.
The most they've gotten to
what's the time limit?
14.
They can't do it by 5 o'clock next Tuesday. Then deism wins. Deism wins. What?
There's a
dude. You even know what?
$10 million prize for if you can make information from no information.
That's great. And what's the deadline? Next Tuesday at 5?
Yeah, whenever you can.
No, a couple of years.
If it's not done by next, if it's not done in 10 years, then deism wins.
Okay, line for this study, I asked you something. When you see a translation book on the table.
Angelo, we got a crazy background noise, man.
You got bad signal and translation though, Angelo.
So I have a question that's kind of unrelated, but I don't know if I should ask it now or later.
Well, there was a question I wanted to ask Ogre for a long time.
Based
off of his last response.
Oh boy, I'm so excited.
So you said that you would show them the document. You would show them the book that says, "Hey, this is the guy that made it." Right? That's how you would show him that this thing didn't make itself. Somebody made it. What if you showed him?
Yeah.
What if you showed him the book and he said, "Well, I don't believe that book. So I think it created itself."
I think you're probably having to run down a rabbit hole that's kind of hard to know where it ends. Right? You go find the person that actually wrote it. And that person says, "I wrote it." And if he doesn't believe that, well, I mean, at some point you're fighting a losing battle, I imagine.
So
I think the difference is the book that explains the code. You would actually be able to repeat that. I'm assuming you're talking about the Bible. That's an assumption. But there's no religious text
find the author.
How everything works, and that we can replicate it.
My point is, I'm trying to find something that would convince you that it is a code, if in fact it is. And if there's nothing, hold on, let me finish.
That's because it's just a book that he poked at.
No, please let me finish. Oh, what was I saying? I wish you guys wouldn't interrupt me. I lose train of thought easily.
Can I say something then?
Oh, wait. Okay, here it is. So if there's no evidence that can convince you that it was written by a designer, if in fact it was, then your position that it was not written by a designer is unfalsifiable.
That's basically what I was going to say. Yeah.
A video about committing DNA.
Is it better now, my microphone? I think that's noise.
Wow.
I can't hear a word he's saying.
Oh, D'Angelo, leave and come back. That might help.
Okay.
No, we can't hear.
Agatha? Is that how you pronounce it? Agatha?
Argatha.
Agatha, okay. Yeah, I think that you make a very good point, right? We keep running in circles here, and there needs to be a point to where someone like me would say, yes, it looks like there was a coder for DNA. If I don't have that as a goalpost, then there's no point in arguing with me, right?
Well, you saw Richard Dawkins say it was a code, right?
I personally don't have a problem saying DNA is not against a code. I do have an issue when you say that God is the coder. You know, because I do view those two sentences as different.
Richard Dawkins is a staunch.
Mute your mic, D'Angelo.
I mean,
But it is a code. You have to establish it is a code.
Isn't going to do you any favors.
But you have to establish it is a code.
Look, he was just saying.
I can barely hear.
The reason why I know it's a code because it makes you a human. That's why I know it's a code.
LPP, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Can I send you a video? Can you play that? It's like a minute video.
Will, is this the video you showed me and Neff's chat?
No, it's literally Richard Dawkins saying that DNA act as a computer.
We just watched it.
Program.
Yeah, we just watched it.
Yeah, I just played it. I just played it. Yeah.
You guys are proposing Dawkins he's just lying to himself. He doesn't, even though he's atheist. He's just kind of denying the obvious thing, right?
So you're proposing that he's lying to himself.
No, so I have a question.
The irony is the fact that he's an atheist.
Well, I have
It doesn't matter. It's still a code.
Okay, so did you guys, Angela, it's still bad.
I just have a question about the Richard Dawkins thing. Did you, so he's right about that, but he's wrong about everything else? I just don't get how you could use him as a source. Especially because he actually believes in abiogenesis.
AJ, do you seriously not understand the stupidity of the point you just made? We're saying
probably doesn't.
Even Richard Dawkins accepts that it's a code. Now, if he wants to argue about the
Richard Dawkins makes a comparison to computer code.
Shut up. You're missing the point. All of you are missing the point.
You're pretty toxic.
Okay. So you're missing the point.
Agatha is pretty nice compared.
Okay, so you're in bad shape. I'll let you in a second.
Thanks. But Richard isn't proving evolution either.
The point being made is you guys are arguing over whether or not it's even a code, except for Ogre. Ogre is the only smart atheist in the room right now.
I get that.
And
definitely a code.
I forgot Danny entered. Okay, so that's what's being argued. The whole point of playing Richard Dawkins, the whole reason I had that clip in my little arsenal is for all the YouTube ignorant morons that come on and be like, it's not a code. It's not a code. I'm like, even Richard Dawkins says it's a code. What are we arguing about? Is the whole point. So now if we accept, okay, it's a code. Now the next step is we're not arguing over the Christian God. We're arguing whether or not it is the rational inference of the best explanation as to an intelligent agent being required for code to exist or not. That's the net point. Not whether or not it is one, because everybody freaking accepts that it is one, except for YouTube atheists. It's amazing. All right.
Oh, yeah. The thing is, you guys have to understand that Richard Dawkins is not only an atheist, he's actually an anti-theist. And,
that's an atheist.
And, they're saying he's not saying it because, he's trying to prove the existence of God. It's just a fact of science. It's what it is.
He's not an atheist.
Yeah, he's an anti-theist.
He admits he's an agnostic. Nobody's an atheist, an actual atheist, because then you don't believe in anything.
No, atheism is just an answer to one question. That's all it is.
No, atheism
doesn't tell you anything.
So atheism is the denial of the existence of God.
Atheism can't tell you anything.
Jungle, you got to be careful, man. You interrupt a lot.
Hey, I'm not interrupting. I hardly ever speak. What are you talking about?
You're only talking when someone else is talking. I don't know if I can get
hardly ever speak.
All right, Danny, welcome to the stream. We have a rational atheist who has joined. What's going on, my friend? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are y'all?
What's up with Danny and Otangelo coming here with like high pitched little buzzing sounds in the background.
Oh, that's actually StreamYard. Let me fix it really fast. Is this? How is this?
That fixed it. Well,
what'd you do so we can tell Otangelo?
I switched to a different mic, but there is something. This happened. So there's two options. There's like microphone and microphone default or something. Like, I don't know. There is something automatically adjust mic volume. It might be that.
Yeah, and maybe the echo nullification or whatever.
The little cog at the bottom of the screen, you push that, the cam/mic cog.
Yeah, you have to mess with the settings. It's something with StreamYard. It doesn't happen on any other platform, that buzzing noise.
So, Danny, are you just joining us, or did you witness the initial
the last thing I heard was
the debate that didn't happen over on MDD?
I don't know about that. What happened?
Oh, have you seen the new modern day debate? He just posted a video about what happened. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I streamed it real quick when he was live.
What's going on?
So what happened? There was going to be a Kent Hovind versus Donald Kronos debate over an MDD, and Showtime comes along, and Kent Hovind's doing a live stream on his own channel. Everybody's over on MDD, like wondering what the heck's going on. I guess that there was communication confusion, and Kent Hovind didn't know he had a debate scheduled. So I decided to do a quasi after show for the debate that never happened. And now we're here. But then James thought that it was Donald Kronos's fault. So even though Donald's in the chat, like claiming that he had told him and set everything up, James was being not being a total jerk, but he was kind of like quasi blaming Donald. Well, then fast forward like 20 minutes later, I guess Donald was able to send James proof that he had been communicating with Kent Hovind. So then James did a live stream apology to Donald for not accepting his apology live initially. So anyway, it's turned into it was a bit of a dumpster fire over there, but
it was very good of James though.
Yep. But we've since turned this into a massive dumpster fire over here.
Yeah, the last thing I heard was AJ. I guess to explain what LPP was doing is something. There are one of the reasons why both atheists and theists cite their opponents' heroes or experts is to show that look, here's someone that doesn't have the same biases or motivations as I do that agree with me. That's all that LPP was trying to do with the Richard Dawkins thing, right? Hey, here's someone that is not biased in the direction that I'm in that agrees with me. I think that's the point when people cite each other's opponents, experts, or clan, I suppose. I don't know if that makes any sense, AJ.
I mean, I understand, but he's an evolutionary biologist, so it seems like I don't see how it's necessarily relevant if he's saying, well, evolution is real, and then you take that part that he said, comparing it, and saying that, oh, see, I'm right because he said so. Well, his all his research, all his books are written about evolution.
That's not what he's saying.
Like that. So I don't see how it's like.
Well, look, don't think of it as an argument. Don't think of it as an argument. It is true that it is it's somewhat like to say that Richard Dawkins said it, therefore it's true. That's not what's really going on. It's just something like, hey, look, this is not as controversial as you think. There are people on your side of the aisle that accept what I have to say, and they're not, as you would see, plagued by the same biases. So maybe you should just listen to what I'm saying. I don't know. Maybe it's not supposed to be an argument.
So what it sounds like you're saying is the same thing as well, hold on. It sounds like what you're saying is the same thing as if you were to quote something that, say, Ken Ham said that you believed was correct. And you said, hey, look, even Ken Ham believes this. And then I respond, yeah, what? Does that mean that that's the only thing that he's right about?
Well, we're just trying to establish that genetic information is a code. Now, if he can get past that, then we can go on to something else.
I mean, I think most of us acknowledge that it can be compared to a code, whether it's exactly one-for-one metaphor for computer code. I don't know.
It's not only one for one.
They're snuggling in that a code is written by someone.
It's not only one for one of the code. It's even more complex than the code.
Do you
Simple
think?
as that.
Do you think? Hold on.
And it can be used exactly the same too.
Do you think when Richard Dawkins said it was a code, do you think he's saying that someone wrote this code? Someone?
Yeah, he actually does. Yeah, he says that. If you go watch one of his videos, he goes around.
Yeah.
No.
Show me the
No, that's too much. You can't.
Wait a second,
That's
dude.
even worse than to put words in his mouth that he said there's a god.
Dude, shut up,
Richard
bro.
Dawkins
He didn't say there was a god. That's not what Will is talking about.
He was saying that when you look at the molecular biology level, you can find a trace of alien designing it or a sort of intelligent design that would have evolved by Darwin, meaning. That's what he's saying.
Literally
He's
wrote a book called The Blind Watchmaker.
Richard Dawkins has never claimed that.
Actually,
he's an intelligent designer. It's not even part of evolutionary biology. So
AJ,
maybe you want to see the video. Maybe you want to see the video where Richard Dawkins literally says it could be alien, and you can find a trace of it.
Hypothesis, yes.
Yeah, it was Bill Stein. Is that his name? He was interviewing him and was asking him about intelligent design. And Richard Dawkins basically said, I suppose it's possible that aliens may have seeded the planet, and that's a very interesting idea, and he thinks that it's likely. That's what he said.
It's a panspermia hypothesis.
No, he says you can find a trace when you look at the molecular level.
He probably said that it looks to be designed, and then he probably goes on to give examples of why it also doesn't look designed. Like
you're ignoring, but
I can't hear any buzzing.
What I said, because Richard Dawkins said that it was totally plausible that aliens seeded this planet, and that's why there's code in the DNA. But he rejects the idea of it being odd. He said that it would necessarily have to be something that itself had arose from Darwinian processes, but we could have arose from non-Darwinian processes by being seeded by aliens.
Yeah, you probably just said that that's something that is possible, but I doubt that you're going to find a quote of him saying that that's likely.
No, he literally says you can look. He says you can look at the molecular level. And
I'm not a liar. Does anybody got the clip?
It's because it's not likely that it happened on Earth.
What is it? It's intelligent design. Noah's.
Hey guys, 1 second, everybody quiet. Let's see if Otangelo we can hear him this time. He can get his question out. Otangelo, go ahead and try and talk.
Can you guys hear me now?
Hey, you're pretty faint.
Sounds like you have a bad wire.
How about now? Better now?
Yes.
Hey, yeah.
Okay. All right.
What'd you do?
Well, I restarted my computer. So I was making a very basic question when this thing about translation is not understood. I think that analogies really help. And I think a good analogy is just to say, if you see a translation book on your table of two languages, one is English and the other is Chinese, and there the word chair in English means shizi in Chinese. And now you have to ask, if you don't know who wrote that book or how it came to be, that translation book, would you say it was invented by intelligence, or did it just come up by natural means without any intelligence involved?
You can't use that analogy. We know how books are made. We already have theories and hypothesis, and we have chemical evolution and signaling theory.
Do we know how codes are created?
The codes that we've created
are all code. Dude, had we created codes before we knew that there was a genetic code? Yes or no?
Yes, we have. Okay,
so the fact that one existed prior to our realization of it has zero relevance to whether or not we created them prior to, and the requirements, the fundamental requirement for all codes we have ever observed required intelligent agents, correct?
No.
So
Hey,
you're
no,
saying
we've only observed codes that we've made before DNA.
you're saying a code has to be made by humans.
All the codes that we have, except for DNA, are made by us.
By
Yes.
intelligence, right? It doesn't matter if it's humans, but intelligence has to be involved. That's the key point.
Yeah,
all codes have to be made by humans. That's what you're saying.
No, all the codes we have are human-made. DNA is the first one that
we
is
have
outside
DNA.
of us.
We have DNA, and humans didn't make it.
That was my point.
That's not what he's saying, Jungle.
So how do you know that non-intelligence can create a code?
Because we have Q theory, we have signaling theory, we have chemical evolution theory. We're getting the door is closing. You guys don't understand this.
This is coming from the guy who doesn't know what the hell we're talking about, per his own admission.
It's a code we didn't write.
So why would chemicals merge with the translation system? Why would they do that?
It's just physical processes.
Yes, but that's not what I asked. I asked,
You're asking for
why would chemicals...
You're asking the wrong question.
No, I'm not.
Computers are just physical processes.
You don't even know the question. You don't even know the fundamentals.
He's asking the wrong question.
You don't even know what the question means, bro.
You're asking why and who. These are the wrong questions.
No, I'm asking just why would chemicals assign meaning to chemicals? Why would they do that?
The difference between what you're asking and how, like, what are you asking how? Because if you're not, I don't know the difference.
I am asking why chemicals would assign meaning to each other.
The question isn't helping. If you asked how, is that the same question?
How would they assign meaning? How would they do that?
No one's saying there's meaning.
Why are you not answering his question?
It's trial and error, basically.
It's a code, it has meaning.
Trial and error. Wow. Do you know what would happen if there would be just nucleotides and amino acids laying around on the prebiotic earth? They just would lay there, and that's it. They would
forever and ever, right?
They would disintegrate. They would not complexify. They would simply disintegrate.
Right.
And there is a science paper from Steve Benner from 2012, and he pointed out very clearly what he observed is that chemicals, they do not complexify. They simply disintegrate.
Right.
It's called racemization.
And
that's
James
the racemization is different, but that's like that's the fact that homochiral amino acids over time will spontaneously change chirality until they reach a point where they're like 50-50 in concentration.
Even genetic information continually simplifies all the time.
So, like for Jesus, let me ask you something very relevant here. You have on the prebiotic earth about 500 different amino acids laying around, but life uses just 20. How did that selection, or why did that selection of 500 to 20 specific ones which are used in life occur? Why should that chemical selection occur?
You're asking.
I have a question.
Yes, like for Jesus, I'm asking you.
Could I have a question?
Asking why?
How did that selection occur? How did that selection occur?
I don't know how it did it initially.
I have a question about abiogenesis.
Okay. So that's the first thing that you don't know.
Like scientifically. Can I ask a question?
Just ask.
Yeah, so I thought it was scientifically.
Aw. You boot him, Maddox?
He might have hit a button or something.
Oh.
No, he's not booted. He's backstage.
Okay.
We've been trying to get Otangelo's mic to work for the last freaking hour. We finally get him in here. He's having a quick dialogue, and dude saw we're talking to him. So Otangelo, go ahead and finish your point, and then we'll let AJ back in. He can ask his question.
Okay, so the first questions you cannot answer. Okay, let's suppose that the hurdle would be overcome and we would have the 20 amino acids which are selected in life to make proteins. Now you have also the problem that you need to select the left-handed amino acids which are used in life. How did that occur without enzymes?
I have no idea. I'm not a biochemist.
So that's the second.
I worked for
question.
Empire Genomics in Buffalo, where the first human genome was sequenced. I can tell you that much.
The problem is not that you are not a biochemist. The problem is principle. Chemicals, they do not have the urge or the goal to select functional ones which are used for life. They would just lay around on the prebiotic earth, and that's it.
And this is a consensus in the scientific community for the people who devoted their lives to this?
Yeah.
There is no answer how that would have happened. The homochirality problem is already about 150 years old, since Pasteur discovered that chemicals, that they are chiral. And that problem is outstanding, and there is no explanation. We know that enzymes, they do that, they make the left-handed amino acids, but there were no enzymes around prebiotically. So
Also,
you have no selection mechanism out there. And the selection problem is huge, not just in regards of selecting the amino acids, but also in regards of the nucleotides. You have three components. You have the base, the ribose, and the phosphate. And they have to be joined together in the right way. And the base is specific. There are millions of possible isomeric configurations, and you can put different atoms in there. They use carbon and nitrogen. And this configuration is finely tuned in order for you to have Watson-Crick base pairing. And if that configuration is not there, you cannot have the DNA ladder.
Yes,
So
I
you have,
understand that. And what do we do when we don't have an answer? We don't have a portion figured out. What do
so
we do?
the problem is not just that we don't have an answer. It is a principal problem, because chemicals, they do not have the urge to become functional.
And the consensus scholarship agrees with you, right?
Yeah, you
Wait,
don't say
hold on.
that it wrote
Hold on.
itself.
Okay.
Don't
Feeling-
say that
hey,
All right. So
program
we're
wrote
gonna let.
itself.
I've had Meiji on mute, and I put him on backstage. So it's obvious that Lying for Jesus doesn't actually think for himself. He just relies on consensus. So
Wait,
AJ,
I just have a point.
So do you when you take medicine.
Go ahead and make your point, AJ.
See, I was just wondering, because I thought the scientific consensus on abiogenesis is we don't know the mechanism, that we don't know how it works. I thought that's we've all been saying we don't know exactly how it works, right? Isn't that the consensus, that we don't know, that there's not a perfect model for it?
Yeah.
You know, like other
It's an
sciences.
appeal to authority. It's an argument from majority. They are logical fallacies.
It's not a logical theory.
Wait. But I'm saying that we don't. I'm saying they don't agree. I'm saying that we don't have. No one's proposed a working model yet. So
I'm saying consensus is irrelevant.
Okay.
Not when you're dealing with experts. No.
So when you have a long-standing open question, and it's a problem in principles, because we know that chemicals, they do not have the urge to select themselves to become functional and to complexify. What inference do you draw out of that? Do you just simply say, okay, one day science will find out, and then it will be a natural explanation? That's a naturalism of the gaps argument.
Yeah.
We don't know, therefore naturalism.
Yeah, magical matter.
You're doing we don't know, therefore theism.
Me?
No,
when was the last time the answer was supernatural?
Life for Jesus. Let me answer to that. We know that intelligence has the capability to select the materials and building blocks for specific purposes. And intelligence knows how to generate information, and knows how to make codes, and knows how to make computers, and knows how to make machines, and knows how to make factories, and knows how to make production lines, and knows how to make transistors, and knows how to make energy turbines. And
So,
these are all things which we see inside of the cell. So that is a positive
Can I
evidence.
ask you a question?
Intelligence, yeah.
Hey, Otangelo, can I ask you a question real quick?
The argument you're saying basically seems like, you know, there has to be intelligence to create intelligence, and on and on. And you don't believe in evolution, right? So you believe in the fixity of species?
No, you're moving goalposts, and I've not said that.
Hey, Otangelo.
Now, I was asking if you didn't, because
I believe
couldn't that just mean that we've existed eternally? Why does that presuppose a supernatural being instead of just endless beings forever?
Because it is information, and information is supernatural.
And it doesn't work anyways.
When has the answer ever been supernatural? When we were
more than just information.
This is the time. Finally, this is the time where it's going to be supernatural.
I gotta go to bed soon. Can I get my question out the way, please, soon?
Has never been supernatural ever.
Okay, everybody. I got Ogre's going to go up next. Then George is doing the stream, going to talk, and then Bob had a question. So Ogre, go ahead. Then George. Then
thank
Bob.
you. So Atangelo, this is an opinion on your side. I'm asking you your opinion of this statement here. Would it be fair to say that you're kind of using a Pascal's wager in your argument here? I think that's the correct one, right? Wherein it seems most reasonable to you to assume a theistic approach than a naturalistic approach. So that's where you hedge your bet. Is that a bad statement to say or not?
Yes, I use abductive reasoning to the best explanation.
Okay. Yeah, so gotcha.
Pascal's wager versus inference is the best explanation based on the evidence. They're two dramatically different things.
Well, explain that difference real quick to me, please.
I mean, the
Pascal's wager, the reasons are practical, whereas
it's basically based on consequences.
Wow. Okay. Anyways, yeah. The point is that it's practical reasons with respect to Pascal's wager. With inference, the best explanation, those are epistemic reasons, meaning they grant knowledge, since they give justification. So if you believe something out of practical reasons, that doesn't serve as justification.
Okay.
Thank you.
My framework, I basically use...
Hang on. George, welcome to the stream, my friend. How are you doing? Have you come back from the lake, or are you still riverside and drinking wine with all of your friends?
No. I'm not drinking any more wine, drinking water. But I've been listening to the stream since it began, and I was intrigued. When we talk about DNA, it's not just information, it's prescriptive information. And that's in an NIH paper. But not only is it prescriptive information, there are also algorithms in our genome. Algorithms are decision matrices. How do chemicals make decisions? They can't. This is an NIH paper. It's not me saying it. It's an NIH paper. It clearly states prescriptive information and algorithms. So how do you explain that from a purely chemical process?
Do tortoises make a decision to grow their necks longer, to eat the available vegetation? They don't make a decision. It's called selective.
Oh my lord! You missed
same
the
principle applies to
entire
chemical
point.
evolution. You know it.
You missed the entire point that was being made.
Yeah.
Does anybody know how to answer a question?
No, Bob. The problem with these guys is they literally do not understand the points that are being made. It's
They're
amazing.
assigning agency when there's no agency.
No,
You're trying to
That's
see
the
a
problem.
point.
He's including a presupposition, and then we're not allowed to address the presupposition. And you're saying without answer.
Exactly.
Jump from one thing to another thing to another
Can
thing.
I make a quick question?
Addressing the presupposition isn't jumping topics.
You're jumping.
Okay, Bob. I know you had something you wanted to add. Go ahead, man.
Oh, I don't remember.
All right. Well, let me know.
I have a question about. So sometimes you guys cite scientific sources. So how do you tell if that one's true or not? Because I know you don't believe in some sciences. That's not supposed to be like a gotcha. I was just curious, you know.
Right. We critically review methods that were used to test it, the assumptions that were the foundation of why they did the test and what test they chose to do, and we just reason through that. And you just read the paper and think, does it make sense that they did what they did?
Observation. You're echoing, Agatha.
Like for cheese, I wanted to ask you another question. Okay, so I've just studied this today. imagine that you arrive at a building place where a gigantic 3D printer is being built, assembled. And on the side of it, you see another machine, and that machine is making another machine. And that other machine is making the subunits of this 3D printer. And when that subunit of that 3D printer is made, then it is tested. It goes through a test drive to see if it functions as it should. And if it's okay, then it goes into the making of that 3D printer. If it's not okay, then it is discarded. Now you have no clue how that whole assembly thing came to be. And someone asks you, do you think this whole thing of this assembly of this 3D printer with the machines making machines and so forth and the test drive, did this come to be by random chance, or was probably someone very intelligent involved in conceptualize that 3D printer and then making all the machines which make the machines and make the test drive and so forth to then also assemble that 3D printer? What is the more reasonable explanation in regards of that?
Sounds familiar.
That's not an answer.
No, I was just saying because we went through this one earlier when you were asking me this
we
question.
basically said
the
that
exact
we have
same one.
evidence of people making 3D printers, so we can infer that.
Intelligence
also,
made the printer.
Wait, people can write DNA.
Intelligence made the printer.
People today.
Well, would
can
that
take
not be the most reasonable answer? That someone would say, intelligence had to make the whole thing, the machines that make the machines, which then test the subparts of 3D printer, and if it's okay, then it is assembled. Is there no intelligence required to do all this?
Yeah, that's the jump I'm not going to make. Right.
You
said that's exactly what we see in regards of the making of the ribosome, which is the translation machine, which we are talking about, which is using the genetic code. The assembly process of the ribosome is more complex than the ribosome itself. It requires about more than 200 assembly factors and about 75 cofactors, which are these machines. What happens there? There are machines which assemble other machines, and these other machines make the messenger, the ribosome RNA strand. And when that strand is made, it is tested. It goes literally through a test drive where it is checked if it has folded in the correct manner. If it is not folding in the correct manner, it is discarded. If it is folded correctly, then it is assembled with all the other ribosomal RNAs and proteins which have to be joined in a meaningful manner in order for you to have the two parts which then are joined, where you then have the ribosome. So this is an extremely complex process, and you have no evolution in order to explain the origin of that whole assembly thing. So you have either on the one side chance, or on the other side you have a super intelligent being which created the assembly process of the ribosome. What is the more reasonable explanation in regards of that?
So it's intelligence on top of intelligence on top of intelligence on top of intelligence.
Hey, we as intelligent beings, we do not have that kind of complex assembly and manufacturing processes which we see in the ribosome in regards of the making of the ribosome. And you need.
All right, let's let the atheist respond.
So yeah.
Isn't this the same exact thing we went through with the 3D printer?
Yeah, it's because we have evidence of us making one thing does not mean that we can infer that something like us makes everything.
Why not?
The evidence. Why not? The evidence that we have is that intelligence made the 3D printer.
You just said the opposite earlier.
That's the evidence that we have.
You said we know that robots are made by humans, therefore we have an explanation.
Yes, we have evidence of humans making robots.
We have evidence.
We have evidence of, hold on. We have evidence of humans writing DNA. Therefore, by your logic, humans wrote DNA.
And humans can write DNA. They can write information in DNA.
Do you think that do any of you guys think that
similar to DNA?
Do you guys think that any of you think that a deer could ever create a 3D printer?
No, deer have evolved in a different way than we have. Yes, we have the most intelligence. Well, actually, you can't even say that. We have probably the most vast intelligence, but we also can't run as fast as other species. We can't swim as fast. We can't lift as fast.
I think what you meant was that deer were designed differently than us.
So do you think that we could ever swim as fast as a shark?
No, but we can go faster than a shark.
The question is, can no intelligence make assembly lines and machines? That's the question, basically.
And Otangelo, honestly, how long have you spent looking into chemical evolution? Honestly.
Seriously?
Well, you are again not responding. My simple question is, can chemical evolution or non-intelligent mechanisms explain the make of assembly lines which make machines? Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Yes, this is what we're seeing. Yes.
No. Prove it. Show us.
Okay.
We
you
have
don't
never
even
seen that.
believe in evolution, Jungle. I mean,
prove it. Prove
we
it.
have never seen
Jungle,
that
you won't
non-intelligent.
prove God. I mean,
I
you already
can
said
prove
prove
God
it's
if you
not an
listen to
answer.
me.
So then you can
won't
say
listen
prove it,
to
but we
me. I
can't.
can prove God.
I literally
I can prove
posted.
God.
I literally posted all the transitional fossils in the chat earlier. I
It
bet
has
you looked at
nothing
it.
to do with what I explained and asked. I asked if non-intelligence can make machines and assembly lines.
And the answer is yes. That's what we're seeing.
No, we have never seen that. Give me a
You're
concrete
asking a
example.
very difficult question that literally the tops of the fields in this scientific field.
And
that's what
fossils
they're
are
working.
evidence.
So if they don't have an answer for you right this second, then you're right. Is that what you're saying? They're
No,
working.
I am saying that we go with the best explanation. When we see a machine in front of us with a specific function, then we know that intelligence by experience is able to make machines. We do not have any evidence whatsoever that unguided non-intelligent mechanisms, in other words, chaos and chance, has goals and can make complex multi-part machines with specific functions.
And we know fossils are the evidence of the global flood anyway.
So if I can't explain why I have to add epicircles to my model over and over and over again, if I can't explain why I have to do that and how that makes sense, and then somebody presents me the heliocentric model, should I have said, why, what, just because I can't answer this question, that means you're right?
That was our point. Early on, the models we had about the sun going around the Earth was the best we had. But if you look at the track record, every single time it's been an actual explanation. Where was the supernature explanation ever? When we're cutting the tongues out of people, during the Black Plague, when we were cutting the tongues out of people for blasphemy, what was the explanation for that? Was it blasphemy, or was it fleas on rats that were jumping off ships? When people were drowning at sea and we prayed to Poseidon, did it end up being Poseidon, or did it end up being meteorology? Come on, LPP. When has it ever been supernature? When has the answer ever been supernature? Ever?
The level of ignorance that is on full display tonight.
Answer the question.
Quite epic.
I asked you a question. I asked you a question.
I answered it in spades.
And started attacking religion.
I
asked you a question about how we should.
I'll answer it again.
Okay.
I literally said the heliocentric model we had was the best evidence we had at the time. We then fine-tuned that, and guess what corrected that? More and better science. It didn't end up being a supernatural. So the track record is going in one direction. Can you
shows you consensus science isn't correct then?
Down.
Can you please give me a time where the answer was supernature?
Go ahead, George.
Does that demonstrate that consensus science is not correct then?
No.
Science improves science. Religion doesn't improve science.
No,
We're talking about religion. We're talking about
religion doesn't improve science because religion is the foundation of science.
Hang on. We have to make, hang on. Whoa, hang on. We got to make a clarification here.
Whoa, what? Did you say religion is the foundation of science?
Hang on.
Science is going anyways.
Hang on, guys. We need to get clarification on this for a second. Did you just say that science improves science?
Yes. What improves science?
No. Okay, cool. I'm glad. So we have a follow-up question. What is it? Does science create itself?
No, science is the most accurate model of reality that we have.
Created by what?
Humans created the scientific model.
Intelligent agents. Okay, so the point that George was making that clearly either went over your head or you refused to actually address in a rational manner is that he asked you directly, has consensus always been correct? You then said science has improved science. So were the human agents that were creating the models that you just referred to, was this Earth-centric model originally freaking consensus?
Yes, with the best available evidence at the time.
Okay, so the point being made in this whole conversation, which clearly has been going over your head, is that 75 years ago, we had no idea about the underlying information requirement of life.
But you should have known.
This is what has been inserted into the equation and is now requiring new explanation. So, in the context of inference of the best explanation, abductive reasoning and such, it wasn't then, it is now, what is the rational conclusion for the underlying information code base, the 3D printing, the 3D modeling, and all the different structures and interdependent parts that we now are realizing are fundamentally required and give every indication of foreknowledge being a fundamental requirement for their existence?
It's going to be the same answer it always has been.
Go ahead,
it always has been without exception.
Okay.
Go ahead, George.
We're not only talking about 3D printing, we're also talking about repair mechanisms in the 3D printer. So which one came first? I mean, there are, I think, something like eight repair mechanisms in our DNA.
You guys are missing the point.
That itself is contrary to evolution itself. But the thing is, the 3D printer requires repair mechanisms to correct any problems that are in the 3D printing.
Yes, can I add to that? Both the assembly process is corrected. If a part is not made correctly, it is discarded, and it's constantly checked. It goes through a test drive to see if the assembly parts of the ribosome are correctly synthesized, and if they are okay, they are being assembled. If they are not okay, they are being discarded. That's one thing. But then in the process of making proteins, there are 13 different error check and repair mechanisms in the whole process of protein synthesis. And if these repair mechanisms are not there, you will not have error-prone proteins which work. So they are discarded, and the mechanisms to check and discard ones the strands which are not working are ultra sophisticated. So they had to be there since the beginning. If they were not there, you would not have a functional protein synthesis. So this is an all or nothing business. You have to have the assembly process fully developed and also the functional process with error check and repair systems fully developed and there. Otherwise, you cannot have translation and protein synthesis.
Are we really going to go with
Exactly. Thank you.
Really?
It's quality control. It's called quality control.
Great. Sounds complex. We don't know anything else complex.
Intent and purpose.
Hey guys, we're wasting time with this.
So do you guys believe
he doesn't actually know what we're talking about. No.
Answer my question, John.
What's your question?
For the last 3,000 years, how many times have we had a natural explanation when someone like you guys propose a supernatural explanation?
We do not have any
100% of the time.
At all.
No, not 100% of the time.
100% of the time.
Nobody can explain how Jesus rose from the dead.
either it was we don't have an explanation yet, or it's been natural.
Did you?
100% of the time.
So I actually
totally misrepresenting the argument.
Well, and for Lying for Jesus, I'm going to shut up. I responded to your question, and apparently, the whole point that I was making in my response to your question flew over your head.
If you insist.
Because it doesn't listen.
You didn't answer the question.
You literally just you're accusing me of not answering the question. I answered the question and then explained why I'm taking the position I'm taking in this context from a intellectual perspective.
You're saying that we looked into it and it's more complex than we thought.
No,
Yay.
dude,
that's fantastic.
No, you literally missed the entire point, dude. Okay, you said you worked for a major
Empire Genomics.
Okay,
Empire
cool.
Genomics.
What did you
they
do there?
sequenced the first
Cool.
genome.
What did you do there?
I was IT.
Okay, cool. So you work in IT? Okay, are
Yes,
you
I do.
okay? What do you do?
IT doesn't mean he's a programmer.
I know. What do you do in IT? Are you like networks or?
Yes,
are you...
I code PHP. I code Bootstrap. Yes.
Okay, cool. Oh, awesome.
Wait, you're a coder?
Awesome.
I'm just going to mute for a while.
You should
This
know
is gonna
better.
take a minute.
Okay.
John Perry sat here for like 4 hours and explained all this to you. He literally had NASA sponsored.
No, he did. No, he did not explain it all. I called him out on it. He did not address the point that was being made. And signal theory is well recognized to be operating on this massive assumption that somehow the two-way communication system formed itself.
Yes, based on cues. Yes, and based on
no, dude.
selective pressure. Yes, he explained all this.
No, he didn't. No, he did not. Okay, dude. He immediately went to flowers and bees. Where's his example? Okay, does the flower and the freaking bee already have the receptors and the ability to interpret the information signals that are being sent? Yes or no?
Yes, you asked him that. He responded, and then he went
Right.
back.
And then he tried to go to then he tried to go down to one-way signals being able to be sent as cues, right? But if the other object doesn't have the capacity to interpret the cue, nothing happens.
Until it goes to the next one, and finally, eventually, you'll get something.
Dude, you still have the other object in the communication has to have the capacity to interpret it.
How long?
He explained that to you.
No, he didn't. He tried to gloss over the fact that at some point his model is dependent on somehow.
Two things.
The other one evolved the capacity to interpret it.
Yes, he had a parallel evolution. He explained that.
You would have to have the
You can watch it. It's still on YouTube.
Right. So do you go? So going back to the earlier point that we made on this whole context. Okay, dude, can PHP be compiled into the machine code without the ability for all the requirements for the compiler to do its process? Will that ever happen? Ever?
It wasn't written the same way our DNA was written.
Do you actually write PHP?
Yes, I write PHP.
Okay, cool. So how was PHP originally created? It was like an open source kind of quasi project, right?
Yeah, it evolved from HTML technically.
That explains why I hate it.
Evolved itself.
I don't think it evolved from HTML. I thought it evolved from Java. But okay. Anyway, the point being, do you think
that the higher level language?
Do you think that the process, all the things were developed over time for PHP? Do you think that would ever happen randomly without intelligent agents?
Yes, this was explained.
You think that PHP would evolve itself with no
not
intelligent
PHP per se.
Do you think Java, JavaScript, C++, C#, or any other programming language, do you think it could ever create itself? Yes or no? Come on, coder. I dare you. I literally dare you. On camera, go ask any of your peers. If you work in a dev shop, go ask them if they think it's actually plausible that PHP could create itself.
It's not a fair analogy because
yes, it is. No, yes, it is. Yes,
it's the exact same thing.
No, it's not.
Why not?
Okay, let's dumb it down.
Analogy.
Let's dumb it down then. Do you know what Unicode and ASCII
not
are?
an analogy.
Yes.
Okay, so do you think that Unicode or ASCII could ever create itself?
I know binary could definitely create itself.
Binary. Wait.
Well, no. Okay, well, binary actually had a human inventor, but the original version of it in like 1639, I think it was. But the Unicode is using binary, right? Is taking binary in creating a finite alphabet for the Unicode, correct?
From what I recall, yes. This has been years. I'm almost 50 years old, yes.
Okay, well, dude, this is like stupid crap for like a freaking kindergartner, okay? Can Unicode create itself? Or ASCII? Could it create itself? Could the value assignments on both sides of the freaking alphabet, could they create themselves and assign the values? Yes or no?
If they're based on binary, yes.
Dude, the values have to be assigned, man. You think that they could create themselves. You think that A being equal to 010001 is actually could create it. You think it could assign itself?
Yes, that's exactly what signaling theory is and Q theory. Yes.
Okay. I honestly, will you publicly on video? I will pay you $1,000 if you will go and state live on camera in your place of work to your boss that you think that Unicode could create itself.
I'm saying binary could create itself. Ones and zeros, yes, could create itself.
I just asked you if using binary, the Unicode could be created where the value assignments for Unicode could be assigned without an intelligent agent and by itself through undirected process. Do you actually think that is plausible?
I won't make the jump yet from binary to Unicode without looking into it more or thinking about it more, but I would stick with binary code.
Does binary have any value assignments just in and of itself?
No.
Okay, then what the hell are you talking about? Are you a moron, or are you just ignorant, or are you in denial as an atheist?
I'm telling you, this is all been.
Dude, so if we are being able to translate genetic code from a quaternary code base into binary and represent it through Unicode and back, okay, is it a code with value assignments? Yes or no?
I have not looked into that enough as far as the value assignments.
Oh, okay. So if you haven't, then you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Good Lord, man.
Do you still think that DNA is not that there's no code in DNA?
I said it an hour ago that I recognize that DNA is a code. The thing is, we have evolving theories that are explaining Q theory, signaling theory, chemical evolution. That's more advanced than what you guys are proposing.
Dude,
how does signal theory work before you have Qs?
I didn't say that necessarily.
You don't know what you're talking about, man. You are spewing some talking points that you have no idea about. Seriously, dude. Will you go on camera and go to what's your position? Are you like a lead dev, senior dev? Are you like a PM? What's your role?
I'd rather not get into it. I work for a leading HMO in this area. I'm not going to.
You work for? Well, that explains a lot of your ignorance. Okay.
Yeah, you know people that make the medicine based on evolutionary science. I work for one of them. Yeah.
They're not using it based on evolutionary science. They're using it based on biochemistry and
evolutionary science, antibiotics, antivirals. Yeah, it's based on evolutionary science.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I guess the paper is written from people doing medical research talking about how evolutionary biology, rigid talking points have been getting in their way for years. Yeah. Okay.
What?
So how does the immune system create a new antibody?
How does it use it? I don't have all the specifics at my fingertips.
Okay, so is it done? Okay, so programmer boy, when you're doing machine learning, okay, are you trying to account for something you have not previously encountered?
Am I trying to account for something I've not previously encountered?
Is that the objective of AI and machine learning?
Oftentimes, yes.
Okay, so if you came across a machine learning code program, right, and it was being able to account for new viruses, right? It's an antivirus software, right? You come across it and it's being able to account for previously unencountered computer viruses. Would you conclude that would be some stupidly badass AI programming?
If it's looking for viruses that it doesn't know if they exist yet,
and can create counters on the fly for viruses that it has not previously encountered.
They're based on pre-existing models and what we intuit.
Okay, dude. I understand how the current antivirus softwares work. I'm talking about what we're trying to create. Are we not? Are the top of the line antivirus companies on this planet in tech? Are they all not trying to create systems that instead of having to look at this, get a copy of the virus and then create a patch for it, if the patch can be created on the fly? Is
like
that
anticipatory?
not is that not the ultimate goal?
You're talking about anticipatory?
Yeah. Yes. In one aspect, yes. Is that not the goal?
Yeah, that's one of the goals. Sure.
Okay. So if you came across one that could accomplish that, would you not be like, "Holy crap! Whoever the team that built this is freaking amazing and geniuses"?
Yeah, I
Yes,
can't grant.
yes or no?
I can't grant
Yes or
that.
no?
No, I can't grant that false analogy.
So okay, so going back to the immune system, do you know how antibodies are created?
Yes, in response to a pathogen.
Okay, what's the process?
Don't they detect and they quarantine? Like I'm not a
Okay, so you have no idea. Okay, cool. So in the context of this, there's multiple aspects to it, but you have you have a antibody protein that has variable regions. Okay, and your immune system uses 614 different base genes, and then it literally splices them all together into the variable regions of the overall antibody rigid structure. There's literally like the fixed in biology. If you go and look at this stuff, they have you see a diagram of it. It's like the fixed region and the variable region of these different antibodies. It's amazing. And then your immune system runs through in real time, runs through variables until it finds the correct one that counters this previously unencountered virus or bacteria. And then it, on the fly, in very rapid manner, synthesizes all of these new types of antivirus antibodies or antibacterials, right? It does this in a controlled manner. It does exactly what we are attempting to pull off in our computer antivirus software, but we don't have the capacity to do so yet. We haven't reached that level of AI and machine learning and computer science and programming. We're not there yet, but that's exactly what is going on inside of your body.
Yes, it's complex. I agree. 3.5 billion years of evolution is reached a complexity.
This goes
No
back
kidding.
to the fundamental point of: do you think that ASCII could create itself?
It's a system.
Do you think machine code could create itself? Do you think the syntax of PHP could ever create itself, or would it always require an intelligent agent?
The problem is,
would the freaking syntax require an intelligent agent? Yes or no, dude?
It's AI.
Yes, but that lives on electricity and hard drives and metal.
Dude,
it's completely a false analogy.
Dude, can I write the syntax of PHP down on a piece of paper?
Dude, you don't understand. We're dealing with carbon-based systems.
Dude, it doesn't matter, dude.
Yes, it does. It makes all the difference in the world.
Really?
Are you kidding me right now?
In terms of the information and the fundamental logic rules?
Could it ever evolve itself with electricity and on a metal hard drive? Like, seriously?
The information base? We have the information of the genome stored on a freaking flash drive right now. What's your point?
Doesn't make any difference.
Do you actually think? Hang on. We're dealing with a full-scale moron right now. Okay.
That's your go-to. Use an ad hominem attack when you can't get
No,
your way.
I'm pointing out
dude,
the level of your stupidity is fascinating.
As my kids would say, sick.
So, bro, if you wrote a script, right, and you wrote it down on a piece of notebook paper, okay, is the information of that script on the piece of paper currently?
The symbols are on the piece of paper. Right. It no longer functions because it's not on electricity.
Hang on. If you rewound, okay, you're 50. Okay, so I get, dude. So rewind to the 1970s when they used punch cards. If you took the same information from the piece of paper and translated it into a punch card, is it now in a physical medium?
Yes, it's on cardboard or whatever, plastic, whatever they use.
Right. If you put it onto a magnetic tape, is it the same information that was on your piece of paper just now being housed in a different medium on a magnetic tape?
Yes, guess what you're missing?
Okay. No,
those are not subject to environmental pressures or elements or carbon
so this
or
goes
wind or
back,
heat.
dude. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. This goes back to basics of information theory. Okay, which you are clearly ignorant of. Okay. Your hard drive, right? Let's go back to
on metal and silicone.
Dude.
And
okay. Dude, we're going to do a direct comparison to environmental pressures. You freaking idiot. Okay.
And how many attack,
dude?
How many times you get called out for attacks in a day?
Well, when I'm dealing with morons, I get really aggressive. Okay, so who are ignorant fools? You're no, actually, I'm not. Okay, so I actually treat people that have a half a brain with respect.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it.
Okay, so well,
anyone who's not a theist is a moron.
No, not everybody.
Danny doesn't agree with him. Okay, listen to him talk to Danny. You'll see.
We're going to destroy the environmental pressures argument. Okay, so pre-solid state. This is what I'm about to say applies to solid state. But let's go just like normal magnetic hard drive. Okay, did it have a shield surrounding that hard drive? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, metal case.
Okay, cut out.
Why? Why did it have a shield?
So I don't know. People wouldn't.
So that the code and the information wouldn't get corrupted by environmental pressures. Holy crap!
That particular form of information storage wouldn't. Yes, we understand that. And John explained to you that we're starting
about from an information theory perspective. Do you understand how the information is copied? And do you understand what noise is in communication theory?
Yes, we're talking silicone based.
No, we're talking about any type of communication. Okay, we're talking about any type of communication. Wow, dude, your ignorance is stunning.
Anything that contradicts you is moronic and stunning.
Radio waves are not silicone based.
Oh my God.
They suffer from noise as well. All forms of information suffer from noise on some level.
Dude,
yes, and John explained to you in no uncertain terms how they start off with a sterile controlled situation, and they start to dirty it. He explained all this to you. Literally explained this to you for hours on end.
Okay, so.
And you apparently went in one ear and out the other?
No, I understand what he said. I understand what he says. Yes, I completely understand what he is claiming. I also understand the fundamentals of communication theory.
So what the leading researchers...
And per his own... Dude, if you actually listen to him, per his own admission, they haven't solved the problem.
No kidding. We haven't solved everything. No kidding.
Okay, so in the context, of communication channels, right? Okay, so this is directly from Cambridge. This is written from one of the fundamental leaders in information theory about genetic code and what is happening in biological systems. Okay. This has been well established for a long time. Okay. It's from Information Theory and Molecular Biology, 1992, Cambridge University Press. Okay. This has been around for a long time. Okay. This is published in Computers and Chemistry Journal. Okay. Like, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
3.5 billion years, and you want us to solve it in 4 decades. Like, you can sardonically laugh all you want. You're embarrassing yourself.
I'm embarrassing myself.
Okay, you don't even
here's
know the problem.
You literally told someone that it's been 40 years and we haven't figured this out. That's embarrassing.
Lying 3.5 billion years is not nearly enough time.
Says the leading scholarship, right? Or you? Or you?
You do realize
me, and I'll prove it to you.
What's that?
I'll prove it to you. I say it.
It sounds like a book I know.
Oh, man.
If you don't believe me, just ask me.
So in all seriousness,
just ask me. If you want to ask me, I'll tell you, and I'll show you, and I'll prove it to you. Or do you not want to hear?
I don't understand what you're getting.
I'm really enjoying the triggering of this guy. This dude is so obviously angry. So what happened to you, man? Like, why do you hate God so much?
Yeah, he's got his feelings hurt a little bit.
Like what?
No, I'm responding to your ad. Why can you swear in debates and use ad hominem attacks, but there's no consequence?
I never claimed to be
perfect. Why do you bother with it? I mean, why don't you just respond to what he's saying instead of being?
I responded like 7 ways to Sunday.
No, you haven't. You run around and
your false analogies are rampant.
But false analogies, I literally pull up things from atheists who claim that they are direct comparisons, and then you say I'm making false analogies.
I never said it was never a code. You're taking a T-jump. T-jump's the one that claims.
No, I'm talking to you tonight, bro. In the context, you're saying that there's no analogy to the storage medium. Like not having relevance?
No, I didn't
Okay,
say
so
that.
going back to the original point, the information that you wrote down on the piece of paper versus being on a solid state, on a flash drive, on a magnetic hard drive, a magnetic tape, or any other medium which can the punch card that can store it. Does the medium which contains it have any bearing to the fundamental requirements for the source of the prescriptive information that has now been entailed into a medium? What is your answer?
That was a word salad. I have no idea.
Okay, if that's a word salad, then you don't know what you are talking about.
Okay, your thesis statement.
I'm done with that guy. He's annoying. Okay, hey, Pick Some Fly, we got a slot if you want to come in, man. Okay,
I have a question that's like a hypothetical that doesn't prove anything. I was just curious. So if you found out like concrete proof that abiogenesis existed, would that disprove God? Because I don't think it would. I think there could still be a God that just didn't end up creating life on this planet. Does that make sense?
If that happens, I'm going to see no bearing for the necessity of a God to exist.
Yeah, that's what it doesn't seem like it's connected necessarily, right? Because I'm sure there's stuff you believe in the Bible that's metaphors, right? Like you don't believe in a flat Earth. That's a metaphor, right?
Okay, the whole flat Earth thing.
Say that the Earth is flat.
What?
Yeah, it does.
The Bible doesn't say the Earth.
It's kind of flat.
In the Bible, when it talks about the firmament and such, it's a metaphor, right? It's not literal.
It's not firmament. Or firmament is not a metaphor.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
No, it's just a word that we don't really know the definition of because it's in Hebrew. They translate it as firmament.
It looks flat.
AJ, are you an atheist?
So that's why I was wondering why it really mattered about. Oh yeah, I am an atheist, but
I have an interesting article if you want to read it. It's the article actually says ironically that the president of the Flat Earth Society is an atheist.
Yeah, I
just thought I'd throw that out there.
Atheists can believe anything. It doesn't really mean much other than they don't like. It doesn't come with any.
I just wasn't sure if you were aware of that or not.
Yeah,
I think it's funny that you just said that.
That doesn't surprise me.
Okay. It doesn't mean atheists can believe anything, and it doesn't mean much.
No, that's not how I meant. I mean that atheist just means I don't believe in God. There can be an atheist who believes in anything.
Well, it doesn't even know how to.
It only covers that one topic, so it's hard to define.
God,
it doesn't really tell you what you believe.
To say about God.
I'm sorry, I misconstrued what you were saying. My bad.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify. I just mean there's a lot of crazy atheists. There's a lot of nice atheists. It's just
there's not.
Something that certain. Okay, well, I disagree. I disagree. I just mean it's not necessarily it doesn't just like you can have a Christian that can have all sorts of other beliefs in their worldview. It doesn't say everything
denial of
about
reality to
specific
begin
people.
with, because there's no real atheist to begin with.
Oh, I think I understand what you're trying to drive at. So the basis of apologetics from the angle in which we are attacking at the moment is to convince people that the supernatural is plausible. Then we move on from there.
Comment.
Oh, well, you were asking like if abiogenesis was true, would that disprove God?
Yeah, because I just my question was, does it because I was curious because I've never spoken on one of these forum discussions before, so I was just wondering why it matters a lot to you about abiogenesis, other than you want to know the truth. Obviously, because I was wondering if it tied to God belief or if it's just semi-related, or how does it tie into your belief? I guess
it does sort of matter. There is a tie-in, and so I'll ask you a question if you'll give me an honest answer. If abiogenesis was proved to be literally impossible, would that necessitate a creator of life?
Is there a problem with a creator?
So to answer your question, does it necessarily necessitate that there's a creator of life? Not exactly, but it makes it more possible for sure. because I feel like there could still be other explanations, like well, it's just eternal. There was no creator. Does that make sense? You could find other. Like, I'm not saying that it's like you could probably come up with other models. I don't think that's what I'm saying is that the abiogenesis doesn't disprove either position necessarily. If we found out,
there are other things that we already know.
Universe.
So you proposed that the only alternative to God, if abiogenesis was proved to be impossible, was that you would have to go to the universe being eternal. Is there another option? Because the universe being eternal, I could argue, is also physically impossible.
Yeah.
It could just be a brute fact that just stops in existence.
No, because it's.
I mean,
from order to disorder.
I don't know. Obviously, there could be. I don't know. I mean, I haven't really thought about all the. If we proved abiogenesis to be impossible, what are the alternatives? Obviously there's God, there's the eternal one. Maybe you could disprove it. I'm not sure. Probably with,
the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, thermodynamics. Yeah. But yeah.
So you want to prove about
what was the alien thing? The alien seeding our Earth. There's other examples that it could be. But
okay, so AJ, to answer your question, is basically the result of what you just said. You got to come up with some other explanation besides that, and there's not really anything else. I mean, if you're going to go to aliens, then you're just moving the goalpost, because what made the aliens? Or did they result from abiogenesis, which we've already proved is false in the hypothetical? So the only other option is God. And it's really just if you are convinced that abiogenesis could not happen, then that hopefully opens your mind to start thinking about maybe there's something out there that I need to seek.
Is there something wrong with God?
I mean, obviously I would say no, there's nothing wrong with God, because I don't believe in a God, but
well,
I couldn't say there is, because
it's contradictory.
Okay,
well,
AJ.
God doesn't actually
Christianity. If Christianity were true, if you were proven that Christianity were true, would you worship him? God.
Probably not, to be honest. Because
how about if you had a maker? Would you admit it?
If Christianity was, it depends what the God was, right?
Would you admit to having a maker?
Christianity specifically.
If Christianity was true, I probably wouldn't, just because of I don't agree with a lot of its things that are in the Bible, pretty much, and stuff.
AJ, let me ask you a question. On what grounds do you disagree with the things that are in the Bible?
On what grounds?
On what grounds? I mean, you have to borrow like a morality to disagree, right? Is that where you're going to go?
So do you think atheists can't have morality?
Well, I'm not saying that you can't have
make
morality,
it up.
but I'm saying that you have to borrow it from the Christian worldview.
Are you an atheist?
Why the Christian worldview? That's quite simplistic. There's a lot of different
do morals evolve? Evolve? Tell me how morals evolve.
Like, are you asking if there's moral absolutes?
So if we go to the zoo and we watch one of your ancestors, ape, chimp, whatever, club another one over the head.
Can't see any ancestors
at
the zoo, obviously.
Well, so pick anything that's not human.
Okay.
AJ, pick something that's not human. Pick something that's not human. Okay?
Sure.
Okay, so that thing that you pick, let's say that in nature it clubs something over the head, kills it, takes its food, eats it, and then goes and reproduces with that thing's female. Is that wrong?
I mean, it's wrong, but we can't really stop animals from having a natural habitat.
Why is it wrong? Isn't that nature? Isn't that nature?
You're just asking.
Nature's not anything. Nature's just does.
But I mean, if we're not going to
nature, I mean,
would you arrest an animal? Would you arrest an animal for doing that?
I mean,
aren't we just animals?
A human? I mean, we are animals, yeah.
Oh, okay. So then why is it wrong for us to do that, but not wrong for them? Do you see the inconsistency in your worldview?
You know, we put animals down.
That? So just wait.
For attacking humans, right? But not for attacking other animals.
So you're saying
for attacking
go ahead.
Which we've determined to be wrong in our opinions.
In whose opinion?
Ours. You're trying
the consensus?
Is it trying to hold us to a standard of some kind of
morals?
Morality?
I can answer your question.
Okay, yeah. I'd like someone to answer my question.
So look, morals don't necessarily change. Things that are wrong are wrong. I mean,
yeah, right. Are they objectively wrong?
Like, for instance, killing is wrong. But
based on what? Based on what?
Yeah, are they objectively wrong?
Someone.
One at a time, right? One at a time. Just pick.
Hold on, Otangelo. Sam knows this.
I'm just asking, are they objectively wrong? Like they're wrong according to what?
Objective morality.
There's what?
I mean, you can't really have objective morality.
You can't. Then why is killing wrong?
Why is killing wrong?
Yeah, why is killing wrong? I mean, nature does.
It's wrong. It hurts people.
Why?
It's bad.
It's bad. It's bad, you guys.
It's bad wrong.
Let's go out into the jungle in nature and let's start arresting tigers and predators.
Let me ask you this. So,
sure.
If you were no longer a Christian, would you start killing people?
Well, I'm saying that
maybe.
It is Are you going to let me answer? It's inconsistent for your worldview to suggest that these things are wrong. Because if you're going to say that there's no... let me answer, AJ. If you're going to say that there's no delineation between animals and humans, if we are just animals...
of course, between humans and other
Right,
animals.
and that's evidence of my God.
I was just making the distinction that we are animals.
That's evidence of my God, that delineation.
System, you know.
It's just evidence. So that's evidence of my God that you're borrowing. You're borrowing from my worldview to say that there are things like morals, to say that murder is wrong.
Thou shalt not kill it existed long before Christianity.
Long before the Bible, that was there since the beginning.
We were all the same family.
In the beginning was the Word.
Wait, I have to correct something.
And morals existed before then?
Have a Bible?
Sam, can I correct something?
Have a Bible?
Sure.
AJ, thou shalt not kill was before Christianity, but it was
and before Judaism.
No, Christianity was since Adam and Eve. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm still waiting for AJ to establish his morality so he can judge the Bible. Because if you're going to be consistent with your worldview, AJ, there's nothing wrong.
Hey, I got to make an announcement. Hey, nobody try to join the stream for just a second. I know a couple people try to join. Donald Kronos is in side chat. He was the guy who was going to debate Hovind earlier, and I'm trying to get him into the stream. So nobody else other than Donald try to join because the stream keeps being full, and then he's joining. So nobody try and do that for right now until I get Donald in here. I'll let people know when they can try and join other than Donald. Okay, go ahead, guys.
All
so
right.
AJ, let me set up a question for you. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to be tough, and it's going to take a minute, so you need to allow me to set this question up.
Can I ask you, so do you believe that Christianity always existed as well? There's nothing before it? Like they were saying Adam and Eve?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my God exists outside of space and time.
Yes.
Yeah,
do you understand that, AJ?
I mean, I understand.
You don't have to agree with it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I totally understand.
But don't straw man my God.
I'm not trying to straw man anyone.
Okay.
I just was because, like, I don't know. Normally, so Adam and Eve are the first humans. I'm just trying to understand your worldview.
AJ, no. You're trying to do is you're trying to change the topic.
No, I'm not. I want
okay, so what do you think about What do you think
Adam
about
and Eve were
abortion?
the first humans, and they practiced Christianity, right?
And as soon as they sinned, they were told about Jesus. As soon as they sinned, they were told about Jesus.
I just
that would
wanted to
cover their
clarify
sins.
that, and then you can go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about abortion from your worldview. Is that okay?
I'm not going to get into a big debate on that.
Wait a minute. Well, no.
Let's just move to the next question.
Oh, so
I
you
like
only
that
so it's
question,
only wrong if it's in the Bible, like things like that, right? But if you determine that it's okay, then it's totally fine to kill babies.
I never gave my position. Like I said, I prefer. I wish.
Wait, well, you don't get to hide. You're gonna hide. That's cowardly.
Have this one. Sure, you
That's
can call it what
cowardly.
you want, but I'm not going to have this discussion on a live stream. So go ahead if you want to talk about it privately with me and really ask my position. But that's kind of a hot topic, so I'm not going to get into that. Is that okay? I mean,
That's fine if you want to hide behind not giving your position. That's fair.
I think it's reasonable to not get into.
No, that's.
think
I
it's
mean, that's what you're
reasonable
doing,
to
right?
not-
You're hiding behind it. You're slapping and running. You're slapping the Bible, and then you're hiding behind not giving your position. If you don't want to give me something to attack, that's fine. You can hide
ask
behind
me
that.
another question. I told you. That's
Well,
all
I'm just trying to. Well, I'm trying to establish where your sense of morality comes from.
My
So
sense
of course I'm going to
morality
take.
comes with
Yes.
caring for others.
Okay.
I
So
don't understand. Like, I don't.
So-
feel
so
like it's
let me
so
ask you,
obvious not to kill people. I don't feel. How could
why is
I
that wrong, though?
explain it to you?
But what?
Why
Well,
is it
you do.
wrong?
You do need to, because it happens in
I
nature.
told you because it won. Yeah, but we have rational thought.
Why? Why is that? That's evidence of my God. Go ahead.
That's not evidence.
That's
of your
evidence
God.
of my
That's
God.
That's
So
not.
you want to say that we're all animals and that we all evolved from animals and this and that, but you can't really deny that we are distinctly different, and that's evidence of my God. So
No, of course.
I'm still
I
waiting
agree
for you
that
to
we're
establish.
of course, I agree with that. You're different, but you don't.
Okay.
Can you not look at others and see when you hurt them? Like, if you
I
can't
can.
do that, then I
Sure.
don't know. Maybe
That's
you have
consistent
some-
with my worldview, though. That's consistent with Christianity. That's not consistent for you.
What makes
I'm
it
not
different?
saying you don't have morals.
In Christianity, if God tells you to murder a baby, you
What
have
makes
to
us
do
different?
Would that be wrong?
I never said.
not
I
But
mean,
hey,
I'm
Daily
not-
Shadow, Daily Shadow,
I'm not-
maybe you can chime in on abortion. Because if someone says, hey, you can kill a
Why don't
baby,
you
is that
tell me-
okay for
tell me if
you?
that's wrong. In your worldview,
Well, you
is
tell
that
me.
wrong?
For me, yeah. But you tell me, though,
If God
according
told
to
you to
your
kill a baby
worldview.
and you killed a baby, that's wrong in your worldview.
If someone told the
No,
girl that you're
If
dating
God
to
told
kill their baby, would they be wrong?
Look, you're just dodging the question now.
No, I'm not. I'm specifically asking you a question that you're dodging. If someone told your girlfriend to kill her baby, would that be wrong?
Look, if
Or is it
God
only
told
wrong?
you
Is it only wrong when you want
murder
to say,
a
"Oh, the
baby-
Bible"? It's in the Bible.
If
Go
God
ahead.
told you to murder a baby and you did it, would that be wrong in your worldview?
Think you would do that?
God wouldn't tell me to murder a baby.
That's not answering the question.
You think you would do that?
Hey guys, hang on one
You're
second.
dodging
Guys,
the
hang on one
question.
second.
Everyone can see you're
Donald,
dodging
I
the
can't let you.
question. I'll leave
Hey
it
guys,
at
guys, be quiet. Donald, I can't let you into the stream until you turn your mic on. You didn't give me that out. Okay, there we go.
All right.
Well, it looks like he's having a connection issue. Okay, continue, guys. But when the spinning dial stops, let's stop and we'll welcome into the stream. Okay, go ahead, guys. Continue.
I can answer Daly's question if you're okay, Sam.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So if I have a boss and he gives me a rule, and the only reason I have to believe that I should obey that rule is because he's my boss, and then later on he tells me, hey, I know I said that this is the rule, but here is an exception to the rule. You don't need to know why it's an exception. I know. Just trust me. You have to do this. All right. And then go back to the original rule after you're done. You see where I'm coming from? Oh, did he? Oh, did you kick the other guy?
I didn't kick him.
Oh, okay. So, Sam, if you want to go back to talking to AJ.
Oh, well, no, if you...
Hang on one second, guys. So, Donald, you're just spinning. Are you...
I think he might be
Probably
live.
can't hear you.
I think that might just be his picture, like a live picture.
No, it's not showing up on the back end. I'm not seeing him like joined. I guess I've added him, but he's not like in.
That would be a good one though.
Let me try. Well, we'll see what happens. Hey man, you might want to like refresh and try and rejoin if you can hear me. Anyway, okay, continue, guys. Go ahead.
That's happened to me before when I don't have a internet connection.
Yeah, when you don't have a good connection, it happens to me too.
Yeah. Look, what I would have liked to have asked that fella before about abortion, if let's say he had a girlfriend and he got her pregnant, and she wanted an abortion, but he didn't. Whose choice would you go with? You know, the girl's or the man's? I mean, it's his baby just as much as her baby.
Right.
Is the baby its own?
Is the baby on its own?
It's got its own DNA.
Is the baby its own? Is the baby's body its own body?
He's got his own DNA.
Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, it is.
There you go.
Boom. There you go, AJ. There's a morality.
So it's different when it's pro-choice for the woman versus the pro-choice for the man. Or you can reverse that the other way around. The man could want the abortion, and the woman couldn't. Doesn't.
Right.
So you know.
Right.
That doesn't really work with the rhetoric they use, though.
Right.
They'll say it's the woman's body, even though
it
it's not. It's the baby's body, and the baby is reliant on her body. It's just a ridiculous argument.
Henry, welcome to the stream, man. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. How about you guys?
Hanging in there. I haven't seen you in a while. How's everything going for you?
We good.
Yeah, not too bad, man.
So did you are you just joining this this madness, or did you see the original debacle that went down on MDD?
No, I just kind of wandered in here. I saw you guys were arguing about morality and abortion and things. It seemed interesting.
Dumb stuff. No. Well,
All
we
right,
just
so,
get on.
So we brought in a new. So we've got a. So Henry, everybody is an atheist, but Henry's usually rational for a period of time, and then at some point
you have to put the caveat in there.
At some point, we'll go into. I mean, it's fair to say, right, Henry? Like the streams usually we have good conversation for a while, and then it turns into on both sides turns into arguments at some point.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fair.
I'm guessing Henry occasionally denies that DNA is a code. Is it something like that?
No.
I don't know much about DNA, man. I'm not a scientist, so I don't.
Henry's more on like the moral side usually.
Oh, he has morals.
Oh, Sam was just talking about that.
There you go.
So you like to borrow the morals from the Christian worldview?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, are you asking me?
That was kind of rhetorical, but I mean, if you
okay.
want, we can answer it. Whatever.
Yeah, not particularly.
Okay.
All right, so Danny, now that another atheist has joined, where have you been, man? I think you've been hiding inside chat.
Oh yeah, it's pretty I like sometimes being invisible, but looks like you found me out. Is Henry a moral realist?
I guess it depends on what you mean. What do you mean by that?
Do you think they're moral facts, like that are independent of minds?
No, not really.
So do you think there's moral disagreement?
Well, I mean, obviously, what are we doing here? Clearly.
Well, the point is that if you construe an ought in terms of a subjective, like some kind of desire, then
I guess I could make it easier for you to understand. I think that if you're saying is there like objective morality, I think with respect to a goal, yes. Without respect to any kind of a goal, then no. Like if you have a goal, like if you were gonna say our goal is
perfection.
The point is that if we have different goals, that doesn't constitute disagreement.
Almost perfection.
Well, yeah, it absolutely.
That was funny, Jungle.
I mean, it would. Like,
well, look, if I had the goal,
if we have totally antithetical goals, I don't see how that doesn't constitute disagreement.
If I had the goal to play soccer and you had the goal not to play soccer, are we disagreeing?
Well, no, but when you're talking about morality, it's a different thing.
How do you distinguish goals and morality? Presumably, morality is rooted in goals.
So a goal, when we're talking about morality, generally what I think is you're talking about what is right and wrong to do. So when you're talking about that, it depends on what you think is right and wrong. So that's what I mean.
I thought for you it's a function of a goal, right? So if I have the goal,
a function of a goal. It depends on the goal. When you're talking about objective morality, so it depends on what you want to do versus like if you're saying this is the right thing to do.
When you say the right thing, you mean what you should do. When you say the right thing, you're talking about what you should do.
What you should do, what you shouldn't do. It depends on what you want to do.
If I have the goal to go to work, should I drive a car?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, if you want to go to work, that's the correct thing to do.
So anything with respect to a goal in terms of what you should do will be moral in your view, because it's right.
No.
Look what you just said.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Wait, you said it was the right thing to do to get in the car and drive to work.
No, well, yeah. If your goal is to get to work, it could be to get in the car and drive or take.
Is the right thing to do moral?
What?
If it's right, is it moral?
Yeah. That's generally what I'm talking about when I'm talking about morality. It's going to differ depending on what you think is
well. That's
right
my point.
I think what he's really trying to ask is: it moral? Is it moral to chop down a tree with an axe rather than using your bare hands?
That's not really a moral question.
Look, I heard what you said. You said that a moral is a function of right and wrong, right?
No. I said when we're talking about morality, we're talking about what is right and wrong to do. There's certain things that
I just said. Why did you say no?
We're trying to figure out, Henry, how about you tell us what you think, how do you come to the determination of what is right and what is wrong? What's the foundation of that?
I decide for myself.
I'm more interested in what he means by it.
I decided for myself. It's the same way all of you do it.
Wait,
no.
You get to decide for yourself?
Yeah, it's the same way you do, right?
What if someone disagrees with you, though?
What? Well, what do you do when someone disagrees with you? I mean,
well, so what if I decide for myself that it's better that I take something that you have because maybe my family's bigger and we can benefit more.
And I would disagree. I would think that was wrong.
But we could vote and you would lose.
Yeah, I would still think it's wrong.
But why? Because
if me and a bunch of people got together and decided we were gonna take shit from you, you wouldn't think that was wrong?
Well, but let's say that we're stranded on an island and I'm on one side with my family and you're on the other and you have food and I don't. And so for the greater good of the population, it would make sense that we would take all of your food. And you might die, but that's okay. Is that okay? I mean, that's all the boxes that check.
It's not okay with me. I don't want to die.
Well, but ultimately,
sounds like it's okay with you, though. So you think that is moral if you're going to get all of my shit and take it from me or whatever?
No. He's trying to figure out. We're all trying to figure out
would benefit if me and my family took all of your food.
He contradicted himself.
I'm telling you, I do it the same way you guys do. You guys make up your morality
y'all need to let me talk.
No, we have an objective morality. Our morality is laid out really clear in the Bible.
Oh, really? Yeah, you decided the Bible was right and wrong, correct? You're the one that decided. Oh, yeah. So how is that different than me? You decided for yourself.
What do you mean? How is it different? What do you mean? How is it different?
Because you decided for yourself that the Bible was moral and it was right. You decided that.
Henry, you didn't answer my question. You're dodging.
No,
we're on an island.
I asked you the question.
You're dodging. We are on an island. Well, I answered your question.
Dude.
No, you didn't. So me and my family want to take all of your food, and yes, you might die of starvation, but it's for the better of the population.
Yeah, and I said I would think it was wrong. Okay, do we have to hop in the DeLorean, go back to 15 minutes ago before that too?
Yeah, I understand that you think it's wrong, but my family has a bigger vote than you, and we say that it's right. So who's right? Ultimately, who's right? Is it me and my family is right, or are you right?
Well, what do you think? What do you think, man?
Well, I would think that me and my family are right because there's more of us.
So you just think that it's up to you as well, right?
Well, no, I'm just asking you. No, according to my Christian worldview, it's not okay for me to take your stuff.
According to
right?
your Christian, according to your view,
correct.
it's not okay.
Correct.
So according to my view, it's not okay for you to
Well,
take
no,
my
because
shit either.
because your view is from nature. So in nature, what would
No,
happen?
my view's
Would,
from me.
would the pride of lions come and take that food?
Henry
Huh?
hasn't made that claim
What the hell
yet.
are you talking about?
Henry hasn't
Well, of
made
course,
that claim yet.
he doesn't have to make the claim. It's obvious. I mean, he's
let's
rejected it.
let's
So
at
in
least let
nature,
him make a
Henry,
claim,
in nature,
and then we can
the
drill down
larger
from there.
pack of animals would come and they would take your food. Why would that be wrong? Why would it be wrong?
I never said it was.
Okay.
Uh,
So
na-
there you go.
nature do-
I would
nature
say I
doesn't
would think
care,
it's wrong
guys.
the same way you think it's wrong, right? It's all up to you, man. You're the one
Right,
that
but
decided the Bible is right.
only one
You
of us
made
is
that
being
choice.
consistent with
You
our
decided
worldview.
you
You're not
thought
being
God-
consistent.
I'm being completely inconsistent.
You're not being consistent.
Well, what's inconsistent in what I said?
Wait,
What's
Henry, are you
what's
a moral
inconsistent?
relativist?
Because for me, it would be wrong to take your stuff. For you, if you're being consistent in nature, it wouldn't be wrong.
No,
In
I
nature,
said
a
I
tiger
think
can
it's
walk
wrong
down the
to
road
take
and
my
take whatever he
stuff.
wants.
I said I think it's wrong to take my stuff.
All right, okay,
Henry.
okay, guys, time out. We have two new folks who joined the stream. So Emery, welcome, also known as In His Image. Welcome to the stream. So guys, we're privileged to have him because usually he's telling me that my streams are just too late at night for him because he's got to study and do all these
I just put
important
3
things
hours
with-
into biostatistics.
with
Okay?
his-
I don't want to hear it from you, LPP.
I mean, he just comes in and rubs in the fact that he's getting his master's in some, biological something or other, and then just, use some talking points, and then goes over to Sal's channel and they have some high level dialogue, and then occasionally comes in for a couple minutes. So welcome to the stream.
Oh, wow.
Emery, thank you for gracing us with your presence. In all seriousness, thank you for joining us. How are you doing, my friend? Are you fully recovered from COVID?
Yes, I'm 100%. I'm good to go. No lingering after effects of dwelling, so we're good.
Okay,
You're not going to give us COVID?
I don't think I can transmit that over a computer, Mink. I just don't think that particular virus transmits that way.
But you have your mask on just in case, right?
And we also have Pigskin Fly. What's up, man? So you got off work 5 minutes ago. You were in the backstage within 3 minutes. So have you been anticipating getting on here and sharing some of your thoughts on this conversations?
You could say that. I mean, the way I see it is I just like to put in my 2 cents when I get the chance, but it's not always. Hang on, I'm trying to adjust my screen settings here. Anyways, yeah, hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, Matt.
Yeah, good.
What's up?
Awesome.
Can I ask
Go ahead, George.
Can I ask Henry if he thinks the Nazis had a goal?
I'm sure they had several. What?
Do you think they were right morally?
No.
In their own eyes, they were.
Well, sure. You're right in your own eyes, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying to you, nature doesn't care, mate. If
Yeah,
you
I
believe
never said
that
it did.
nature is all there is, then nature doesn't
I never
care.
said that. Never said any of that. But
Right. See, that's the thing. If you don't get him to stand on a position, he can just dodge everything and say you're constantly misrepresenting him. So that's why I'm trying to ask Henry, what is your position on how you determine morality? Is it moral relativism? Is this your opinion?
Yeah, and I think it's the same for you guys. I think it's the same for everyone.
No, it's
you
not.
decide what's right and wrong
It's
for
not.
yourselves. All of you came to the conclusion that God and the Bible are morally correct and it's good.
But why?
You decided that.
Okay.
Why?
So it's only your opinion that the Nazis.
Yeah, it's only your opinion that the Bible and God are morally correct and it's morally objective. That's your opinion
not an
too.
opinion.
Can I interject
It's
here, guys?
absolutely an opinion.
It's
That
a
is
fact,
your opinion.
It is an opinion, but it's
All right,
wrong.
okay.
It's
We're
different.
gonna have to go into more controlled fashion here. So somebody was just asking, making a request to insert. Was that you, Emery?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so let me just see if I can clarify the positions for everybody here, because I think a lot of people are just we're spinning our wheels and we're going in circles here. So, Henry, please correct me if I say something that misrepresents your position. Okay, but you think that morality is largely just based on your personal choice. Am I correct?
Yeah. I think it's an opinion.
Okay. Now, see, to someone who is a theist, a Christian, your morality comes from a standard that is higher than you. Now, obviously, you don't believe that. I understand you don't believe that. But if I, as a Christian, when I say that I have an objective morality, I can make a direct appeal to an authority higher than my opinion. I can say that God said X, Y, Z thing. Now, I understand you don't believe that, okay? I'm not saying you believe that. But from the point of view that we're coming from, we feel we have an objective standard of morality that we can appeal to and say, this is what is right, this is what is wrong all the time. It's not our opinion. This is what God said. Now, I get you don't believe in God, and I get you don't believe that that's true, but that's the main difference.
Right.
Between
the thing is that it's not
that should
really
help clarify this conversation a lot.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you actually articulated where I was coming from pretty well. Now, I think I understand where you're coming from, but my problem is that it's you decided that was objectively right and wrong. Like, how did you determine that's the objective source of morality? You chose for yourself, right? You determined it. You figured it out. It wasn't like forced on you. It didn't come from somewhere else. I wouldn't say
predetermined. It was predetermined.
So how do you know it's right and wrong?
Because laws exist outside of a mind.
But how do you know? Like that's
the same with logic.
You chose.
Can something be like logic is the same way? Can something contradict itself even if there's no one around? Can something be something and at the same time not be something?
I wouldn't say.
You see, those are things that exist outside of.
I don't think that's similar.
And the
to what
same
you're
with
talking about
morals
morality.
also.
I don't think
so.
So
Henry, let me ask you a direct question. You say that morals are just an opinion, right? So if two people disagree, who ultimately is right? Like how do you decide on a moral disagreement?
Well, you understand that's a bizarre question. It would be like asking me, well, two people disagree if vanilla ice cream and chocolate ice cream are better.
But you said earlier
how do we decide who's right?
But you said earlier that there was disagreement. He said earlier that there was disagreement.
Yeah. I said there's disagreement about people who think chocolate versus vanilla is better.
Well, so no. You're dodging, Henry. Now you're being. That's a lame answer. So let's pick something. Let's pick something like we can use abortion, or you can use any other. Like let's say that someone does something wrong and they're going to get like 5 lashings versus 10 lashings. Who decides? Someone says, he stole this from me and his punishment should be, 10 years in jail. And someone else says, well, no, maybe it's 5. So now you have two opinions.
Right. We'll have to get together and try to agree upon it, but we're coming from different.
No, that's
places.
not what I asked. I asked specifically when two people disagree. Let's say that something was stolen from someone, and now a consequence has to be laid out.
Okay.
And they're disagreeing on the consequence. So you have two people, and they both have they're disagreeing on what the consequence should be. So ultimately, who gets to decide?
I think okay. I get the question. What I would say is the first thing you're going to try to do is convince the other side that you're correct, and eventually you're going to come down to it. Well, no, I'm getting there.
Yeah, they don't agree at all. They've already done that.
Yeah, I'm getting there. So you're going to try to convince them, and then you reach a point where it's you ultimately have just different moral goals, completely different visions of morality. And eventually what it's going to come down to is violence. Whoever can force the other person to succumb to their will. That is what's going to happen. So that doesn't mean it's objectively right or wrong.
Okay. So the Nazis were right.
No,
until the world stepped in.
I disagree with the Nazis about that. And
you disagree, but they were stronger. They won the fight.
Well, yeah, I think it's hard for you to understand that. I
think it's hard for you to explain.
No. Well, okay, that's probably true. That's definitely true. But I think it's hard for you to understand where I'm coming from when I don't believe in objective morality. I believe in my own moral opinions. And I might be weaker. I might still think I'm correct and get overtaken. But I was answering your specific question of what happens when two moral views come into collision that are antithetical, where these people think they're correct, the other side thinks they're correct. What's going to happen is they'll talk, they'll try to convince one another, and when they can't, that's gone, and all that's left is violence.
But that still doesn't answer my question of who's ultimately right and who's ultimately wrong. You're just saying that they're just going to fight. They're going to disagree and they're going to fight.
I told you I don't believe in ultimate right and wrong. I told you that.
So then it's violence again. It all comes down to violence.
This is what I'm saying. You're having a hard time understanding me. I don't believe in objective morality. I don't believe in
your idea
right
of morality is useless. Then you're saying, well, two people disagree. There's no such thing in right and wrong. Ultimately, they're going to fight, and whoever's stronger wins.
Well, no, it's my way of describing the world.
That's garbage. How does that work? That's trash.
Okay, guys, hang on. Time out, everybody. Hang on. So whoever was trying to join, George actually dropped off to give you an opportunity. So we got one slot available if you want to join. And then, okay, so I think that Matt was trying to ask a question, and then we'll go to Emery. So Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, Henry. So I just wanted to give you a solid comparison here, because it seems like you keep saying you don't believe in objective morality, but then you kind of do. It's as if you do still have a standard, and you call it subjective, but so how about this? Imagine that you have two murderers, right? One's a psychopath, and the other one is a man that accidentally killed somebody, right? And he ends up on death row, right? So the psychopath, he's intentionally killed a group of people, and of course he doesn't have a conscience regarding this act, but he hates the thought of somebody stealing his things, right? The fact that he hates that thing in that subjective context is still something that pretty much anybody across the board would agree is a wrong thing to do, right? Even though he just killed 5 or 6 people, right? So he may not see that what he did there was wrong in that context, but he still has a morality, and he still wants people to abide by that morality. And to an extent, that would more or less solidify one thing as objectively evil. Because even the man that didn't kill all those extra people, at least not intentionally, he would have the exact same standard for not wanting his things stolen. So what I'm trying to get across here is, even if just one thing, even just one thing is objectively wrong, then that means your entire premise is wrong altogether.
Well, no, I don't see how my premise could be wrong, because my premise is just that I think the things that I believe to be right and wrong are what I believe to be right and wrong, and it's the same for you. It's the same for everyone else. I don't have any time.
If there is a transcendent standard that goes across the board for all humans, if there's an objective standard that goes across the board for all humans, of even just one thing, just one. That's what you need.
What is the?
You're automatically wrong.
If I disagree, then I don't see how it's objective.
Okay, Matt, let me jump in, because I'm kind of going along the similar line here.
Okay.
So, Henry, if I'm understanding your position, you don't believe that there is anything that people can do that is always wrong for everybody. Am I correct?
Well, no, again, it goes back to myself. Of course, I believe there are right and wrong things to do.
Well, no,
I just don't view morality as
that. I know you believe that there are right and wrong things, but there is no single action that you can point to that says that is always wrong for all people at all times.
Yeah, well, I can. Again, that's what it's getting to. It's just this misunderstanding, I think, of you're not getting where I'm coming from. For me, it's like someone liking.
I'm trying to. That's why I'm asking questions.
Right, and I appreciate that, and I think it's productive. It's just difficult because I think it's difficult for you guys to understand the way I view morality when you're coming from it with this. There is you're viewing it from an objective lens, and like I said, if you have say I think harming people, I think harm and suffering are bad, then we can start to say there's objective ways, there's objective things you could say about objectively it's wrong to do this because it harms people. But if you're going back to well, why is it wrong to harm people? I think that comes down to a matter of opinion, and I think that is an opinion most people share. I do think that what you're getting at is most people do agree, I think, at their fundamental level, that human suffering and harming people is bad, and joy and enjoying things is good. Most people agree with those things. There's people that don't. He talked about psychopaths; they don't particularly care. But I don't know. I'm kind of rambling at this point.
No, you're fine.
Henry,
okay, so let me just make sure I'm grasping what you're saying. What you're saying is essentially that there are certain things that most people, unless they're psychopaths, think are wrong, and based on that, we can build some kind of objective order from that. Am I correct on understanding that?
Yes. And then I guess another thing to add on to that is then you're going to have other people that will put on it, because that's one aspect. And then there's other people, like a lot of Christians, theists, that believe in certain things. They'll put other things on parity with that. And then a lot of times they'll use the suffering and they'll talk about like, I don't know, gay sex or something like that, and say that's morally wrong because it says so in the Bible. But then to justify it, a lot of times they go back to well, it causes harm in this way. So I think the harm thing is pretty deep in us, where a lot of people agree with that. Because a lot of the time at least when I talk to theists, when they're talking about something that comes from their biblical texts, they try to justify it using some kind of thing where this actually harms people. That's why God says it's wrong.
Not to like cut you off there, but I mean, just the whole standard of even, harm coming about something would also be subjective based on that standard. So it really doesn't make a difference which way you look at that.
Yeah, I'm using it in a general.
Okay, let me see if I can drive down to the point here. I guess the question then becomes, if we're going to accept that, yes, harming humans is an objective wrong that no one should be doing, then you have to drill back to the basic question of why. And see, that's where we get into. That's where we would start getting into a conflict. You and I would agree that harming people is wrong. We both would agree with that. But then we have to drive back to the question of why.
I don't think it's that important.
Okay, but see, if we don't have a solid,
I don't think it matters. If we agree that it's wrong, we can work from there. I don't see why. I don't see why it matters so much that.
Okay, but Henry, if my opinion,
as long as we think it's wrong,
your opinion and a psychopath's opinion are on the same level, what's to prevent a nation of psychopaths?
Well, because you and I outnumber the psychopaths, and
actually, that was true in Nazi Germany too. But the psychopaths still killed 6 to 10 million.
I don't think they were psychopaths.
I'm pretty sure Hitler classifies as a psychopath. Okay. Not everybody did.
David, you're talking about a nation.
David would. But again, the psychopaths were grossly outnumbered by the normal people in Germany, and yet because the psychopaths had the power, they killed off millions of people.
That's true at all.
So it does matter what the
Nazi Germany. You think that Nazi Germany occurred because the population was just made up of a disproportionate amount of psychopaths that led them to do the Holocaust?
That's not what I said.
No, it's the opposite way.
Okay.
The ones in charge.
The psychopaths happen to be the ones.
There was a lot of propaganda.
I don't think that were psychopaths either. I don't think the people running the nation were psychopaths. I don't buy any of that.
Somebody was messed up.
Okay, but even if you don't, but then you have to say, okay, these people weren't crazy, but they killed 6 to 10 million.
It just makes it worse.
Yeah, non-crazy people do terrible things all the time.
You're right, and you know what? I agree with that. But the thing is, that drills back to the question of why. Is Hitler's opinion on whether a Jew should live equal to mine?
What? What's that?
Is Hitler's opinion on whether or not Jews should be exterminated equivalent to my opinion that says they shouldn't?
Well, I agree with you. I don't know what you mean by equal.
I didn't ask you if you agree with me. I know you agree with me.
Equal. I'm not sure what you mean by equal, I guess.
Okay. Is his opinion equally valid and thus equally able to be implemented into society?
Could it be implemented? I mean, it was.
No, not could it. Is it equally valid on a moral level?
Oh, I wouldn't think so.
Okay, but then you have to answer the question of why, because Hitler could say, well, I disagree with you, and it comes down to a question.
Yeah, he did disagree with me.
Obviously, he did.
He went ahead and did all of his horrible shit.
I mean, if Adolf was alive, he could walk into the room and say, well, I disagree, and I'm going to do what I want to do.
Well, yeah, he could. Yeah, he definitely could.
Ultimately, where you are, and I'm not saying this in a mean way, you're in a relativist position where everybody's opinions are roughly.
No, I don't think that they're equal. I still want my opinions. What I think is right and wrong, I want to perpetuate that, and I want that to.
So would good old Adolf.
It's spread across the earth. I want my version of right and wrong, the same way you guys do.
Okay, all right. Hang on. Okay, so the short version is that Henry has a gigantic ego and thinks his morals are better.
Well, so do you. You guys think your morals are better than mine, right?
Okay. Henry, have you missed the entire point that's been being made this whole time, which is that
I must have, I suppose.
That our ego is being forced to be subjugated to an external accountability factor.
It's not really external, though. You decided that was correct. You decided that external thing was right or wrong. It'd be the same way if I
dude,
thought,
am I stating that even if
right,
dude,
like
you
Hitler's my objective morality.
Henry, calm down. Okay, Tony, thanks for joining the stream, man. What's up, dude? I know you usually hop in with a zinger, so what's on your mind, my friend?
I'm talking about Hitler now. I was just.
He's a moral
We're on
relativist.
to this time. I was talking about orthodox earlier, but go ahead, man. I'll just listen.
He's an
Henry,
actual moral
his
relativist.
thoughts were valid.
Have you read
What's up, Livy?
C.S. Lewis
What's
at all?
up, brother?
What's up, man? What's up,
Henry
Anthony?
doesn't know why our morality is better. He doesn't understand it.
Because he's a moral relativist. He's a literal moral relativist.
Well, he's borrowing from the Christian worldview. And
No, he's not. He's an
position is consistent.
He's an
I have a question
actual
about the
moral
borrowing thing.
relativist. Okay.
What?
Yeah, just about the
AJ?
borrowing thing. So what about? I'm sure you have an explanation, but like, if you had like an uncontacted, tribe like in South America, which there are, can they be moral without, scripture?
Hey,
Yes.
AJ,
You
does
think
someone need to tell you?
60%
Does someone need to tell you that stealing
homicide.
is wrong?
Is a 60% homicide rate, is that moral?
Yeah, God's laws are written in our hearts. We suppress
I'll
the
answer.
truth.
AJ, the answer is
So God can contact you without scripture, basically.
AJ, do you need somebody to tell you that stealing is wrong?
I think so. Yeah,
All
when you're
right.
a little kid.
Okay, so
But,
if somebody in the Amazon jungle is stealing something, do they know that it's wrong?
Yeah, because the other person will say stop.
Okay.
That's how you know.
Hey,
That's the foundation.
Guys, hang on.
Do you
Yeah,
think-
hang on.
do you
Everybody,
think
everybody be quiet. Be quiet.
They
Be quiet.
steal each
Be
other's
quiet.
wives.
Everybody be quiet. Donald, if you want, I can't let you in unless you turn your mic. The system doesn't allow me to add you to the stream. So you got to turn your mic on. I can't add you. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Jungle, we're talking about like an uncontacted tribe. We don't know.
I'm from
we're
the
not really
Amazon.
observing them. So
I'm
all
from the
statistics you're
Amazon
saying-
where they have uncontacted tribes. I'm from there.
Yeah, so that's jungle.
Yeah,
AJ,
you can ask
that's jungle.
You can
He's
ask me.
essentially Tarzan.
Ah, okay.
See that the picture, his icon, it's actually his face.
Yep.
Hey, Emery dropped out, guys. Emery, thanks so much for joining and playing the rational moderator / reiterator of everybody's incoherent talking points. So thank you very much for that. And hope you sleep well, my friend. Glad you made it through COVID and everything's going well. Thanks. You're always welcome. So appreciate you as always. Okay, continue, guys.
So, as far as morality, do you think you could figure out morality yourself through, through just rational thought at all?
Probably not. Probably
like,
not.
Okay.
Probably you need to hear the word of God. That's why we take the word of God to uncontacted tribes.
Does it say just pressing enter?
Because it's the word of God that saves people.
I didn't think people proselyted to uncontacted tribes.
You didn't think? My dad was a missionary.
You never heard of
My
mission
dad
work
was a
or anything like that?
missionary to uncontacted tribes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
hang on, guys.
there's
So-
tribes that had a 60% murder rate, and it dropped to almost
Am I in?
zero.
Yes, so everybody, time out on the current conversation, guys. So we
No,
have,
no problem. No problem.
We've
Go ahead.
got Dak is Donald Kronos also in the side chat, folks. He is Eminent Reflection. He is the Donald Kronos that was supposed to be debating Kent Hovind over on MDD earlier. And we've been playing a tag trying to get him into the stream. So Donald, thanks for joining us. How you doing? And anything you want to share about the extravaganza earlier tonight, as well as thoughts on the stream?
Hello.
Corn
I'm not
Pop
hearing you,
was a
man.
bad dude.
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Joe Biden.
Can you talk?
Okay, must be a lag then.
Oh, I think he's lagging.
Tell how much lag I've got. I shut off the YouTube.
Turn off your camera or whatever it is.
Yeah, I was
I gotta look under
on
this
what
rock.
you guys were saying, but I had muted. Yeah, that's what I said. I'm lagging pretty badly. Apparently.
Turn the camera off.
Are you on Wi-Fi or what are you? What
At
are
any
you on?
rate, yeah, I actually typed a while ago, "Is my mic working?" And this one, no, this one is not on through Wi-Fi. It's connected to a device that does my Wi-Fi, but it's connected by Ethernet cable, Cat 5.
Oh wow, okay, I'm surprised.
So,
well, you sound fine now.
Are you still
can hear you?
Yeah.
That's good.
Are you getting? Are you hearing us in
Oh,
real
well,
time,
maybe-
or is it lagging still?
Chemical
maybe it's just taking a while for my computer to catch up, or maybe I'm just fine. Maybe I'm just sounding fine with lag.
Are you hearing me asking you in real time?
What a nightmare.
Are you hearing in real time?
Does that help at all?
Hey, go
It
ahead.
looks
What
like
do you
you're
got,
in
man?
the movie Inception.
I don't know.
Man, what are we talking about?
Oh, it's a little bit better.
There he is.
That's the thing about
Is that Barry?
we were getting lag, like because I was in a spaceship out by Mars, you'd be able to calculate how much the lag would be. But
that PZ Myers
lag in here, it's a little.
I would, if you're having crazy lag, I would.
So I'm wondering.
Cut out your camera.
Henry, that's funny.
Well, this was one of the reasons why I had asked James to, send me the link early for the Zoom, so that I, so I'd have time to make sure we don't go through something like this while the show is happening. Yeah, and now of course that's a different app. It's a different way of doing things. There would have been different issues.
He said
Probably.
He said he wasn't able to see your request.
Having trouble. I see a something says having trouble connecting.
Oh my
Is by an unstable internet.
Joe Biden's got hairy legs.
If
If
you're
you're blonde in the sun.
move closer to your
Doing a dead
router or
zone.
consider using the Ethernet.
What the hell is happening?
Well,
You might have to like
Joe
reset your
Biden's got hairy
router.
legs.
there you go.
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun.
Try that.
Okay, I shut the cam off. Is that any better?
Yeah, sounds
Yeah,
good.
it seems to be working fine.
Is it
Almost
any
get
better without
started.
the camera on?
Yeah, we're being able to hear you. Can
Seems
you
like
hear
it.
us? Are you able to hear us? He's not able to hear us.
Can you?
Man, I need to get a recording of the the Final Jeopardy music.
I can whistle.
He
if
seemed
you
to be
want.
coming through fine. I don't know what happened here.
That might be unauthorized. You can sing it though. Da, na, na.
Like,
Can you-
once you shut that camera off, man, you were
Can you
coming
hear me
through.
now? I should be
okay.
holding a banana while asking that, right? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Well, it is harder to tell if there's lag without the camera.
Well, it's off now. Can you
Oh,
hear me?
you're
Okay.
fine. Yeah, you hear me?
Better.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. That is a difficulty. If I had not used the headphones, you could tell if there's lag right away, because there'd be echo.
It's all Rosenberg.
What was your debate supposed to be about?
Yeah, you're going to
Almost
debate
working.
Kent Hovind?
I got
Or not.
silence.
Yeah,
You-
Kent
you-
Hovind he's a heavy hitter.
Yeah, you're going to debate Kent Hovind.
Yeah,
Purple-haired guy.
This is the best.
He says the reason. He says what went wrong. He looked into it. Supposedly, what happened is his tech guy didn't get the scheduling information over to his secretary, and he relies on his secretary, supposedly, to take care of that sort of stuff. So, again, according to him, there was some miscommunication or lack of communication that happened.
Right.
I did everything I was supposed to. it just didn't work anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
what
it,
debate supposed to be about?
It was the title was "Is Evolution Ubiquitous?"
Evolution.
It's almost working.
Holy crap!
That was the question.
With Ken Hovind.
If I start answering questions when they're only half asked, maybe maybe it won't seem like there's so much lag.
In fairness to Ken Hovind, people forget that he's in his 70s, and he literally does he doesn't know how to. I don't think he knows how to use PowerPoint, because he always is like, "Can you pull up that slide for me?" I don't think he actually knows how to.
Oh yeah.
Remember, he had the old projector
Well, I mean,
style.
don't get me wrong. I think there's a pretty good chance. Don't get me wrong. I think there is still a pretty good chance that he just backed out and didn't want to admit it, because I've seen him do things like that before. But he was very nice about it over the phone, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and we'll see whether or not he actually gets a new schedule. James said he's gonna try for sometime next week. So we'll see what happens.
I can't imagine Ken Hovind backing out of a debate. That would be.
I agree.
Yeah, me neither.
He's debated I don't know, anyone and everyone.
Debating for 20 years.
When Aaron Ra had his debate with him on the.
Yeah, he debated Aaron Ross, so why would he be scared of some random
show that they were going to have another debate on there? They're going to have a part 2, and he never did. He just completely backed out of it.
Right, because the format.
Aaron Ra
exactly
does not like Aaron Ra and doesn't want to talk.
Yeah, they had a pretty big fight. Actually,
so he actually switched over and started doing a YouTube series.
I talked with Aaron about it over Twitter.
Video.
Well, Aaron Ra backed out because he had an audition as a Klingon. I don't know if you heard.
Aaron Ra's kind of a dick. I wouldn't
pretty well.
Yeah, I would say that he was auditioning to be the Shaw of Klingon.
He can be somewhere between assertive and aggressive.
He's the new Jabba the Hutt.
Assertive and aggressive. I've seen him spur out multiple times. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
he's a ninth level wizard.
Did you not see guys? Did you not see the rage?
I've seen Aaron Ra spur out.
Aaron Ra rage quit 3 weeks ago. Okay, on MDD, he rage quit. So yeah.
By the way, I'm hearing everyone pronounce it Aaron. He pronounces it Aaron. Just so you know.
Aaron.
I tend to pronounce it differently than he. I tend to pronounce it differently than he does as well. I usually pronounce it Aaron, but that's because
I follow Henry's.
In most.
The correct way to pronounce his name is dumbass.
Well,
I'll tell you, I would probably respect the pronunciation of his name more if he wasn't such a filthy liar.
In the context of Henry's moral worldview, I've just decided in relation to the pronunciation of
my stage
Aaron
name, a lot of people pronounce it Jack, but it's Doc.
Duck.
Goose.
To me, it's a point of interest because of my background in linguistics. So I thought I'd mention it.
Oh, linguist, huh?
So where's Aaron Ra? What is that? Is that an Egyptian name?
Egyptian god. Yeah. So Amun Ra is supposed to be the god.
Did he make that name up, or is
God Ra?
He actually based it on Amun Ra.
Oh, so
he actually based it on Amun Ra, and the idea was kind of making fun of the gods.
Right.
Yeah.
That's so gay. Holy crap.
So Maddox, what was Perry saying about the amino acids going
I don't know
your system?
If his first name was I don't know if he only changed his name or if he also changed his first name. I think he changed both, but I'm not really sure the details of that. I do know though that it was a name that he made up for an online sign-on or something. I forget the details, and just ended up with it as his real name because everybody got to know him by that name.
That's his legal name?
Yes, that's his legal name.
Wow.
It's his legal name now, yes.
Oh,
That's unfortunate.
Can you imagine like you're at the airport, like going through customs with your passport out there, and they're kind of looking at you like,
foreign man.
Oh, dude, can you imagine if he went to Egypt? Holy crap! Pulled it like you get off the plane in Egypt, and he's like going to the pyramids, like I am Aaron Ra. I am Aaron Ra.
I can't help but wonder whether or not they would think anything of that. Really,
I'd like to see him at a Muslim
for
country.
blasphemy.
Yeah, I mean, Muslims would probably drag his ass off and I don't know, crucify him or something.
Oh, that would be hilarious. Can you? Okay, I can totally see.
I don't think it would be hilarious. I don't want Aaron crucified.
I could totally see him using that as a way to get some ass. Like walk up to some chick in Egypt and be like, "Listen, I am the reincarnation of Aaron."
You know, the sad thing is he probably does. He goes to his reason rallies.
If he wasn't married, maybe.
Well, isn't he?
Maybe,
Well, he's
if he
married,
wasn't
but I mean,
married.
he's probably
he's an atheist. I
polyamorous.
don't think he really cares.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he wasn't.
Of course, as
polyamorous.
popular as he is, I don't think he'd have to. He'd just, I mean, I'm just saying.
I really, 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 really do not like him.
He won't debate the Muslims. The Dollar Channel.
A lot of people
reminds me of
feel that way.
high school.
I know people who can't stand the Dark Matter 2525. I mean, he's a cartoonist. He does some great work, and
It's
some people
funny,
just
but
can't
it's
stand
like,
his
it's also
personality.
mostly only against Christianity.
I kind of like the guy.
I am not aware of him.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
actually
what's
kind of like him
programming?
too. He's done some
it's
cool
funny
talks as well.
content. It's pretty well thought out. I got to give him that, but and I think it's pretty well made as far as the production goes. But
This looks like this,
very
and this
blasphemous.
looks like that, and that looks like that, and that looks like the other thing, and that's not science.
He got cornered by Fuzz Brana. He didn't have nothing, so.
That's not science. This looks like this. Yeah, right. So what?
Now I wonder.
Well, we got to have John Perry back.
I wonder if I were to read my entire prepared 8-minute
God, please don't do that.
deduction thing that I was going to do for the debate, whether or not Kent Hovind would end up hearing it before the reschedule.
I don't know if Kent Hovind has time to listen to other people's channels.
So what was your deal? It was like you're a big evolution guy or something?
No, but if somebody that idolizes him came across it, they'd probably try to let him know about it.
Hey Joshua, you gotta
What was the
connect
question?
Joshua, you gotta connect your mic. If I can't let you into the back or into the stream.
Oh,
If you
I
don't
was saying
connect your mic.
you're gonna
So what
argue
you're
with Kent
saying-
Hovind. Are you like big into evolution, or is that the thing you were gonna argue with him about, or?
You think's one thing.
Or not? Whatever.
Well, basically, things that
One thing turned into another.
sort of unique to him. And I was going to address exactly what he thinks, what he teaches, what I know his point of view. And for example, he talks about different definitions of evolution or different kinds of evolution. He used to just call them different definitions. I actually pointed out to him that those are not different definitions of evolution, and he did learn that. He caught onto that one, so he has since been calling them like different kinds of evolution. I would call them different types of evolution or different subsets of evolution. Now, there are different subsets of evolution that go by different names. For example, cosmological evolution is one of the ones that he talks about. He says cosmological evolution is defined as the origin of the universe, the Big Bang. Well, the problem with that is that's an event, not a process. Evolution is a process. If it's not a process, it's not evolution.
Well,
Like star formation.
So,
but that
the name
that
is
has
okay.
to do with what?
Same thing
star
with
formation.
stellar evolution, planetary evolution,
And chemical. And chemical
There's
evolution.
all kinds of evolution,
which has no evidence.
but none of them are definition of
I think we're
evolution
gonna have
is
to
an
have
It's all
origin
part of the
in
show.
that position.
It's all part of it, though. You've got to
Because-
get life going from non-life,
or at
don't
least
you?
he presents it that way, because that's and that
you
is a
still having a
process as
lag.
well. That's called
Ugh.
abiogenesis, and that is a part
which
of
has no
evolution.
evidence. Yeah, which has
Am
no
I
evidence.
cutting in and out, or is it
life has to
that?
get going from non-life, but that's not
Stack, yeah.
that's not biological evolution, because it's not biological yet at that point. It's Doc.
Yeah, and the Center for Chemical Evolution is not making any progress.
And none of that has to do with anything
The
about.
Center for Chemical Evolution. I
know
I
anything
recall opening
about-
their webpage, and I don't recall what's on it.
Do you know anything about stellar evolution?
Yeah, well, that's about the evolution of stars. Basically, stellar evolution has to do with things like star formation and the different stages that a star goes through during its so-called lifetime. Stars, of course, don't reproduce per se, so you can't have the kind of evolution that you would have with reproductive evolution. Stars don't have any genetic information to pass on, so you don't have population evolution or genetic evolution, but stellar evolution is rather over the lifetime of a star. Sort of like the evolution of an individual human being happens from conception till death. And during that time, they evolve through things that we can call different stages as fetus, embryo, baby, child, adult, old man or old woman, whatever you want to call them. But these are just labels that we put on things that we think we can sort of recognize, and there isn't any line between them dividing one from another.
So, do you have an explanation for how gravity overcomes gas pressure?
62 degrees, 49 degrees, rain, see the full forecast.
Yes, and it's a rather simple one. Air weighs something. If you're talking about the atmosphere, why the atmosphere doesn't escape into space, the answer is it does. A lot of planets have completely lost their atmosphere, and we know that for a fact. Some of them hold on to their atmosphere, but there's a question of, does the atmosphere escape faster than it comes back?
Jack, that's not what we're talking about.
Something else? Go
That's
ahead.
not what he's talking about the dust.
I'm asking about star formation.
How would
If
the
they are
dust
made,
pull into itself?
if they're made out of say hydrogen gas, how does the gravitational force of all of this hydrogen gas that's accumulating overcome gas pressure before a star is formed?
You're talking about in star formation, not planets.
Yes,
right.
Well, as it turns out, it can't on its own, or at least it doesn't seem that it can. But if you have a small amount of some material that's heavier than gas, that material can attract the gas, and the gas can get started that way. Now, I don't know. Maybe there's an exception. Maybe it can happen with just gas, and they haven't figured out how. But we do know, though, that if there is, say, for example, a small planet that starts to gain an atmosphere, if that planet doesn't have anything around to blow that atmosphere away, the atmosphere will just keep collecting and collecting and collecting. Once a star has ignited near it, the star can blow some of that atmosphere away, and eventually
hang on.
That's a good story time.
Hang on, just a second. So, nobody is arguing. I've never heard anybody make a claim that planets form before stars, and so we still have to. And you're talking about this. Oh, all we need is some matter to cause the gravity to overcome the gas pressure problem.
Right. I had another question. Does the Big Bang?
Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff that people tend to forget about when they're talking about such things.
Does the Big Bang propose any matter other than hydrogen being formed in the Big Bang?
Yes. Yes. The vast majority of it would have been, hydrogen, helium, and lithium. The vast majority of that, of course, would have been hydrogen and helium, and the vast majority of that would have been hydrogen. But yes, not immediately though, because right, only after it cooled to a certain extent. So when it cools to a certain extent, protons can form, or for all we know, it would be when it cools to an extent can form. When it cools beyond that to a certain extent, protons can form. When it cools beyond that to a certain extent, protons can capture electrons and become atoms. And by that point, some of the protons would have already collided with other larger molecules. There probably would have already been some plutonium in that, but it would have been a very small amount. But that's all it takes, is a very small amount for gravity to start pulling things together in a way that mere hydrogen atoms wouldn't do.
Wait, a small amount of plutonium would produce enough gravitational force to overcome gas pressure to form the core of a star?
Wouldn't even have to be plutonium. Iron would do it as well, depending on the amount. Maybe silicon, maybe carbon. But again, it depends on the amount. But the thing is, the larger molecules would be more likely to stick to each other. There's also electromagnetic involved, and if an atom is ionized, if an atom or a molecule is ionized, for example, it has a tendency to attract electrically to another atom or molecule that's ionized, and they can connect to each other. And molecules could form in empty space, in so-called empty space, or nearly empty space.
What's that? To be a lot. It would
Protein?
have to be a lot.
Yeah, for ionized matter, you would have to have the opposing molecular charge, right? So I mean, I don't know. To me, it just seems kind of arbitrary to make that assumption that actually.
Well, ionized just means it either has an extra electron or it's missing
I used to work with ionized water and things
it's
like
just basically just that it has a charge. Now, even an atom or a molecule that isn't ionized, and if they've got all of their electrons balanced, there's still an electrical charge involved. It tends to be more balanced. It's not as much of one. If, for example, a water molecule has a positive side and a negative side. Water is polarized without having to be an ion, or without having to be ionized at all.
I mean, if you mean that the two hydrogen and then the one oxygen are ionized by themselves, yes, that makes sense. I'm saying you can ionize the water molecule itself.
No, in their combined form. I'm talking about in their combined form. There is a positive side and a negative side to a water molecule that is otherwise balanced, and they do attract other water molecules as a result. So two water molecules in outer space will attract each other stronger than gravity will attract them if they get close enough together for that electrical charge to take over.
So my understanding was that star formation began with hydrogen coalescing into a singular point. Is that not true?
That's usually the way that it's described. But if you actually look at the simulations that have been done, it doesn't seem that that's actually the case. It's a simplified way of describing it, I think, is what it is, because I don't think the minuscule amount of heavy elements inside of a star, I don't think most people really understand. It's kind of like when you try to explain the size of the Earth to a flag, it just doesn't get through.
Hey, Leo. What about, and how did life get started?
Or when Neil deGrasse Tyson said that the Earth was slightly pear-shaped.
Well, I guess an interesting question.
Very slightly pear-shaped. We have a very slightly pear-shaped Earth.
It's kind of funny seeing Urkel's cat go crazy, but
that was pretty funny.
I guess for the rest of you, he's doing his whole science, hydrogen coalesced or whatever it is. How do you guys think it was started? I suppose because I heard the one guy. I think the rest of you are Christians. I think. But you were talking about star formation. I think it's Argenta or something. You were saying talking about hydrogen coalescing, but I would have thought you would have thought, God made it happen or something like that.
Obviously,
Well,
but
when you
I'm
take it
asking
across,
him
is that it
about
would
his
require-
worldview and what he thinks.
Oh, okay.
Well, even if God made it happen, there's still a question of how God made it happen. I mean, saying that God spoke it into happening really isn't an explanation. I mean, a boss at a
Irrelevant.
factory can say, let us have shelves on. Explains the fact that handed it to happen. There was a process involved.
Not
No, I agree with
necessarily.
you. I'm not.
You're
nobody's
assuming
that
you're
Saying
assuming
God did it
naturalism.
doesn't answer anything about how. That's only who did it.
You're presuming. You're presupposing naturalism.
I'm not presuming anything. Nope. No, I'm not.
Well, okay. You would have
Not
to
any such thing. The
claim
fact of the matter
that
is,
there must.
regardless of whether God did it through natural means or supernatural means, he did it through some means if he did it at all. And saying
Okay,
God did
hang
it
on.
doesn't tell
Guys,
what those
everybody,
means are.
Time out for a second, guys. So Leo's got his hand up. He's being very calm, and I have to know what happened to his cat. Leo, is your cat still alive? Has there been a cat skinning? What's going on, man?
So, well, that's one of the 5 cats that we have in the house, and she decided to step on my laptop and spill half of my beer on the floor.
Oh no!
She's still alive. Not the beer. Yeah, the beer or the cat? Which one's more important? I guess that's the real question. Anyway, yeah, she's
my
good.
brother.
That's subjective.
My brother would be like, no.
Might I make a quick comment? Is that okay?
Yeah, I wanted to hear. I figured you knew something I didn't know.
So there were. I wouldn't say what's the word I'm looking for? Inaccurate is like not really the right way to put it, but there were some technicalities that were glossed over when it comes to the Big Bang.
Okay.
So one of the first things I want to say is the Big Bang is not the beginning of the universe. We don't know what the beginning of the universe is or whether there was one because we can only go back so far. Prior to that moment, we just don't really know what happened.
It's the beginning of the stuff in the universe that we don't
relativity takes us back
measure,
to about
including space and time.
13 seconds. We can infer what happens up to about 10 to the negative 36 seconds because of the conditions that we can recreate in particle accelerators. But prior to about 10 to the negative 36 seconds, don't even ask because nobody knows. I like to quote Sean Carroll on this, who's a PhD theoretical cosmologist and theoretical physicist. The Big Bang isn't the beginning of the universe. It's the end of our understanding of the universe. We know that inflation happened.
Yeah.
We're fairly
We know it took
and then
energy.
after that, what prior to inflation, we don't really have any idea because we don't have a working theory of quantum gravity. The Big Bang is about 10 to the negative 32 seconds after the Big Bang to about 1 second. Well, I should say 10 to the negative 32 seconds. If you started from t equals 0, it would be 10 to the negative 32 seconds after that point to 10 or to 1 second after that point is the Big Bang. Now, there was no matter in existence at that point. It was just
And
energy.
there's no matter, there's no time and space either because it's matter that dilates time and space.
We don't.
You have to have matter to dilate time and space. If you don't have matter, you don't have time and space.
Well,
that's not necessarily true because protons and electrons are matter. Or did you mean
But you have to have matter, but you have to have huge amounts of
Actually,
mass.
what
You have
we
to have a
measure
lot of
currently
mass.
as
you have to have
what you
mass
got to empty space is expanding.
to dilate time and distance. You have to have matter.
Not
You don't
necessarily.
have matter,
No.
mass. You don't have time and space.
In a necessary sense, no, because
the
you just need a
expansion of
curve,
space is happening
space-time
in areas
to do
where
that.
there isn't mass.
You have to have
I mean,
matter.
honestly,
It
the
takes
understanding
energy
of what
to make
space
matter.
actually is an interesting subject altogether. I mean,
Yeah, we don't
matter,
really
no.
know what space is.
I-
Space is most
We
likely.
do know
think
that
that
it's
Leo got
matter
to
that
finish his
dilates
point.
time
Hey,
and
let's
space.
let
We
Leo
do
talk. He
know
has a
that
good
if
point
you
here.
don't have matter, you don't have the dilation of time and space. We do know that.
Well,
Yeah, but I don't think that Leo got
You
to
don't
finish
have
his
time and
point.
space.
that's actually
Well, he's
not
just trying to
true.
give-
Any
That's
argument
Saying
actually
that
the
you've
fact.
seen a universe without matter and it
Because
didn't have time
it's
and space.
matter that dilates time and space.
Well, no, it's
Mass,
not.
no, mass of the matter dilates of time. You don't have the mass.
Talk over him and keep
You
saying
don't
the
have
same thing over and over again.
Okay,
and
guys,
not let him defend himself.
hey, everybody,
Actually,
I'm gonna
mass slows down.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
If you look at Einstein's time down.
Okay, so Leo, go
with
ahead.
that
and,
in mind, if we didn't have any, there's no
Dak, hold on.
behind.
Hold on.
It's actually
the
Doc.
owner is trying to say something. The owner of the
Leo.
room is trying to say something.
Okay, go ahead and respond, Leo.
So,
and remember, Leo,
so
Doc has lags, so he's got like, yeah.
Okay.
You can dilate.
Am I supposed to be silent now?
You can dilate space-time by just traveling close to the speed of light, even if you're massless. This is why photons don't experience the passage of time or movement in space. That this comes down to how manifolds that you describe events in behave when you start approaching the speed of light. This is why your traditional Cartesian coordinate space
they experience movement in space instantly.
Middle school with an X
from
and a
their
Y axis
perspective.
doesn't work in special relativity. You have to use a special kind of manifold called a Minkowski.
You're going the speed of light. There is no time and space.
I didn't finish.
There is no time and space.
Hold on, Jungle. Hold on. He's trying to explain.
As you begin to, my arms, I don't know if I can get them to fit into the frame, so I'll use pens. So you have an x-axis and you have a y-axis.
There is no law of physics
in a
that says that you can't have time and space
I
without mass.
didn't finish. In a Minkowski space-time link, which is what we use in special relativity, as you begin to approach the speed of light, those axes do this. At the speed of light, they converge on one another, i.e., there's no more manifold to define events in, i.e., you can't go faster than the speed of light. You can contract lengths and dilate time just by moving something in space. When you drive your car down the road at 70 miles an hour, you're actually experiencing length contraction and time dilation. Now, granted, they're so infinitesimal that nobody's going to be able to measure it, but it still happens. But that's why we use Newtonian mechanics at really, really low speeds and at in space times with very little curvature, because we can recover those approximations without how we can just gloss over the technicalities. It doesn't matter. This is why we only use Newtonian mechanics to send a rocket to the moon. We don't need special relativity. But if something starts moving at 90% the speed of light, you're going to have to take relativistic effects into account. So you don't need mass for time dilation and length contraction. Mass can do it, but
the other reason Newtonian mechanics are used is they're simpler.
Well, they're simpler in the sense that it depends on what you mean by simpler. I would argue relativity is simpler because it gives more exact answers.
Well,
but it's simpler.
My point is
math isn't as convoluted.
Point is, it's easier to do if they're good enough. Why not?
What's going the speed of light, though?
What's going the speed of light? Electromagnetic radiation.
Yeah.
Gravitational waves.
Very far away from matter. What matter is going the speed of light?
Photons.
I wasn't disagreeing at all. I was just trying to.
Yeah, I know.
Isn't it interesting that the Bible starts with God said, "Let there be light"? Like, how did they know light was special? Why didn't they say, "Let there be water" or "Let there be air"? Like, so they knew something about light. It almost seems like they had special supernatural knowledge because they chose light of all things.
I mean, light has been special to all societies because it's the opposite of dark.
That's not true. What other?
But it is true. Like, light is associated with knowledge.
Probably shouldn't have been named
light.
What other origin probably should have been named?
Why do you think knowledge was called enlightenment?
Okay, but let me ask you a question. What other origin story? What other origin story of the universe involves a God saying effectively, "Let there be light," or invoking light?
A God saying it, that's different, but I believe Judaism also had, because, well, Genesis.
Well, the Old Testament.
That was.
Wait, Leo.
The Bhagavad Gita also mentions the importance of light. Native American tribes also.
But I'm not saying just mention the importance of it. I'm saying like starting off the entire origin of everything with it.
What Native American story talks about light, Leo?
God created light on the third day.
No, yeah, but
no. I thought it was the first day.
No, if you mean the sun,
Hold on.
There was darkness covering the surface of the earth, and
in
he
the
said,
Bible.
"Let there be light."
It was late.
So that light was the first thing was made when the universe was made.
Yeah. But light actually didn't exist for the first 380,000 years of the universe's existence.
According to your model.
That sounds like a hot take.
I don't remember which one you call it.
The thing is, Argatha, it's
Only
not a
covering
model.
the surface of the
theory.
earth, and he said, "Let there be light."
So
on the first day. On the first day.
According to the Bible, there was a dark void, which means there was nothing, and in that dark void, there was a surface and there was water.
Void on earth.
So yeah, the Bible is
The earth was formless and void.
Great reference for how the universe formed.
The earth was formless and void.
Right, the earth in a void.
The earth was formless and void.
Right, void meaning it isn't there.
Meaning there was nothing. There was no life.
Exactly,
on earth.
a void.
There was nothing on earth. There was just formless.
That is a
exactly. There was nothing.
There was water covering the whole surface of the earth, anyways.
I'm just saying.
I wanted to correct Leo. Light was formed on the first day according to the biblical model.
Yeah,
the sun and the moon were created. The sun and the moon were created.
Technicality I've never heard.
I can't hear our God.
It was only dark on the surface of the earth.
Hey, can we take turns?
The sun and the moon were created on, I believe, the fourth day.
First day.
After plants.
Universe.
Light was
first day.
Jungle, stop. Light was created on the first day. The sun and the moon and the stars were created on the fourth day.
They were seen on the fourth day. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I couldn't remember the third or fourth, but I knew it was somewhere around there.
You're right.
Wednesday.
Oh, good, man.
Wednesday.
All I was saying is that I think it's interesting.
Sunflower.
It's interesting how much emphasis on "let there be light" is in the Judeo-Christian religions. I'm not saying that other religions don't even think light is special or good. I'm saying it's in the Judeo-Christian tradition. It's actually like involved in the origin of like matter and space-time. Look, I'm not trying to convince you guys.
It is in the Mahabharata as well.
That was after he created the heavens and the earth. Yeah.
I think it's particularly interesting, and you guys should probably think about going to church more often. That's all I'm saying.
I've been to church. You do know that the
in case
light
anybody missed it, water
also in the Mahabharata as well. I believe specifically.
In case anybody missed it, water came late in the Big Bang.
Water, yeah.
Why can't you have water without light?
You can.
Yeah. So tell that to Dak.
King James version.
Tell that to Dak over
King
here.
James version. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Dak seems to think that there's like ions in a water molecule. So I don't know what kind of crap.
And the
You can
Spirit of God
ionize
moved
water,
over
but it's
there.
not intrinsic.
Holy crap, everybody. Hey,
Already.
listen.
Then it
If
says,
you idiots can't stop talking over each other, he said,
and there was light. After
okay?
there was molecule.
Everybody shut up.
There was light.
Okay.
According to the Bible.
Utter cluster.
And that's
okay. This turning into a cluster. Let's stop yelling over each other, okay?
Just
the problem.
Somebody should actually quote the Bible.
I think the problem was that Doc, he has lag, so it's
Yeah, he has
very
a lag.
difficult. It's
Yeah,
difficult
well, I
for
was
him
only
to.
quoting the Bible.
What is he like on the moon? What kind of Wi-Fi has like a 4-second lag in 2021? Well, I've never even. The last time I heard of a delay that long was like trying to stream like wrestling videos in like 2003.
You could just have a slower speed of internet.
You might want to look up what internet providers do intentionally to people who don't pay enough money.
Throttling.
Yeah, so Dak
Well,
this is
I work for Comcast. Calm down.
This seems very far away from the point of the.
Dak has dial-up.
He might be on Internet Essentials or something.
Hold on, Sunflower. When he connects to his internet, you mean it makes a
exactly?
Yeah.
Old school modem, man.
Hey, Leo, you're not old enough to actually remember modems, man. And
I actually am. My grandma used to have one. I remember having to actually put in the phone number and connect to the internet when I would get on her computer.
How old are you, Leo?
I'm 25. I was born in 95. I remember getting
okay.
online. I also have autism. I have like somewhat of an eidetic memory. I can remember logging onto the computer in 2000.
Why was that even funny?
Dial up. I don't know why.
I'm sorry, Leo. I didn't hear what you said. Someone talked over you. You were saying you had autism and eidetic memory.
Yes.
Is that
you watched The Big Bang Theory?
Like photographic memory? Is it that?
No, an eidetic memory means that a photographic memory is where when somebody looks at something, they can like remember it like to the minute detail what they saw. An eidetic memory is where one absorbs, what's the word I'm looking for? They can remember things, whether it's sight, whether it's sound, whether it's something that was said to them, something they experienced in great detail. There's a relation there, but they're not exactly the same thing.
That is so cool, dude.
You remember everything, basically.
That's a gift.
I can definitely not remember everything.
I remember when I was bit when I was 3 years old by my dog, my pet dog.
I remember the day I was born.
Hey, Leo, can you remember your
I was
first
3 years old. I remember.
Can I remember my first what?
Blowjob?
Yeah.
Really?
How did it taste?
I can.
How did it taste?
Oh my goodness.
Well, I don't know. I can try to like hook you up with her on like, Facebook.
Let's not talk about
ask her.
this. This is not the kind of stream for that,
I'm
man.
sorry, that's a dirty joke. That's a dirty joke. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's a hard
Sunflower
one.
breaking the rules there. Crossing the line. He's crossing the line.
Yeah, sorry. Sometimes
Leo, for the record, I don't think you're gay, man.
Attendance.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody thinks I'm gay,
I don't think that.
I mean, shit, more power to them.
I don't at all think
who thinks that
joke on the memory part, not the.
No. LPP Sunflower is just making a joke, and then Pig said he's okay. He's like, it's okay. I don't think you're gay, Leo. And I'm like, you know.
Sorry,
Anybody that follows me on Twitter,
it was profane. I'm sorry.
Sunflower, don't you follow me on Twitter?
Listen, I'm pretty sure that Henry is gay, and that he projects his gayness onto other people by saying that they must be gay.
Yeah, no, Leo,
I wasn't the one that said he was gay, man.
I'm pretty sure it's Henry. I'm pretty sure
the joke came to mind because it was do you remember your first? That's the premise of the joke. It's not. I don't like.
You know, I
got the joke. You ruined it by explaining it, Sunflower.
I totally get the joke. It's no, I'm messing with Henry because he said something was being gay earlier. Is why I was cracking on him.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say anything about him being gay.
Not
Leo, about me, but
Leo. Earlier today, or earlier in the stream, you said somebody was acting gay.
That's why the guy with purple hair, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I was busting your balls on that one.
Hey, actually, can I ask Leo a few questions?
I'm okay.
Go ahead, man.
Everybody else is, yeah.
Certainly.
So I wrote down, remember, last time I was on Speed's channel, I wrote down everybody's argument. Mm-hmm. And you said that God is incoherent.
Yes.
Because he's supernatural, which means that he's nowhere, he's no when, and he's no thing.
Yes.
Correct? And I would ask you
define
where.
God.
No, that's not what I would ask him.
That's what I would ask him.
I would ask you, where is the statement, I am going to the store?
Did you speak the statement?
I don't know, did I?
Well, I'm asking, like, if you said that to somebody, then it would be present in the acoustic waves existing in the atmosphere.
Is the acoustic waves in the atmosphere the information?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. So is the information, where did the information come from?
Your vocal cords vibrating?
Can we agree that ultimately it came from my mind?
Information?
Yeah.
Okay. So if it's in my mind and I spoke it and I encoded the vibrations in the atmosphere, and you received that information, is the information now in your brain?
Of course, it was received by my ears, which sent particular electrochemical signals across my brain, which recalled certain memories of what words mean and constructed them and formed a coherent sentence that matches what you spoke.
In English.
Sure. So, where not is the information is in your brain, and it's in my brain. Did I create matter?
Did you create matter? No, you affected matter.
Create matter? No. Okay. Is information respective of matter?
The information affected.
Are you asking, does information depend on matter?
Correct.
Yes. Because my answer to that would be no, but it does depend on the physical. There's a difference between material and physical.
Is information physical?
Yes.
How can you show that?
Because the creation or the destruction of information is directly tied to entropy. If information wasn't physical, you would be able to store theoretically an infinite amount of it on like your cell phone or your laptop, but you can't.
Quantum computing.
Well, I mean, with the World Wide Web, you can essentially put any amount of data into the cloud. So I was just going to say information can essentially be infinite.
You can, given that the servers are large enough to hold it.
Yep.
And that the network is large enough to hold
computing?
it. Well, quantum computing is just computing using quantum information, which is still
hell yeah.
So is the information in my brain or your brain? Or is it both?
But, well, it depends on the time. If you're telling me that you're hungry, that information is constructed in the neural networks of your brain until you utilize those neural networks to vocalize it, in which case it is received by my ears, processed by my brain, and now the information exists in both places.
Okay, so did I create information?
Did you create it? No, but you transmitted it.
But it's in both places.
Yes, it is. Just like when you turn on a radio, the radio station isn't creating information, it's just transmitting it. If information was non-physical, we wouldn't need to use electromagnetic radiation to transmit it. We would just be able to transmit it.
Can you prove that information can only...
So it's in a million places.
Guys, can you prove that information can only be transmitted through the physical?
So what do you mean by prove? And that sounds rather semantic, but I mean, some people mean different things by it. That's why I ask.
I understand. I'm asking, I'm trying to kind of go back to the idea that without trying to mischaracterize you, you guys on your end would say that we say that information can't arise from anything other than a mind. And you guys will look at code, or you guys in A and say there must be an explanation.
We'll look at what and say there must be an explanation. Sorry,
physical explanation.
DNA.
Well, of course, it's a physical thing, isn't it? It's made of molecules.
Okay.
The medium is.
It's an analogy. So bear with me on the analogy. So the analogy is that you guys hear us trying to tell you that no, this is we only see evidence that this comes from a mind, that this type of thing, code, comes from a mind. Therefore, this came from a mind. And it sounds to me like when I say
don't come from minds. The term code just talks about how two things are related to each other. If entity A is related to entity B through relation X, we can call that relation X a code.
Okay, but we don't, other than DNA, we don't know of anything else coming from any other code coming from natural causes.
I do.
Yes, we do.
Hold on.
Like
Hold on.
what?
I do. the electron clouds of atoms code for the particular types of reactions the atom can take place in.
Thank you.
I do not understand.
That's
not
a
code.
The structure of it. Well,
that is code. Yes.
Chemists would actually
Give me a chance, guys, instead of everybody talking over.
The structure of electrons in their shells around an atom codes for the types of relations, the types of reactions that an atom can have. So the structure of those atoms tells the atom what reactions it can take place in and what other molecule or atoms it can.
Which is not the definition of information to begin with.
Well, we're not talking about information. We're talking
But
about.
wait, but Leo, isn't all? I feel like all you're describing is like the constrict, like the fact that certain atoms are just constricted to discrete states of matter.
No,
like
that's not what I'm describing.
Chemical
properties.
Okay, so hang on. We got to define this in a different fashion. So
No, he's
Leo,
talking about the way that the atom can behave, not what it's
code
restricted
from
to.
an information and communication theory perspective is that it is equal to something else. It is not the thing that it represents.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, so what you're talking about in terms of the structure of the atom and the components in that, they are not being equal to some other thing, right? The proton is not representative of an electron.
Well, but I'm not talking about protons. I'm talking about the structure of electrons.
Dude, I understand what you're saying. I'm dumbing this down.
That has to relate to other electron clouds in a particular way.
Dude, I get that. I get that.
The anticodons and the ribosomes
Leo,
must relate.
Leo,
You're gonna make Leo mad.
I understand what you're saying. You're not listening. Okay.
I am.
No, you're not.
I am.
Or you don't understand the point.
I do.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Are you suggesting then that the two clouds are representative of each other?
In certain ways, yes.
Do they literally equal the other one?
Well, that's not what a
from an information perspective, from a communication perspective, do they equal the other one?
But that's not what a code is.
Dude, a code is literally the.
Can I help?
Can I go back? Can I take a step back?
Leo, Google code, please.
I know what code is.
Clearly you don't.
I've asked people who help.
Clearly you don't. If you think electron clouds are equal to a code in communication theory, we're either speaking past each other or you literally are refusing to accept reality.
Well, no, I've actually asked one of the guys to help develop the internet what a code is.
It's not the information that we're talking about.
And I asked him, along with other chemists, PhD chemists, would you consider, in the same way that DNA is considered a code, which the DNA isn't the code, it's the relation of the codons to proteins. That's the code.
You disagree with Richard.
I've asked them, would you consider the structure of electrons around the nucleus of an atom a code? And they said, well, yeah. I mean, that structure of those electrons tells the atom how it's going to react when it gets around other atoms. Similar to how the structure of DNA tells
property
the ribosome what proteins to make when it reacts with them.
But codons are signal words. The electron cloud is actually doing part of the reaction. It's not signaling something.
Well, it is signaling something. It's
taking
property of matter.
But you would agree, like,
it's not signaling. It's not initiating a signal. But yes, it is signaling.
But we're not talking about
part of the reaction.
What's that, Sunflower? I didn't hear all of that.
So the electrons are actually part of the reaction, whereas the UGA, UAG, that's not
part of the reaction.
But there's multiple for the same thing. What's the analog for that with electron cloud?
The fact that there are more than one electrons held in the shells of atoms.
Wait, but then it would have to be multiple codes for the same configuration of electrons. That's the difference here.
But an electron can change shells.
But you would have to have different descriptors of discrete electron state, multiple descriptors of the same electron valence, which is not the case.
Well, do you know what the word?
No, the electron valence is a code in the sense he was talking about. But I do want to point out that he was inadvertently conflating two different meanings of code. I I've been trying to ask, can I help? And that's something I can help with, because there are more than one meaning of code, and he's right about both of the meanings he's been
It's
using,
not the
but he
code
has
we're
been
talking
inadvertently has been inadvertently conflating them. So
conflating what?
There is conflating two different uses of code, the noun, and also code, the verb. There's more than one word code in the English language, and there's more than one meaning of each of those words code in the English language. So if you're talking about code as in like, for example, a language, if you switch languages in the middle of a sentence, linguists call that code swapping. I'm a linguist, so I know about this. You change codes in the middle of a language. It's the
Right.
code is what you're using to represent something. I'm using English words right now to represent something. Si cambio a hablar en español, entonces estoy usando otra.
Se eu estou falando em português, estou falando ainda outro.
The point is
exactly.
But there's multiple codons that code for the same, U, C, A, or G, whereas the electron cloud.
Right, and that's the kind of code that we find in DNA. Now, the kind of code you're talking about in the electron cloud, when you're talking about something coding for something, that first off, coding is a verb. If you say it codes for this, that's a verb. But when you're talking about that is a code in a sense, that's the kind of code that represents something. That's
a meaningless code.
It's the kind of code that expresses something rather than the kind of code that represents something.
But it doesn't change the properties. Physical properties don't change what they are.
Well, if you change the physical structure of DNA, you would get the production of different proteins if you even got proteins at all.
Because I really didn't want to go in this direction.
I think they
it
call that
changes what happens. And in the same sense, if you change the valence of an electron, you change how that atom or molecule interacts.
But it's confined by each discrete electron configuration is just 1-to-1. There's not multiple.
It's not 1-to-1 because it depends on its environment.
Exactly.
Matt,
but it's not a code
has
word.
something that he wants to say. So it's not a code.
It's no more 1-to-1 than the word code is. The word code means different things in different contexts.
Listen,
the context matters.
Holding information.
Listen, GUU, GUC, GUA, GUG, they code for valine. That's four different codons. They code for the same amino acid.
And the electron cloud of an atom can code for silicon. It could code for iron. It could code for.
We're not talking about.
And which cloud code? So then
you can use 8 different words in 8 different languages to mean the concept of warm.
All you're now saying is that things relate to each other in different contexts. That's not even
what a code is. A code is.
That is coding. That's what a code is.
No.
So
yes.
I just want to make a quick point. Real quick, if
that's
okay.
what code is.
Memory. It's not instruction. It's not.
By that definition, everything is a code.
So speaking about physical interactions, right?
That's stupid.
No, it's not stupid.
It's not a useful word anymore.
About written language.
Yes, it is a useful word because pretty much everything being code doesn't mean absolutely everything is code, and different things are code in different ways. So it's a matter of how you use the word.
The arrangement of the molecules in a room.
I just want to make a point, if it's okay.
Are the arrangement any arrangement of matter is a code for how it can interact with other matter? That's a stupid, asinine definition of code.
Okay, more accurately, it can be seen as a code. It's only a code.
That's what we call stupid. That's
okay. DNA isn't a code either in that sense. That's another. You're using another meaning of code.
Guys. That's useful, Donald.
Well, the meaning that you're using is useful in a different context than the meaning that they were using. You're using different meanings.
Okay, let's pause and let give Argotha a moment here.
Everybody is talking over one another, and
they're just trying to confuse things. That's all.
People who are trying to watch, if you watch a video afterwards when people are talking over one another, you can't tell what anybody is saying. None of you guys can tell what the other one is saying. You're just talking over each other and you're not listening.
They're doing that on purpose.
Matt did want to say something, and if you guys will allow, I did want to go back in my line of questioning for Leo.
Go ahead.
But Matt?
Yeah, I have a couple things to say. This is just regarding, so the physical attributes that we see, right? My understanding is that every time that we're like interacting with anything that we make physical contact with, electrons are being passed between atoms, right? They're being constantly shifted. So when we talk about this code, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter necessarily the actual electrons that are within the atom sequence, because we know that those are going to shift around and go to different.
It does still matter, and I can explain why if you'd like.
According to physical properties.
I'm just saying, as far as the physical aspect, though, what I was going to get at, though, is that so you already have defined basically everything as a code, from what I understand, that definition that you gave. And if that's the case, why don't we just assume that we're all in a simulation right now? And that somebody actually did code the entire.
Because that would imply that there's something we are similar to that we're simulating.
Yeah, a simulation is an.
Well, think about it. We can no. Think about it this way: we can code video games, and we make a sandbox that has set laws of physics within the game, right? And you would be able to manipulate within the game if you were a character within the game, right? These laws of physics, and you would also be subject to the time that said person had developed the game for, right? So it would only be in that universe. Does that make sense? That's what I'm getting.
There are laws of physics in that universe. They are simulation of a laws of physics in our universe.
Correct. I get that. And I'm just getting.
So from in our universe, they are our laws of physics. Are laws of physics. If we are being simulated in another universe, then yeah, we're a simulation there, but we're not a simulation here.
The messengers.
But how do you know that this is all real? That's the question.
We don't.
Can interact. Well, it depends on what you define real.
It's real to us.
We call it reality.
You want to confuse things? We'll confuse.
Right, exactly.
The question
that's the whole point I was trying to get across.
Solipsism, and at that point, I don't know where to go. Because
I'm not a solipsist. I know what you mean. I'm just saying. I was trying to get that across.
Even if we are in a simulation, everything is real to us, so we have to take it as being real.
Right.
From our perspective, it is. So that's why the whole simulation thing just doesn't make sense to me.
The power.
It doesn't make sense to assume one way or the other. We don't know.
Yeah,
we just don't know.
I would argue it's just fundamentally meaningless. Even if we found out we were in a simulation, it doesn't take away from the discoveries that we've made about the simulation that we're in and how it works and everything like that.
No, I completely agree with you. And like I said, I would say it's even, like I would say it's comparative to the actual reality if that were the case, that they would have to be using similar laws of physics, you know. That's just my
and they wouldn't know whether or not they're in a simulation either, unless someone outside of it told them.
Right.
And then at that point, it's just turtles all the way down. If you guys,
and even then, would they believe them?
Lesser and lesser amounts.
But that's why I was saying that, because it almost seems like if we could make that assertion just based off of that as a line of evidence. If we're counting the fact that we realize
we can only assert that it might be possible. We don't even know if it is possible.
Right.
We can only assert that it might be possible.
No, they are forces.
It's an inference that you could gather from the evidence, obviously showing that we do have a code that's aligned for individual atoms and how they interact, things like that, right? That's what I'm getting across. So
but that's just the human brain. That's just the human brain recognizing patterns. That's all that is.
That's what codes are. The ways that we
real powers, though. Real powers.
You know, we developed codes. I think binary was originally discovered or developed in like the 1600s, something like that. It was but the thing is that we started to get into genetics, and we said, hey, the way that DNA operates and how it, the codons turn into, become proteins is kind of like some of the stuff that we made. Well, let's call it a code, because it's kind of like, I would argue that it is a code. I mean, it's there's a relation between those codons and the proteins that they assign.
What's it telling you?
I would think that means that there has to be a mind behind it. I don't.
What's it telling you?
I don't know.
That's just the way I look at it. I'm not saying you have to.
Same reason that the structure of electrons in an electron cloud codes for the reactions that the atom takes place in.
Different languages.
I don't see how that implies an intelligence.
Well, here's the thing.
Biology have different languages and different.
I think this is a good point to come back to my original argument.
Go ahead.
Binary is just base 2, by the way.
What, Donald?
I said binary is just base 2, by the way. It's just a place value based system using base 2. Therefore, the simplest base system we have. Because if you go down to, unless you want to go to base 1, in which case numbers are all written 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 until you have enough ones.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. Binary is
numerals, and you can only write integers then.
Leo. Okay, guys, if you're going to actually argue, if you're not going to be able to see the differentiation between the 0 and 1 versus the character encode and like Unicode and ASCII and the difference between that, then you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Unicode and ASCII are written in binary.
I'm aware of that, and there's value. They're using binary, right? They're using zeros and ones, correct? And different combinations of zeros and ones through a defined finite alphabet to represent two different data sets, correct?
Yeah, and it does have to be defined.
Okay, so that's the entire freaking point. And there's a difference in that. There's a difference in that, right? And just having zeros and ones, right? You have to have the value assignments. And then you get into block coding, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So are you suggesting
zeros and ones only represent numbers in and of themselves until someone defines them to represent something else?
Right. That's the entire freaking point.
Until someone...
So in the context of the genetic code, is it binary or quaternary?
Well, it's quaternary in structure, but
dude, I'm not talking.
It's tertiary in operation.
I get that's in the syntax.
Yeah, it's more than one system.
That's
more than one system.
Exactly.
That's
how many languages?
That's the syntax we're talking about. That's being derived from it. I'm talking about the basis.
It is not even perfectly quaternary in the sense that it's quaternary because there are exceptions. Especially when most obviously when you get into the difference between RNA and DNA, but there are exceptions that happen, and we just ended up with a basically quaternary system. But when he's talking about it being ternary, that's when it comes to forming proteins specifically.
Hey, dude, from a quaternary perspective, how is RNA different than DNA?
Just the fact that there are four bases in DNA,
and there's 4 bases in RNA.
3 of those are in common in RNA. One of them is not, which means then we have a 5th base.
Dude, no. One is translated into the other. Okay, so both.
But we still have a 5th base, so it's not entirely quaternary anymore. And there are also occasional. There can also be occasional substitutes for any one of those 5 that are not one.
Okay. Dude, you're not gonna shut up when I'm responding. Dude. There is 2 translations that are occurring. You have the DNA is translated into RNA, and there's a swap at the base. Is there a 5th base? Yes, from a chemical perspective. From an information representation perspective, and the binary and the digits, it's still quaternary. The same information is being utilizing 4,
which proves our point.
Okay,
that depends on the chemical reactions involved. There are differences.
What are you talking about? In terms of the information representation?
Yeah, if you're just translating DNA to RNA.
Dude, in terms of what the codons equal, are you telling me that the codon that is represented in DNA, then translated into RNA, and then translated into an amino acid, are you suggesting that is not a direct translation?
You mean uracil?
Direct, but it's not 1-to-1. When you're talking about
Well, ultimately it's 3 to 1, right?
Well, and sort of not.
Which would mean it's ternary.
But back to the dude.
It is ternary partially also. Yes.
Yeah.
There's also information.
Is binary when you're using, depending on which code you use, where you Unicode.
There is also information in DNA besides the base pairs.
We know
that.
Yeah, we know that. There's like dual syntax. There's all sorts of stuff, man. That has nothing to do with, we're talking about on the fundamental level, right? But right now we're arguing over quaternary and binary. You're claiming that it's not fundamental when you're having a direct translation into another. And that's like saying when you're doing.
I only said not entirely.
You literally tried to argue that it didn't stay that way.
Well, I just want to.
Are we arguing semantics?
As I said, there are also alternative bases that do occasionally get into the mix, and. While they tend not to be passed on that way, they can have an effect on the biochemistry while they're there, and in that sense, they can encode for something entirely different than those 4.
You got to expand on that. What are these alternative bases you're referring to?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you. There's more than one out there, and I don't know them by name.
Alternative bases?
Yes.
You're talking about different nucleotides?
Yes.
That are on a
they do happen. They naturally occur. It's rare, but it does happen. My point is it's not entirely.
We're talking about a extraordinarily rare outlier has any relevance.
Yes, I am.
So you're talking about basically the equivalent of noise is somehow
it could be
relevant to the fundamental of the overall system.
No, not necessarily to the fundamentals of the overall system.
Let's think about
only
this.
from a mathematical perspective. That's why I pointed it out in the context of math.
In relation to computers, right? Is there a range of voltage that your computer can interpret as 0 or 1?
Generally speaking.
Okay, so then what the hell is your point about a very rare outlier that may insert occasionally, but is not a commonality in any shape, form, or fashion? And
because in that case,
it's not a fundamental, and it's not a fundamental in relation to the overall meaning of the information being transferred.
Because in the case of that voltage being registered as a 0 or a 1, the computer cannot read it as anything else. It's impossible. It will always be read as a 0 or a 1, regardless. There are three state transistors as well. A computer can have 0, 1, or something else, and there's also quantum computers.
Yeah.
But in the case of a standard digital computer, that voltage will always be read as a 0 or a 1. There aren't even rare exceptions. That was my point. That there are cases where it is exactly that, and then there are cases where it's close, but it's not quite.
So we're going back to the original point, which was,
but it makes more mistakes
in the context of this outlier base that may get inserted in an extraordinarily rare basis, right? Again, going back to the point, is there just this mass inability to interpret the information, or is it well recognized that there are error correction codes that are built in to genetics? Just
either or both or neither, depending.
You're gonna have to clarify that one.
It depends on which one it is and where it's been.
I just asked you a direct question. Are you saying that there is not error correction code? Or are you pre-built?
What do you mean when you say
there are things that could be interpreted as error correction
quality
code?
Control? Is there quality control?
Are you talking about DNA repair mechanisms?
No, I'm not talking about repair mechanisms. I'm talking about the.
Well, that's what the error correction code is. Yes, it's a DNA repair mechanism.
Well, there's repair mechanisms in multiple contexts. But there's also the ability.
Errors in the sequence.
There's
of the
also
DNA,
ability to
enzymes come through.
to account for error in transcription and still interpret the correct meaning of the information, just like in our systems, right? There's papers on the whole fact that there's the equivalent of Hamming codes and such, Hammer codes in genetics. So just like in our systems, right? They were all fascinated about this stuff. Like, holy crap, we can't believe we're seeing the equivalent of this. So I'm not really sure what your point is in the context of the overall topic that's being discussed.
I really didn't have a point. I was just stating a fact.
Then why were you trying to argue a nuance?
Hey,
what was the point?
I wasn't trying to argue it. I was.
If you knew this, then why were you even bringing it up? This is the kind of stupid bullshit that
because
you come in and spew.
It was a fact.
It
had zero
relevance to the overarching conversation. Then
possibly.
Okay.
Can I ask it was a fact, and I was just stating a fact. That's all. I didn't have anything behind it other than
bullshit as usual from an atheist. Go ahead.
All right, quick question to Donald and Leo mostly, but everyone else too. Is there a meaningful distinction between the stuff that Alan Turing was famous for, that cracked with the Nazis, and is there a meaningful distinction between that stuff that he worked on in World War II and just the fact that a specific configuration of matter in a given space can only react with its surroundings in a specific way? Like, are those just the same concepts, or is there a meaningful distinction between those two things?
But I would argue it depends. It depends on the context that you're speaking of, but generally there's probably quite a bit of distinction.
So is one a code and one is not, right?
Well, I would argue they're both codes, but that also, again, that's context dependent.
Not what we're talking about.
It seems like semantics.
One is more strictly a code than the other.
Yes.
Doesn't it seem just like trivial to call the latter a code?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, it is.
They're angels.
It is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just a simplification for communication. That's all it really is.
All you're saying is that a code is just essentially you could just redefine code as the fact that a certain discrete configuration of matter.
Why does it have to be discrete?
It doesn't have to be matter.
Well, because
it doesn't have to be discrete either.
Well, because we have laws of physics, so that's the fundamental level we could.
Yeah, on that level, it's discrete.
I mean, relevant to the point. I would argue that a code is just a pattern which relates to another pattern.
But that's not what we're talking about, though.
But that is what a code is.
At its base of all its definitions, that covers it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what occurs in DNA. The pattern
not talking about
everything.
We're not talking about patterns, even though
Real quick,
But
Donald?
Jungle, you are talking about patterns.
No.
But you are. The way that the codons are structured, the particular pattern that they take relates to the pattern of amino acids.
But not specifically patterns, though.
It literally is
Patterns
a
can
pattern.
change.
I'm still struggling with the word.
Patterns
Well, with matter, there's just
and the pattern is changing. And we can
and it's meaningless. With matter doesn't have any meaning. It's totally meaningless. We're not talking about meaningless noise. We're talking about information.
Okay, wait. Here's a question: Is it's either everything's a code or nothing's a code? Then, right?
Matter is meaningless noise.
What's an example?
Yeah.
Donald,
it's not
SSD was trying to reach out to you, by the way.
information. It's not a pattern for a purpose.
Everybody be quiet. Okay.
Standing for Truth was trying to reach out to Donald about doing debates to get
everybody shut up. I'm talking right now. Good Lord, how to tell everybody to shut up, okay? Everybody's been yelling over each other. It's getting really freaking annoying. And if I put your ass on mute and you unmute yourself, I'm kicking you out of the freaking stream, okay? It's getting really obnoxious. All right, let's continue. Let's go back to conversation. But if somebody else is talking and you just keep shouting over them, and I put you on mute and you keep talking, just to reiterate, so nobody can be misunderstanding of me, okay? I will kick you out. You'll be done for the night. All right, let's go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't understand why Alan Turing is such a rock star if all he really did was say like, yeah, all I did was I'm just your average Joe. I just sort of saw how like things, had patterns with other things, but like anyone could have done it. I'm not really extra good at cracking codes. I it's like, well, yeah, I don't know. I feel like he did crack codes in a specifically, tremendously useful way that gives credence to the most common definition of the word code, in my opinion.
Are you sure you know what Alan Turing did?
Did he crack Nazi codes?
Yes, he did.
Then I think I'm sure.
Did he do that by taking a pattern and relating it to a different pattern?
Yeah, and do you consider...
so a code is a pattern that relates to a different
everything's pattern. A pattern. Everything's a code, rather.
If you want to trivialize the definition of it,
I'm not trivializing. I'm just trying to steel man it. Like
you are, because you're the one making that claim. I haven't made that claim.
The concept of a code is trivial by nature if you are conceding that anything can be described as a code.
I haven't conceded that, though.
Arbitrary.
So if anything can be analyzed from the confinements of its physical interactions with other things, it can be viewed as a code. Therefore, all matter and how it can be essentially interpreted as a code in terms of how it can react with other things. Therefore, it's not meaningful to distinguish anything as a code and anything as not a code. As long as you can say, okay, it's not quantum. I guess it's not stochastic, right? There's no stochasticity here, so there is a code involved in any matter that we observe.
What does stochasticity have to do with this?
Well, because, like I said, there's patterns in physics, right? Like there's determined.
Patterns are consistencies that humans recognize. Just because two things are consistent doesn't mean that they're related. I think you're missing that point.
But in the case of the electron clouds, it's what else is it based?
Well, in that instance, yes. The pattern of electrons does relate to the reactions that it takes, but that doesn't mean there are two patterns. That anytime you have two patterns, that they must relate.
Why don't we just say there's two kinds of things? There's patterns that don't relate to the things, and there's patterns that do. And then
the structure of DNA.
Well, you just said that patterns don't necessarily mean they're related, right?
Exactly, but then there are instances
in the cases that they aren't necessarily related. Let's call that a different kind of thing than the times where they are.
That we do, and when they are related, we call that a code. When they're not, we don't call that.
Okay. All right, everybody, time out. I think Bob had something he wanted to say. He's been being quiet. Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, so one, I would ask you if the relations between electrons in their shells with respect to other molecules or atoms, is that arbitrary?
Is it arbitrary? It depends on how you're defining arbitrary. And again, I asked that
not necessary based off of physics.
Well, in that definition, no, it's not arbitrary.
Is say the codon or is the anticodon in DNA necessary? Is it arbitrary or is it not?
I would argue that it's not arbitrary. No.
Okay. I just wanted clarification. I mean, ultimately, I wanted to go back to my original line of questioning, if everybody's okay with that.
Go ahead.
So
I'm okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So if I say I want to go to the store, where is the statement? I want to go to the store.
See, that to me, that's a question that, and I do mean this with all due respect, but the question in my mind doesn't make sense. Like, because you wouldn't ask where a statement is, you would ask what it means. That, like I said, that's just me.
I understand. Okay, so here's my conclusion. Okay, I think that information is supernatural. I think that it is not respective of space, time, or matter. So when I ask you where the statement is, that would be in respect to space. Is information spatial?
I can understand that, but I guess as a rebuttal, just a quick question to demonstrate my point. Where is temperature?
No.
I would argue
guess it would be it's a measurement, right?
How fast the molecules are moving, essentially.
Well, that's a really
it's a measurement, but on another level, it is information.
Well, exactly. It's the information contained within atoms. How much energy is contained within an atom?
I wouldn't call the energy within atoms the information itself. The question where is temperature is information.
Exactly. The information is the energy of the atoms, because that's what temperature is. The energy contained within the atoms of a material. So if you didn't have atoms, they couldn't have energy, and you wouldn't have temperature. So temperature obviously depends on physical things. If you didn't have those things, then you wouldn't have temperature.
Do I need atoms to state I want to go to the store?
To state it, as in vocalize it, yes.
I need, okay. What if I transmitted them through electronics?
You would still need material. You need the electrons to transmit the signal. You need the electromagnetic radiation that goes from one device to the other. Yes.
Sure. So what if I wrote it on a piece of paper?
You need the paper, you need the pencil, you need the graphite that is laid on the paper in a particular arrangement. Yes, you still need physical things there.
Okay. So what material is the statement I want to go to the store made out of?
It's not made out of material. I would agree with you that the statement is immaterial, but it's not non-physical. I don't see those as the same thing. Material is a subset of physical
material.
Really quickly. You can have things that are not material, but are still physical. Because those words do not mean the same thing. Like temperature. Temperature is immaterial. It's just a description of physical things. The description itself is not made of anything. It's not material. What it describes is, and if you didn't have the physical things, you wouldn't have the description of them. So I agree, information can be immaterial, but it's still physical.
But that's what we're saying. That's what we're saying, though.
Yeah, so then we agree that it's immaterial, but I would argue it's still physical.
Okay, so where is it?
Physical.
Go ahead, Bob.
Where is it?
You stumbled.
Well, where is it applies to material things, not necessarily to physical things.
Can I answer
Right,
that?
but okay, what do you think that natural is?
Physical.
Yeah.
Well, then, okay. Would you agree that supernatural is not natural?
Yes.
Okay. And if natural is physical and information is not physical, does it not follow that information is, by the definition we agreed upon, supernatural?
Well, in that case, yes. But like I said earlier, I believe that all information is physical, not material, but physical.
Well,
What is physical? So I want to say, Donald. Well, maybe he's got to go to the bathroom or something. I did see him waving his hand. I didn't want to exclude him from the conversation.
He did want to jump in really quick, but
what if God is physical and immaterial?
Then I would ask, define what God is, because things that are not things that are immaterial but still physical can be defined. Like quantum fields, for instance. Quantum fields are not physical. They're not made of anything. In fact, matter is made of quantum fields, not the other way around. So quantum fields are immaterial, but they're still physical. They have an effect in reality. We can measure them. We can quantify them. We can define them.
Okay, God is a physical, immaterial mind.
I didn't finish. We can do that with quantum fields. We can do it in a consistent and demonstrable manner. I would simply ask the same thing of God.
Okay, so I'm describing God. God is a physical, immaterial mind that willed the universe into existence.
Okay, now how do we consistently demonstrate that to be the case?
Fair question.
Hey, Leo. Wait, Leo and Sunflower. Donald, he had his hand raised for a while, and Donald, I saw you, and as soon as I was like, hey, Don's been asking, he's had his hand up, and then you got up, and I was like, oh no, I was too impatient. I'm sorry.
So go ahead, Don.
Don wanted to say something.
Yeah, I don't want to capitalize, and feel free to disagree with me. You're not going to hurt my feelings. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with most of what you said, at least. I do want to clarify something. The answer to the original question, where is the question? It's in your head. It's in your brain. It's stored in brain matter until you put it out there and store it in waves in the air or something else. The information is always stored in something physical. We don't know of any exceptions at all. We don't know of a single exception to that fact of our reality. That information is always stored in something physical. The location of an atom or an electron or any other atomic particle, molecule, or subatomic particle for that matter, its location is information. How much energy it has.
Quantum entanglement.
Hold on, Jungle. Let him make.
What was the question?
Doesn't it go from one place to another though?
Yes, and that is information.
Okay.
If it has momentum, the momentum says that it will keep on moving from one place to another, which means that its information continues to change, but the information is still stored in it.
Yeah, I mean that's just calculus. You can define the change of something by hell. You could even use second derivatives if you really wanted to make it more complicated than it has to be. That's information.
Okay, but it sounded like you were saying that it came from our brain.
It does.
I'm saying that's where your question was formed, is in your brain. Your brain formed the question. So where was the question? It was in your brain, in your electrochemical circuitry of your brain, in the neurons and in the glions of your brain, in the chemistry of the brain itself. And when you make a decision, which is also done in your brain by biochemistry, when you make a decision to turn that thought into words, whether that's a conscious decision or a subconscious decision, and when you make the decision, consciously or otherwise, to put those words out into the world, all of that's being done by your nervous system, by a physical nervous system, and then it's being put out through a physical mouth into physical air, making physical sound that travels physically by atoms and molecules bumping into each other until they reach something or somebody that's able to hear it and interpret it and get it into their brain, and take that encoded message in the form of words and sounds and whatever else that you uttered out to try to get a message across to someone, and turn it into thoughts in their head, in their brain.
Quantum entanglement.
What about quantum?
Where is the word solipsism?
In our heads and on paper and on the internet and in a lot of other places, but always stored somewhere physically. It may have more than one meaning. It may have a range of meanings. I like to look at words as like a multidimensional, multifaceted gem, where each definition is like one side of the gem that's been polished for you to look at, that you can see one side of it clearly. And words, a single word properly defined would have one range of definitions, but what we generally think of as a word can often have two or more ranges of definitions. And if you stick within a range of definitions, then you can communicate clearly. But if you conflate one range of definitions with another range of definitions, we end up with miscommunication. Because if you take the range of definitions in your head and you express it as a word, and someone else puts a different range of definitions in connection with that word in their head, then you didn't get the range of communications you were thinking into their head. So the actual information wasn't transferred from you to them. Only the encoding of the information that you gave them was transferred, and then they interpreted that encoding to get information in their head that wasn't the correct information.
So
sure. Can you agree that that is lack of specific information? Like, for an example, I could say I have a bat, but you don't know that if I have a wooden stick or if I have a living animal.
Yeah. Yeah, and that is because of the fact that the word can be ambiguous. And again, like I said, that can be either because the word has multiple definitions or because it has a definition that is sort of a range or a volume of definitions of definable area. This is why in my own language system, I actually make a clear distinction. I have in the language family a spare, which I've invented. It accommodates vague words or more specific words intentionally, as opposed to having that sort of happen by accident, in order to help clear some of that stuff up. Because sometimes we don't have all the information to clearly
I have a question. I have a question for you,
we
Donald.
have to be vague.
I have a question for you, Donald. Before Adam named a lamb, was it a lamb?
Did Adam speak English?
No.
Then why would he have named it a lamb? Because that's an English word.
He gave it the name. It doesn't matter what language he spoke.
Then I think you just answered your own question.
My question is, was it a lamb before he named it a lamb?
It was what it was before it had a label put on it.
Okay. Wait. Okay. Donald, was a dog a caliph?
Like I said, it was what it was
That is
before
the
it had a
Hebrew
label
word
put on it.
That's the Hebrew word for dog. So, at that time,
the word doesn't define the thing. There's a relationship between the word and the thing. And until that relationship is put between the word and the thing doesn't represent the word doesn't represent the thing, but the thing is still what it is.
Exactly.
Regardless of whether or not there's a word to call it.
Where does that come from?
Exactly. Yeah, words are not prescriptive, they're descriptive.
Discrete things don't exist.
Describe things, they don't so calling this a cell phone, calling it a cell phone with the most glorious background ever, calling this a cell phone is a description of what it is. It doesn't prescribe any of the features that it has. Those are just inherent to it.
Yeah.
But we can describe those features with particular sounds and particular symbols scribbled out on paper and all that
What
stuff.
the hell do you think a code is doing?
Okay, let me ask one.
What is between descriptive and prescriptive matter with respect to information being without respect to space, time, or matter?
Well, because it is in respect to that. It's a description of the orientation, the state, the degrees of freedom of particular.
Okay, for crying out loud, guys, we're arguing over the stupidest nuance of semantic game here. Okay, let's think about this logically for a second. In the context of basic computation and communication, okay? Leo, you said cell phone, okay? If I just arbitrarily decide that blah, blah, blah is what I'm going to call a cell phone, and you don't know that blah, blah, blah to me, I've decided means cell phone, and I'm saying I want a blah, 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 are you going to have any freaking clue what I want?
No.
Not a clue.
Okay, so
And yet it's a valid usage of blah, blah, blah.
For communicate, dude, you're missing the entire point. I'm making a point here. Okay, so in communication, which I'm assuming, Donald, you seem to have a semblance of understanding of communication. I'm guessing you have some kind of education in that field. So in a communication system, if the person, whether it be a device or a human, right, or a dog or whatever, do they have to have, for basic communication to occur, do they have to have a translation component? Yes or no?
Not sure what you mean by translation component. Could you clarify?
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude! Did you take communication theory classes at some point in your education?
Yes, but I'm still not sure exactly what you mean by.
Don't be a fucking idiot, then. Good Lord, man! This semantic nuanced bullshit is so freaking annoying with you atheist idiots, man. It's ridiculous. You've actually taken communication theory, and you're asking me, "What depends on what it means?" Dude, this is basic 101. You know it, and I know it, and I'm so sick of you guys doing this bullshit, man. Fuck this. I'm done, man.
Show them the diagram.
I'm done with this. This is such bullshit. This gets me so irritated. We waste freaking hours with this crap. This jackass Donald Kronos, whatever his freaking name is, Doc, Dak, whatever. He literally just admitted he knows he's taking communication theory. Then he knows everything I'm freaking saying, and then he's going to play this semantic little bullshit game. Dude, you're a fucking liar, bro. You're a dumbass liar, is what you are.
It's intentional.
Hey, John.
What?
We have an eternity where they'll know that we were right.
I'm dumb. I mean, I'm just done.
I mean, I won't.
I'm done with the freaking idiots who actually have some semblance of education in the topic and aren't just being able to play the ignorance game. And then we'll sit here and then want to play semantic bullshit. It's ridiculous. It's such myopic, little immature crap of desperate fools who want to escape the unavoidable, which is that we are created by an intelligent agent. God exists, and ultimately we will be accountable for this. I mean, I don't know how many times I have to show this freaking diagram here. Like, good Lord. This has been so well established since the 1950s. If not, well, it started in 1948 when this whole thing was really delineated. I mean, good Lord. It's like, oh, wait, here's the very freaking basics. We have to have a decoder. Oh, man, we accept this in all types of communication systems. Holy crap. If you have a two-way system, then the other entity on the other side of the equation, you can send information back. It goes through the exact same process back to the original sender. They've got the ability to decode the information, and then they can modify it and send it back. Like, this is such basic crap. I don't understand why we're arguing over this stuff. It blows my mind how people can honestly, possibly be this freaking ignorant or adamantly ignoring the obvious. It's blowing my mind. And I apologize for losing my temper. But this shit is it's getting beyond the pale of just ignorant stupidity. I yield.
That's intentional. They're confusing things intentionally.
I don't think that's very fair.
Atoms and stuff like that.
I've been
talking about properties of atoms.
I've been listening to this guy talk, and it was obvious to me since the very beginning of this. He has a background in linguistics of some kind. I think he mentioned something about that context. So he knows all this stuff. He's read many of the same papers. He's looked at this freaking textbooks where this is clearly like outlined. It's basic common sense. It's freaking communication theory 101. I mean, God, grief. And Leo, I'm sorry, but your whole like atoms and clouds and stuff in relation to arbitrary code-based values is I've tried to be like very like accommodating and try and like whatever. You're just so far off, dude. It's mind blowing in the context of what we're talking about in terms of communication. No, code, dude. There's so many papers on this whole concept of like the whole pattern thing that you spew, dude. In relation to information transfer in a communication system, what you're talking about is just like so.
So when two atoms interact, they don't communicate, or they don't interact in a communicatory manner. I would argue they do.
Can you define communication?
The exchange of electrons, generally valence electrons.
Wait, you define communication as the exchange of electrons?
I define communication as the exchange of information. The exchange of information would be the exchange of the particular arrangement of electrons between the two atoms.
But semiotics
you define information as the arrangement of electrons?
No, I said I define what I would define information as is that which informs.
Okay. Is an electron informed by,
which is written,
or is an atom informed by another atom when it forms a bond?
Yes.
In what
by
way?
his definition?
The exchange of electrons.
Oh, this is so bad.
What do you mean when you say inform?
The exchange of information.
You think that the exchangement of electrons is information?
It is.
Huh?
It is.
I think of information as something like language.
So language is a type of information, yes. Quick question: is the color of an object information about that object? I would argue it is. As I would the shape, the mass.
No.
All those things.
No.
How is that not information? So it doesn't inform you about the object?
Oh my God, Leo.
Well, okay. Wait,
multiple types of
John,
information.
please.
You're arguing like, dude. You realize there's multiple types of information, right?
Exactly.
Okay, but the type of information we're referring to in terms of a code is different. It's a different type. Like, do you not comprehend this?
So what type are you referring to compared to what type I'm referring to?
Is the color of iron information if nobody observes it?
In a sense, yes.
Who is informed?
Whatever the iron interacts with.
Is that a who?
Doesn't have to be a who. And I don't think that information necessarily requires a who. There are forms of information.
Wait, are you differentiating between Shannon information and specific information?
Not necessarily.
Can we ignore Shannon information? Because for me, I think colloquially, we would not use that word.
Yeah, I haven't been referring to Shannon information.
So I go back to, where is the word Leophilius?
On the screen.
Is it? Because it came from my mind.
Well, it's also on the screen.
It is? Is that where it is?
Yeah.
How is it in my mind if it's only on the screen? Is it only on the screen?
I didn't say it was only on the screen, but it is on the screen right there.
It is, yes.
Is it encoded?
So,
what's that?
Is it encoded?
Would within the English language? Yes.
And what else is it encoded in?
The English language.
And
I didn't know it was encoded in anything else.
In the transfer of it.
Well, other languages.
Well, yeah, that would be the English language.
Well, you got translated into other languages, right?
Well, yeah, you can, of course.
No. I mean,
languages
to get
work
from A to B. It got translated into multiple languages, right?
Wait, what do you mean?
This is the whole point.
It's the meaning.
What's flying? I yield.
Okay, don't explain yourself.
It's the meaning that's transferred.
Well, yeah, but who gives it meaning? We do.
That's fair.
However, I'm
still
still arguing that information is not respective of matter. It's not respective of space, and it's not respective of time.
Then why does it take time to transfer information?
Huh?
Why does it take time to transfer information over a given distance?
Because we consist of matter.
Okay. Because we're utilizing matter to transmit it.
Okay, so can you give me information about anything without using physical stuff?
I don't know of a case.
Okay, why would you think that would be the case?
Well, because I see that it's not respective of the matter. You could presumably transmit any amount of information through any physical medium. It doesn't matter what the medium is.
But can you transmit information without a medium, a physical medium?
And
if so, how would you do so?
I don't know.
Via quantum entanglement.
All I know is that it's Leo. All I know is that it's not respective of the medium. It can go across any medium.
Well, yeah, I would agree. It's not respective of the particular type of medium, but you still need a medium.
Well,
So
we
what
seem to
I
think
would
so,
say,
but Leo, hold on. That's the same argument that when we say information is only from an intelligent mind, and you guys say, well, okay, but DNA is different.
Well, see, I would grant you that information is only from an intelligent mind, but I would argue that mind is the human mind. If you didn't have humans, they wouldn't be informed by anything. You wouldn't have information.
Wait, do you grant that? Do you grant that DNA is a code?
DNA? No.
Why not?
Because I would say that DNA is not the code. DNA contains coding, but DNA itself is not the code.
And here we go with more.
I agree.
Bullshit.
I
You knew
agree.
exactly what
DNA.
he meant, Leo. We've been arguing this crap for over and over again. Here you go, as usual. Another. Well, no, you know exactly what he's referring to, bro. This is like arguing over. You said Kleenex. You didn't say facial tissue. I mean, like, what the hell, dude? Really?
Well,
is the paper itself a code?
Is the paper a code?
No.
If I write a code on it, is the paper itself a code?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
So I agree that DNA itself is not a code.
Yeah.
It is the medium upon which a code is transferred.
Yes.
Okay.
When it's concatenated.
So where is the code? Where's the language?
DNA. And the structure of the codon triplets.
Does it have to be there?
I would argue.
I translate it to another medium.
You still have the same code, just in a different medium and of a different structure.
Exactly. So it's not respective of matter.
Could be.
Well, it's
DNA from another animal. And
see,
that would
the thing is, I've already granted that it's not respective of matter, but it's
even
still
a different language sometimes.
Because if you took away all physical things, you wouldn't be able. There wouldn't be anything there to transmit through anything. Thus, you wouldn't have anything.
Well, this is the problem, Leo. We're talking about something that's supernatural, right?
Well, to me, that's just incoherent. What does it mean to be supernatural?
Well, okay. So your original argument, the statement that you made, was that God is incoherent because he's supernatural, because that necessarily means that he's nowhere, he's no when, and no thing. And I'm asking you to show me that information is somewhere and some when and something. But you've already admitted, as far as I remember, that information is not something. It's not respective of matter.
It is. It's just that you can put it in different types of matter, but you still need matter.
You may need matter to transmit it, but the information is not matter.
And store it.
Is the information matter?
Yes. It's whatever particular arrangement the matter takes when you put the information
in. It's the sequence.
Is a chicken a duck?
Is a chicken a duck? No, those are two different things.
It's not the matter.
So there's if you give me time, I might be able to come up with a better analogy, or metaphor. There's information, whatever it is. It doesn't care, or it doesn't matter what matter it's on. Any matter you can think of, you can encode it with this thing that we call information. It doesn't matter what the matter is. It's no thing.
Well, it is a thing, whatever thing you choose to use. Just like I can say what a chair is in English, French, or Spanish, or Chinese.
I think what Garth is saying is that
if I don't have a language at all, then I can't communicate what a chair is.
But it's got nothing to do with the matter.
When I say no thing, I'm referring to your original argument, where you were saying that God is incoherent because he's outside of space, time, and matter. When you said no thing, my understanding was that you were saying that he is irrespective of mass.
Well, no, I was saying that
give an analogy.
If you don't have something, so if let's take Santa Claus for example. Where does Santa Claus exist at?
In your head.
Okay, then that just goes straight to the
So
point.
it's a relevant
God only exists in people's heads. Yeah,
is actually the right answer.
Where at in the North Pole?
Irrelevant to the
On
discussion.
123 Candy Cane Lane.
And where's that
It's
at?
irrelevant to the discussion.
Well, okay.
32,045.
I'm trying. I don't believe in Santa Claus. I suppose that you do not either.
No.
So
I
when
do.
you ask me where is Santa Claus, I think, well, he doesn't exist. Where are we going with this?
Well, that's what I hear with God.
I understand.
God, I'm like, well, wait, what is
Yeah,
God?
but God is a real power, and He's your creator too.
How do we know that?
Because you're made of construction and physical properties that require power.
Yeah,
it's like me asking, how do we know that there was nothing at the beginning of the Big Bang?
But there wasn't.
Because it's energy. Everything's from energy.
That's the
Everything's
point.
from a
That's an
power.
assumption, though.
No, everything's comes from
Guys, let
a
him.
power. It's an observation that everything consists of power, and power can't make itself.
Gee.
Power can't order itself. Power has to come from a greater power.
Hey guys, I gotta let you know, Bill Morgan, he said Santa Claus is a code.
You had to say that when I took a step off. So wait, what were you saying, Pigs?
Not a code. I kind of lost my train of thought. I'm trying to remember right now. But
okay, where are you thinking?
So
guys, hang on one second here. On the whole, because it's painfully obvious that with YouTube atheists, at least, you must define the semantics of everything ad nauseum. Bob, specifically in the context of your question, line of questioning, you've got to say, does the semantic meaning of the information that is being written down or put into any medium, you have to make the freaking clarification. It's so obnoxious. But if you just say the word information, then it turns into this ad nauseum, never-ending attempt to define which type of information you're referring to. So
that's why I don't say information. I ask, where is the statement? I want to go to the store.
I know. But I'm saying, like, it's like Shannon specifically got into the whole aspect of semantic information being a layer above just the pure math of, and like how many freaking bits and bytes is it, and what's the mathematical probabilities and data loss and the noise and all that kind of stuff, right? What's the channel capacity, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly.
The semantics is a whole nother layer above.
It's a math.
And that is the important factor that we're talking about in terms of codes, is that there is a semantic component to this equation because it is representative of, and it doesn't matter which medium it is, it doesn't matter which symbol is being used to be representative of the information that's being transferred. That is the point of all of this. And this is what the atheists apparently either lack the capacity to comprehend or categorically refuse to comprehend, because it ultimately concludes that you must have had a value assignment in an arbitrary fashion to the two different alphabets that you're going to use for the information transfer. This is all this encode, transmit, decode. Like, this is the freaking basics. And the fact that we sit here and argue about this crap for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours about, like, doesn't matter the medium. I'm not bashing on you, Bob, on this. I follow your logic. I agree with you completely. The fact that we're still arguing this crap is either people just refuse to accept the obvious and then come up with an external conclusion or explanation for how it's possible, or they live in freaking atheist fantasy land and have a projection complex and have massive cases of droid C, desperate rejection of intelligent design condition, for everybody who doesn't know. It's obvious. It's beyond obvious. I don't know how many times you have to show papers on this written by freaking atheists on the fact that we're dealing with literal code that's directly comparable to computer code and every other type of code that we do. Like, this is well established. It has been for freaking 75 years. And the fact that YouTube atheists are still arguing about this in 2021 is ridiculous.
And there are no atheists. There are no real atheists because they do believe in naturalism anyways, to begin with.
I'm an atheist. And I haven't seen any technical literature that considers the coding in DNA comparable to computer code. In fact, I've heard exactly the opposite.
Dude, I've literally shown papers like multiple times in this stream while you've been on here that literally use those words.
Well, they use those
Leo.
Leo.
John would give you a link out of our mouths, man. Seriously.
Yes, I do.
clearly you don't
take a challenge very well.
If it literally states it is exactly comparable to computer code, like how much more detailed do you have to get?
Anything that states that, though.
Dude, I've showed this to you multiple times, dude.
I mean, you've shown
because you don't listen.
Well, I have been listening.
You refuse to listen.
I have been listening.
Refuse to hear. Well,
I have been
listening to me
hearing this whole time. I also didn't want to
John
mention
were to
that,
give Leo. If John were to give you a link, would you read it?
Yes.
He played it multiple times. Maybe Leo
if
wasn't here, but he played it. He played it multiple times.
If you agreed with the article that you read, that information was a code based off of what those people said, would you stop saying that DNA is not a code?
Well, I don't think that even the geneticists and bioinformaticians say that DNA is a code. They say that DNA contains coding, DNA codes for proteins.
Dude, are we back to arguing the semantics here? I literally just went on a tangent about this 5 minutes ago.
It's
the
not
genetic code
semantic.
is contained within DNA, okay? The genetic code.
That's what I
genetic
said.
Code is, dude, you know this. We know this. I just went on a tangent about like arguing over freaking Kleenex versus facial tissue. Somebody says the DNA. You obviously know that they mean the code, the genetic code in the DNA. How many times do we have to go over this, man? Seriously. Why are you being such a myopic idiot?
It's just not
You're
true.
arguing.
Well, I'm not being an idiot.
Okay, is the genetic code a literal code like computer code? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so you're claiming that. Okay, so does it matter if you're saying that the genetic code, whether it's housed in DNA or otherwise, you're claiming it is not a code, correct?
Well, it's a code, but it's not like computer code.
It's not like computer code. Okay, cool. So you're claiming that 100%, right?
Yep.
Okay. God grief. Okay, so I'm gonna do things. One, I'm gonna pull up paper and I'm gonna read. I'm gonna show it on screen. I'm gonna read it to you. Okay, out loud.
Can you also cite it in the private chat?
Yeah, dude. I literally have a folder for all this crap.
Cite the whole folder. I don't care.
Clearly accessible from my channel, dude. Just
while John is pulling it up, Bill Morgan asked me to ask Leo a question. You got it, Leo? You ready?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hit me.
If debating if DNA is a code is like, ask Leophilius if debating if DNA is a code is like watching a turtle trying to make love to a football.
I would say no. I think most people agree that DNA contains a code. Yes.
Except you, because you just said it's not actually a code.
Well, I said that DNA is not a code.
So you're back to arguing the semantics, bro.
No, John.
It's not
wait.
It's a fact.
As far as the semantics go, we talked about this earlier. Leo and I both did. The DNA is not a code.
Exactly.
There's code in the DNA. The DNA is encoded. We agree?
Yeah. Yes, there's coding in DNA. Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
It's a semantics thing. I understand your frustration. I get it, but
I don't. But see, I don't
accept that there is code in DNA.
No, he doesn't. I literally just asked him the question. Do you think the genetic code is a literal code? Yes or no, Leophilius?
I said yes.
Dude, a minute ago you said no.
No, because you asked if it was a code like computer code, to which I said no. But I did say it's a code, but it's not like.
So what the hell is a code?
What's
a code is a pattern which relates to a different pattern.
No.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so let's just go back to computer code. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen and we're just gonna end this crap. Hopefully. Oh wait, we won't actually end it because this will not compute with an atheist on YouTube, but we're gonna show it again anyway. For about the millionth time. Okay. I read this earlier. Information theory and the origin of life, the gap between living and non-living, is a curious fact, highly relevant to the origin of life, that the genetic code is constructed to confront and solve the problems of communication and recording by the same principles found in both the genetic information system and in modern computer and communication codes. The origin of a rather accurate genetic code is a ponzosaurus, I pronounce that word, that must be crossed to pass over the abyss that separates crystallography, high polymer chemistry, and physics from biology. As I mentioned above, there is nothing in the physiochemical world that remotely resembles reactions being determined by a sequence and codes between sequences. The existence of a genome and the genetic code divides living organisms from non-living matter. So, would you suggest that, number one, in any way, shape, form, or fashion, that can be construed to mean that the freaking clouds around atoms are the equivalent to what we're referring to in relation to the genetic code?
In some senses, yes.
Okay, the existence of the genome and the genetic codes divides living organisms from non-living matter. Are you suggesting that atoms are living?
Well, these people are.
Are you suggesting? No, this is he's a biochemist and an information theorist.
These people, come on.
But not.
Okay. So now let's just go on to this is so good. Okay, so did he use? It's like
I just for the record, I don't agree with, and I don't disagree with anything that you just read. Don't disagree with any of it.
Okay, so as you're saying,
I just think we're interpreting it in two completely different ways.
How are we interpreting it in two completely different ways? You claimed it's not like computer code. He's
a literal person.
He's literal. Okay. Look.
Can you scroll up to the title of this paper by chance?
So here we are. Like he's literally zip codes, binary, how it's being done, and like how it complies. The source alphabet of the genetic code is the 4 nucleotides of DNA and mRNA. Which, by the way, for what's his face, DAC or whatever. Oh wait, there's the 4 nucleotides of DNA and mRNA. Each nucleotide is a 2-bit style, or a 2-bit byte. I mean, what the? I don't understand how much.
Yeah, these are just simple analogies. This is
why he's literally saying it's not analogy. Like,
well, that's one.
It's not analogy. What part of it's not analogy?
That's one person. What he's out. It's not a computer code because you don't need a computer.
It is computer code.
How? Because you don't need a
computer code. You guys are forgetting how
literal back and forth.
How is it a computer code when you have DNA
because
without
you can
computers?
Transfer it back and forth.
Of course, you can transfer any code back and forth. You can transfer English into binary, but English doesn't require a computer.
Leo, what the fine F do you think is happening in the ribosome? It's doing freaking computation and reading of the information.
Well, yeah, but those are just analogies. I mean, nothing is actually literally being
literally read in 3 freaking.
Nothing is actually being read. Reading is something that specifically humans do.
No, Leo, it is being read. It has a transmission.
Well, it's not being read. That's language that we use.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. There's chemical reactions.
It doesn't have to be in our language, Leo. It does not have to be in our language. That's not what we're saying. We're just saying that there is a code that has actual meaning to it, and it is being transcribed.
Yeah,
it's being transmitted.
Yeah, it's being translated.
And that's where we get
being
correct. It's being translated.
Nobody is reading.
But think about that.
Nobody is reading anything in a ribosome. There are particular chemical reactions taking place.
They are doing this. The molecular structures themselves are doing this within the cell.
Okay.
They are the ones doing this, not us. We're just seeing it go on. We're seeing the effect of this happening.
Nobody is reading
Leo. Leo, is a function reading from another function?
Wait, so you mean function in the biological sense, correct?
I mean in computer code. Like if you write down a function that calls some other function and you send a variable to it, is the function reading from the function?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so let's
do that all the time in math.
Okay, so Leo, your stupid assertion people aren't geneticists, aren't biologists.
Wait,
such.
Do you know anything? I'm not trying to like. Do you understand? Do you know what a function is in computer programming?
It's literally copying.
I'm not talking about a mathematical function. I'm talking about a programming function, or what we would probably most likely call a method.
Well, in computer in programming, a function is the same as it is in math. It takes an input and returns a result, an output. That's what a function is in math. That's why we use math in programming.
Right, and it's a sequence.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a sequence.
So is the function receiving information from something else as a foundation?
In a sense, yes.
Okay.
It's receiving information from the domain, yes.
When you record a tape, does it gain weight?
What?
When you record on a tape or a CD or whatever, does it gain weight?
When you record on a tape or
when you record on a memory stick, does it gain weight?
I would need a more specific.
So the information is invisible.
Wait, so are you asking like if I put something on a USB
massless?
Okay,
the information is massless.
You keep interrupting me, and I'm trying to ask a clarification.
It's massless.
You keep interrupting me, and I'm just trying.
Yeah, because it's massless.
So you're not actually interested in having a discussion.
Leo is trying to understand. Look, guys, you've got to understand. Leo is a literal person, and he's trying to get clarification about what you're asking.
I was just going to provide another analogy and see if he would agree with it. Are you saying that, like, if you took a USB drive and plugged it in your computer and put something on it, does the USB drive gain weight? Does it gain mass?
Right.
What did I ask?
It's a good question. I don't even know the answer.
He's not answering. He's just saying, "What did I ask?"
That's exactly what I asked, Leo.
Well, so you could have just said yes. That's what I'm saying. So
why do I have to repeat myself?
Technically speaking, yes, it does gain mass.
No, it doesn't gain mass.
It actually does.
No, it doesn't.
Leo, are you saying?
Or electrons go into it. It literally gains mass.
No, but it doesn't have to. DNA doesn't gain mass.
Hold on, Jungle. I'm a computer programmer. Let me handle this. All right. So you're saying that if a full 0000 all the way to the end of the drive receives information to be stored, gains mass?
Yes. It's an infinitesimally small amount of mass, but yes.
Okay. What if the information is inverted?
What mean?
If the flash drive is stored as 11111 all the way to the end of the drive, and you import inverted information?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that there would still be either loss of mass or gain of mass, but it might vary.
Okay, so in respect to those two different concepts, right? You are uploading. I believe I'm right on this. If you upload a specific amount of information to a 000 drive, and you upload the same amount of information to a 111 drive, what's the difference between the two? How is it respective of mass?
I couldn't tell you.
It's not respective of mass.
Leo, that's my point, man.
What's your point?
Information is not respective of mass.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, photons carry information. Photons don't have mass.
Photons only carry information if a mind transmitted them.
Well, not necessarily. When a photon interacts with an electron, it transmits information to the electron. That's what the interaction is.
It depends on what your definition. Okay, so my definition of information, and you can decide whether or not you want to agree upon it, is it is something that is outside of space, mass, and time, that is transmitted from one intelligent entity to another. We can argue about whether or not it is outside of space, time, or matter.
Well, if it's outside of space, time, and mass, then what is it?
That's kind of my point.
It's like saying information is north of the North Pole.
Like math is invisible.
Where is the statement, I want to go to the store?
A, in your brain. B, in the sound, in the acoustic waves traveling through the medium.
Where else is it?
B, written on your paper. Wrote it down on a paper.
It's on a memory hard drive in positive and negative too.
The point that I'm getting at is we've never had information disconnected from entropy. Entropy is a physical process. If information has nothing to do with the physical, why is it so? And like LPP brought up Claude Shannon earlier. Claude Shannon believed
because you're physical.
He tried to figure out the best way to transmit information with the least amount of entropy.
Because you're physical. That doesn't mean that all information is physical.
Well, give me an example of information.
That you are physical.
Leo, you're missing the entire point in relation to, and this is why we have to argue semantic minutia with you. There's the semantic meaning of the information cannot just be mathematically equated.
Oh, I assure you it can.
Not dude, Claude Shannon himself admits you can't account for that mathematically, not the semantic meaning of the information that's being transmitted.
He was an information theorist, not a mathematician.
Leo,
Dude, whoa. Did you just say that Claude Shannon was not a mathematician?
I don't recall.
He's considered one of the most brilliant mathematicians of all time.
Yeah, because he became a mathematician.
You just said he wasn't one. Literally being a mathematician.
When he started, and then he became one.
Have you ever looked
at how to use math?
The core of Shannon information theory is all math. It's all math.
Exactly. Okay. That's exactly what I said.
Right, but dumbass, do you ever listen to the words that I say?
Well, I'm not a dumbass. Do you have anything
does the semantic meaning have anything to do with the math?
Well, you can represent it mathematically. Yes.
No, Shannon literally said you can't represent the semantic meaning. You cannot represent semantic meaning mathematically.
Well, he was wrong. You definitely can represent semantic meaning.
Semantics? Semantic? No. We can represent how many bytes are required. Okay. Now let's think about this for a second, dude. Okay. Hello. How many letters is that?
Hello? How many letters is that? That's 5, which is math.
Right.
Shalom.
Right. But is the fact that hello means, hey man, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you. Is that remotely represented in that math?
In that math? No. Could you represent that math?
No. In the word that we're talking about, the semantic meaning of it. Now, let's flip this around. Okay. Now I've got LLOH. Which letter did I forget? E.
Or it means the same thing.
Is that the same mathematically? Is that the exact same amount of Shannon information?
Is it the exact same amount of Shannon information? I believe so, yes.
Okay, so hello, HELLO, and whatever I said, the scattered amount of it's from a Shannon information perspective. Is it the literal exact same amount of information?
From a Shannon information perspective, yes.
Yes. Okay. But from a semantic information perspective, the semantics, no, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So the whole point that's been being made about this all night, that's why I keep talking about having to argue the freaking semantic minutia with you, is in a code, you have a semantic component to this whole deal because it is being representative of, not equal to, or representative and equal to, not transformed into. Okay. Yeah. If something transforms into the other thing, then that's not a code. It's not representative of it. Okay. Yeah. There is no meaning and no arbitrary meaning of value, semantic value being assigned to it. This is the whole freaking point of the 2 alphabets, the 2 finite alphabets that are being assigned in any type of code. Any type of code has 2 finite alphabets that have values assigned arbitrarily. This is a fundamental.
Well, I would argue that DNA isn't arbitrary, or the coding in DNA is not arbitrary.
There's literally papers titled "The Arbitrariness of the Genetic Code."
Okay, I still know that most professionals don't think it's arbitrary.
Dude, they still do.
Well, it's funny because I've actually talked to a couple, and they
have no freaking. They have proven nothing. And Demeter,
they've written papers on it, like Demeter
admitted. Okay, and did you watch his discussion with Sygart where he admitted?
Yes, I did.
Didn't have an answer for it.
He said he didn't have an answer. He didn't say that there wasn't one.
Dude, they've been going on about this forever.
Going on about what?
Or another.
Oh well, there must be G. I mean, Demeter was going on about G-rich things being the answer.
Exactly. Have you read any of Demeter's papers?
Yes, I have.
Really?
Hey guys,
which ones?
I've read his one particular subject. He's written like 3 of them, hasn't he?
Yeah, 3 or 4.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. I guess I have read them, bro.
But the fact that you know how many there are doesn't mean that you've read them.
You just act like I literally just talked about. He was talking about how G-rich was one of the main components that he thought about how over a period of time you didn't have to have the entire code base assigned initially for all the codons. You only had to have a small number of them. But then when he was questioned about how the fact that you have to have a minimum number at all times in order for protein synthesis to occur, he didn't have any answer to that question. It's the same problem that all of them have with their crazy theories they come up with. They ignore the reality of what is actually required, not just mathematically, but for a actual protein synthesis to occur, for life to exist. They don't account for it. I've read multiple papers from people other than Demeter who have made these exact same types of arguments, and they're like, oh well. And Demeter again, he relied on this whole thing too of like, well, if we have over time, eventually we get different like blocks of the codons come and just somehow all pop into existence at the same time, and the values get assigned.
Yeah, exactly.
Then stagger it, dude. That's not plausible.
Yes, it is.
Not in not in terms of actual life. It's
well,
not.
It is
not in the real world.
And you have to.
It is. Demeter wrote a whole paper on how it is.
He wrote a paper on it.
In the real world.
He admits he does not have an answer.
Okay, do you think not having an answer mean that there isn't an answer at all?
The easy answer is you have to have the translation mechanism at all times. He freely admits he has no freaking clue about how the translation would actually occur.
Well, of course, because we're talking pre-ribosome.
Right. So at some point, you have to have a code that has been encoded into RNA or DNA. Yes or no?
At some point, yeah, you're probably going to have that. But
do you
before
have
that point, not necessarily.
You have to have transcription factors.
At that point and after, yes. Prior, not necessarily.
No. At all time. Okay. Do you have to have all of them in the same place at the same freaking time in order for expression of the information to occur? Yes or no?
At that point and beyond, yes. Prior to.
Okay, so at some point, all of them have to have popped into existence without any of the other ones that are required, right?
Wait, what?
Hey, guys.
If you don't get this shit, man, I yield.
Well, I do get it. I actually don't think that you've read his papers or that you understand what he's trying to say. Because I've listened
you still don't think it's a freaking code. Dude, you still don't think it's actual code, and you think
well, I do think it's a code. I just don't think it's a computer.
Dude, you don't even know what a real code is, man.
Yes, I do.
Oh, you don't. You've been arguing.
Really? So, LPP, do you know who Landon Cartnoll is?
Atoms, the clouds of freaking atoms surrounding atoms are the equivalent of a code. Dude, you have lost all semblance of rationality and remote semblance of actually understanding that.
Do you know who Landon Cartnoll is?
I don't.
Nobody knows that.
I'm asking.
Hey. John and everyone else, I'm going to bed. Good night. God bless you all. 1 Corinthians 15, 1 through 4. Jesus Christ died for your sins. He was buried, and he was raised from the dead according to the scriptures. That is the gospel by which you are saved.
Amen. I'm going to bed too, guys.
It's time for bed. It's 6 hours and 21 minutes. I'm done.
I'm pretty late.
6 hours, 21 minutes.
Oh, if Leo is somehow still on, I still want to continue our discussion at some other point on somebody else's channel. I don't think I'm actually going to.
That's semantics. You put semantics into the chat.
Well, God bless you guys.
Have a good night, guys.
Bye-bye.